Hello and welcome to round 2 of the 2023 PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship. We're 1 round down and 5 to go in what promises to be another great season of top-level motorsport. And it was only just 4 weeks ago that we kicked things off at Wilton Mill for round 1. And oh boy, did the sparks fly there. Well, after all that excitement of Wilton Mill, we're here at Larkhall, just outside of Glasgow, and a circuit that saw a £2.5 million investment in 2019, making it Scotland's premier karting venue. With 12 turns and over 1,100 metres of fresh tarmac to race on, it's going to be awesome. Let's take a look at some of the key overtaking opportunities. So off the start line then, you'll have kept it nice and clean through the left-handers, just doing your best to kind of maintain your line. Probably not going to get much in the way of overtakes done through there, but you're going to find yourself here at the start of the boot section. And then it is going to be a battle of wits and wills and who's going to be brave enough on the brakes to maybe run a bit deep here and try and get the turn done early. But if you go a bit too deep into the boot, then your exit is going to be wrong and it's going to set you up wrong as you want to get your toe down and get your speed up all the way on that big long back straight section there. But get it right through here, you might get an overtake done. And also, if you do get it right, you'll have plenty of speed for that big long straight, taking you all the way up to the far side of the circuit over there. After the boot section and that big long fastest part of the circuit, you're going to find yourself here at the end of the straight. And it's here where once again a battle of bravery on the brakes could see you nicking a place or two. You can clip the inside of the apex here and use plenty of runoff, but if you get it right here before you head on into the infield, well, there's definitely a place or two to be grabbed right here. On this infield section here is another key overtaking opportunity. There's a crest that rises up through here and it dips down then towards the hairpin. Once again, it's going to be a battle of bravery on the brakes, because if you get it right down at the hairpin, well, there's definitely a place or two to be grabbed just down there. Well, how's this for a cool feature at a kart track? This 180 turn on the infield here is fully banked, and this is all about setting yourself up for the final couple of corners where hopefully, if you haven't done the business yet, you might just grab a place or two before you make it to the line. And at the end of the lap, you're going to find yourself here. You come through a complex of S's, and then this is the final corner. If you haven't made your overtake stick earlier in the lap, then you've got to get it done here, because when you come around this final corner, it's foot flat to the floor and aim for the finish line.
A sensational circuit this place really is. It has been the lifeblood of Scottish motorsport. All the greats have started here and worked their way up to superstardom. Alan McNish, David Coulthard, Paul di Resta, Dario Franchitti, they all came through these gates and now they are superstars in the world of motorsport, and there could be a few more around the circuit here this weekend. I'm Jake Sanson. Kev Harris has joined me up in the box, having looked around this circuit in detail over the last 24 hours. This is a wonderful place, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is, Jake, and taking a walk around the track as I did yesterday that we were just looking at, it is stacked full of overtaking opportunities. There is you know this circuit well, and we're seeing it now. Look, 1,140 metres, 12 turns. It seems like like on every turn, speaking to the drivers, they think there's a place where they can make an overtake stick, and that is what is exciting about karting. We're in for a treat.
It's definitely a real challenge to go for the overtake around this place. You've got some very narrow apexes, but you've also got a lot of fast-flowing exits and radiuses where drivers, particularly in these conditions, I think will probably try a few tricks they wouldn't try in the dry.
Yeah, exactly. We were seeing already in the heats this weekend drivers really pushing the limits, and the racing has been close. But as we look at the weather on the screen here, then this has been the tale of the tape all weekend long. Light rain, moderate rain, overcast clouds. The battle this weekend, as well, you know, having commentated trackside, is what tyres are they going to go on? Do they go on the wets? Do they go on the slicks? And you know, if they get it wrong, well, then they're in trouble, aren't they?
They certainly are. Those of you who are watching along on the YouTube stream, hello to you. Those of you who are watching on Twitch as well, great to have your company for the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship Round 2 here at Larkhall. Back in 1998, a fabulous young lad called Lewis Hamilton stormed this circuit and disappeared into the distance, 30 seconds clear of everybody in wet conditions. We knew that day that this sport had a new superstar. 25 years later, we could see one or two more gracing this circuit and doing likewise. This circuit really does challenge the prepared and really thwart those who think they've got it nailed. This circuit bites back every time we come to play.
And what is exciting, you've just name-checked Lewis Hamilton there, of course. We're in an era, Jake, and you follow motorsport and have done for many, many years. We're in an era now where we're seeing the products of karting from just a few years reaching the pinnacle of the sport. And here we are in Scotland at Larkhall, commentating on some youngsters who I would say in the next, 3 to 5 years could be right up there as well, as some of those kart racers are now making it out onto the track.
They certainly are. We're going to kickstart the day with the Honda GX200 Superheat. It's been a very intense weekend for the contenders, but one man has stood head and shoulders above the rest. It's all been about Ryan White this weekend. 3 wins out of 3 from him in the heats. Ollie Thompson alongside him on the front row from Ralphie Branscombe and Theo Bradshaw, Ed Spain and Jacob Jack. Then Bella Fairclough and Blair Smith from Thomas Jackson and Findlay Smith. Ashley Harzay is alongside Amaya Thompson. And at the back of the grid, Leland McNeish and the new girl in the mix, Esme Rosie, who is making her debut this weekend. So a fabulous challenge here at Larkhall, and with the track surface still being a little bit greasy, it's basically nightmare for a race driver. If it's bone dry, you know what to do. Slick tyres, decent pressures. If it's soaking wet, you go full wet tyres and you know how to cope with it. But in these greasy conditions where it's somewhere between dry and wet, that's when the racing driver really has their back to the wall and you just can't quite get it right until the race is already over.
Yeah, absolutely right, Jake. And these youngsters here in Honda Cadet, well, they gave us a treat at Wilton Mill. Theo Bradshaw, Ryan White, Bella Fairclough and Ashley Harzay were the ones who were running at the front last time out, and they're going to be doing the same again here. Ryan, like you say, making the best of it this weekend. And as we look at these trackside pictures, what is that falling from the sky?
Oh dear. There is definitely rain coming down on the start-finish straight here. It's going to be a day like that today. 50% chance of rainfall all the way through the day. So we're definitely in for a tough one. As we watch for Ryan White and Ollie Thompson on the front row of the grid, we're going to get off and underway very soon indeed. And as the lights go out, we'll be racing here at Larkhall, and very nearly a no start at all for Ollie Thompson. He does get away eventually, but a very tricky one as Ryan White gets a start. And there's a little bit of a problem off the starting grid. I think we lost Esme Rosie before the start, but as the drivers knit their way through the first couple of corners on the circuit, they come down to the new section. Through the left and through the right, sweeping through the boot. This is a very tricky part of the course, but out into second has come Ralphie Branscombe. He's done a fair job here to get into second position, and as they work in on the far side of the course, Ryan White has the lead, and it's going to be very tricky for everybody else to catch up and make an impression, but already everyone has made a fairly decent start. They fly into the right-hander, and now they come up to the second new section of the course where everything has tightened up, and the hairpins have become very tight indeed. And they will come through the first section up to the second. And this is where you've got that banking section where you climb uphill through the radius. And Ryan White has it nailed for the moment. Looking very good indeed as they continue to charge forward. Branscombe looking strong. And there at the tail of the field, everybody just keeping it nice and tidy. Only Esme Rosie failing to get away. So it's been a very strong start. But Ryan White comes through in the lead. No problems at all there. Jacob Jack is the one that's now made the move on Ralphie Branscombe at the end of the lap. So Jacob Jack comes through to second position. And as the driver's charging forward, Bella Fairclough trying to get her way through and off on the grass. Now, who was that just running a little bit deep? I think that might have been Thomas Jackson going a little bit deep there on the way out of turn one. So already a very tricky start to proceedings, but White has the advantage. Jacob Jack and Ralphie Branscombe trying to get well clear at the moment. Bella Fairclough in 4th position, having a very solid race of it. She's worked her way up from 7th on the grid to 4th, and there goes Blair Smith up on the inside, trying to get through into 4th position, and I'm fairly sure that Blair Smith has made it work. So it's a very strong start to proceedings. And as they come through again, this is going to be a tricky continuation. Ryan White just holding fast in front of Jacob Jack. Branscombe in 3rd. Down to 5th has come Bella Fairclough behind Blair Smith. And as they come off the banking, you've got Thomas Jackson in 6th position from Thompson and Theo Bradshaw. And then Ed Spain in 9th position in front of Finley Smith and Ashley Haase. Thompson running in 12th. We seem to have lost Lena McNeish, I think. Oh no, Lena McNeish has now come through. So Lena McNeish is there at the tail end of the field for the moment, but the rain is steadily falling now. This is going to make things very tricky. And looking at the tyre choice, they did all go wets. That was very sensible of them because they knew that the track was still going to be damp from the morning's warm-up. And with rain still in the air, wet was really the only way to go. But it is a bit of a tricky situation, the circuit at the moment, because the track isn't really wet enough for full wets, and it's not dry enough for slicks. So the drivers are having to learn where the circuit is changing lap to lap. It's closer to powerboat racing at the moment because every lap the circuit is changing every time they take on a new corner. So through the hairpin. And Jacob Jack is actually gaining a massive amount of time here on Ryan White. I wonder if they've decided to do something quite special with the tyre pressures. And Jacob Jack is now reeling in young Ryan White, who was the dominant force yesterday. Dominant force at the moment, but how long can he hope to hang on to that? 6 minutes 50 on the clock. It's a fantastic opportunity for him. There's going to be a really interesting situation as they come off the turn again, and it's going to be intriguing to see. At the end of 3 laps, we now have White, but Jacob Jack is gaining ground. A 1 minute 4.3 already, going 0.6 of a second quicker, and Ryan White is under massive pressure here.
Yeah, Ryan White has been running strong all weekend, but having to fight for his place here in this super heat then. Jacob Jack just behind him there, and this is what makes kart racing just so good, Jake. Already in our first super heat this morning, we're being treated to great excitement as they're running bumper to bumper. But you just know, Jake, that all the other youngsters just sitting behind those two are out front. Well, they've got their eyes on them. They know, and they're thinking that they can still get this done and get up there.
I think Jack's managed to make the move. He has indeed. So Jacob Jack did get through there at the flat-out right-hander, and Ryan White, that's the first time I think he's been overtaken all weekend. Thomas Jackson there in 3rd. And then Ralphie Branscombe battling away with Fairclough, Smith and Thompson. A little bit of a gap back to Theo Bradshaw, but that's a significant change around as now we have a new race leader. Jacob Jack has come out of the blocks fighting fit this morning, and Ryan White is going to have the smile wiped off his face at this rate.
Yeah, he is, and fantastic race pictures being brought to us by Alpha Live, who look after the timing and the pictures this weekend. If you're watching on the live stream, doing a great job of keeping us informed around the whole of the circuit, because the circuit stretches far and wide as we go down to that boot section, Jake, and not all the spectators get to see all of the circuit, but the live pictures really doing that for us this weekend. As number 90 then, Jacob Jack still in the lead with just coming up to 5 minutes to go in this first super heat on the day. Really exciting racing already, and you just know, Jake, as well, that the other classes will be watching this one closely to see what's going on out there on the track.
Shout out to the marshals working hard in very difficult conditions. A big heads up from Darren T, who obviously knows that the Orange Army are the team that do their best and work very hard. They were very overworked yesterday and they held things together very well through the heats. And full commendation to the marshals here at Larkhall. Bella Fairclough getting a run off the hairpin up to the inside of Ralphie Branscombe. Had to bail out of the throttle to make sure they both got through in unison. So a pretty tricky start to proceedings then. But still, there is tough battles to come as Jacob Jack tries to extend ahead of Ryan White, but White has actually made a slight error through turn 1, but look at how much curb they use, trying to carry the speed. Now Fairclough has got through into 4th position. She made the bid there, and not only did Fairclough move up into 4th, but Thompson also made his way through into 5th.
Exciting stuff, Jake, as we see, have a look there as well, that Ryan White, kart number 47, just have another little look on that corner. Deciding not to get it done, just sitting in the slipstream. And it's so important with these Honda Cadet karts that they do kind of work together, if sit behind each other, because they're not going to get the overtakes done on their own.
So Blair Smith getting the move there on the inside of Ralphie Branscombe. That puts him up into 6th position. So a good run there from Blair Smith, I should say. So Ralphie Branscombe still having a bit of a fight on his hands. But Bella Fairclough trying to work her way forward in 4th position. Had a tricky day at the office yesterday, running a little bit wide, and that's enough for Ollie Thompson to pick up the pieces. So Ollie Thompson comes up into 4th position as a result of that. They work their way through the S's to the final hairpin. Scene of where the former Red Bull junior driver Johnny Edgar snatched the British Open a few years ago, came into the final corner in 4th position and somehow came through it, managing to win the whole thing. It can be a pretty scary final turn, that one. Jacob Jack and Ryan White still dueling away together. Thomas Jackson having a good run in 3rd position, but White just needs a slightly better exit off the toe of the boot section there as they go back onto the throttle, up the long straight that heads up towards the stadium section again. So as they run through once again, a very tricky battle in the offing through to that long flowing right-hander as the karts make their way through alongside the brand new race control building on the main start-finish straight. But Jacob Jack still trying to hang on in front of Ryan White. This is so smart, though, from Ryan White. He could get flustered here. He could be all over the shop, overdriving the kart, panicking that he's not in the lead, but he's not. He's just sat behind Jacob Jack. He's letting Jacob do all the hard work here and just allowing him to push his engine, his tyres, his brakes, while he can take care of his for a little while longer. He's counting down the minutes very smartly.
Yeah, and just 2 minutes, 24 seconds left to go on this one, Jake. And I think Ryan White is playing it dead right, exactly as you say there. All the pressure at the moment is on Jacob Jack out front, and Ryan White just keeping a cool head, hopefully. And as we saw yesterday in so many of the other heats, overtakes can get done on that final corner. Races were won and lost with just 2 or 3 corners to go. So Ryan White is still firmly fixed on this one, I'm sure. But, you know, all credit to Jacob Jack. He's holding him off at the moment. He's keeping a cool head as well.
This is definitely Jacob Jack's best performance of the weekend, nay, the season. There's Bella Fairclough trying to close back in on Ollie Thompson, whilst also trying to disappear from Blair Smith. And then Branscombe, Bradshaw, Haase, Spain, and then Finley Smith in front of Amaya Thompson, in 12th position, and then Lena McNeish in 13th place. The one non-starter, Esme Rosie, but did a fair job in the 3 qualifying heats yesterday, so hopefully we'll see her back in time for the final. We think it's mechanical problems that have kept her from this race rather than anything to do with her own driving. Right. Final corner, onto the straight again, run wide from Jacob Jack. This is all good news for Ryan White. He just needs to sit behind Jacob and just read the situation. By my math, as they come across the line, they'll have 3 laps to go. Ryan White using a lot more curb, and as you can see, Jackson using even more.
Yeah, getting a bit of mud on the tyres there, the number 16 kart of Jackson. But this is really exciting how this is playing out up front. There's daylight behind them back to Jackson, and then daylight again back to Thompson and Fairclough. Bella Fairclough will have the bit between her teeth, but I think she's probably left herself too much to do in this one.
2 to go at the end of this one by my mathematics, because obviously they run out of time and then they have 1 additional lap. And on the inside there goes Blair Smith, making the bid on Bella Fairclough. So that should put Blair into 5th position. Bella Fairclough having to fight back on the inside line, and she does! Bella Fairclough fights back in brilliant style, gets back into 5th position, so she's not going to take this line down and manages to get her position back again. A top 5 will definitely do her start no end of good. And I have to say, although it's still tricky out there for the leading seed from 2022, it's looking a lot stronger today for Bella Fairclough than it was yesterday.
Yeah, and of course this is all about the super heat this morning. She's just got to keep it clean on this one. You can, you know, go big or go home on the next one, the super final this afternoon, which by the standard of this is going to be very exciting indeed.
So now we are on the penultimate lap as we go 3, 2, 1, and there's Jacob Jack running wide. This is going to be the moment for Ryan White. White is going to go wheel to wheel now. They are on the 10th lap of this 11-lap race. It's going to be 11 based on the time we've got, and Ryan White decides to strike while the iron is hot. There's not a lot Jacob Jack can do. Ryan White has to go for it, and Jacob Jack has to let him go. Now, what's going to be interesting is, can Jacob Jack retaliate? Down to the hairpin, he has another go, and he's back through. Ryan White needs to tidy up the exit. He's still got good purchase on the throttle, so this is going to get a very spicy final end to the race now. Jacob Jack holds the line, but Ryan White's got time to come back at him.
This is so exciting, Jake, as we take a look at these 2 leaders dueling out in the closing stages of this one. Look at this, Ryan White just putting it up on the curb and then trying to get the undercut done on that final corner. Are we on to last lap yet? Final lap, here we go then.
So this is all going to be about where Ryan White tries again on Jacob Jack. He would have hoped that Jacob would be overtaken and then he would just slowly start to drop back in lack of confidence. But Jacob Jack's got plenty of confidence. White tries again as we watch the overtaking move build up once more. Ryan White trying his best. Jacob Jack is going ultra defensive. If he can snatch the superheat away, this is definitely going to give him added confidence for the final later. So Ryan White has got to make up a little bit of time. Jack is hugging the inside line. White can be a little bit more smooth. Jacob Jack is spending a little bit too long looking behind him than in front, but he squeezes White perfectly there at the hairpin. Now he's got to try and tidy this up on the exit. Ryan White's going to get alongside him. They're going to have a drag race to the braking zone. White's got to be very careful about getting the switcheroo on the inside line. They're going to go side by side, and Ryan White surely will have the inside line for the right-hander, and he's nailed it with 3 apexes to go. Jacob Jack can try again in the final hairpin, which he does. He's got there, but watch White on the switchback. It's going to be close to the line, and Jacob Jack will just take it. Brilliant racing between the two of them.
Fantastic stuff, Jake. What an opening super heat here at Larkhall that was. With 3 or 4 corners to go, it could have been anyone's. But, oh boy, that was brilliant. Excellent driving from both of those youngsters out at the front there. Well done to all of them. This is why the UKC is as good as it is, Jake.
Great racing from the start to the flag, and Jacob Jack was not going to crack under the pressure from Ryan White at any point. Even though it looked as though White had stolen it from him with 3 corners to go, he nailed the final turn. He knew he could have the inside line. He didn't panic on the exit. He knew White would try and get the switch back. That was so well read by Jacob Jack. Excellent stuff from JJ. Gets the job done in fine style in front of the 47 of Ryan White. That was really tough going for Jacob Jack. And that's the first time all weekend that Ryan White has been beaten in race trim. So that's going to give young Jacob Jack massive credence and confidence going into the final later. He has proved that Ryan White can be beaten, and not only that, but he can be beaten at the final turn of the final lap. So Jacob Jack absolutely in prime position later. Ollie Thompson doing a great job to fight his way up into 3rd position in front of Thomas Jackson. It took quite a while to catch and pass him, but he's managed to get that done in the closing stages as well. So all very good stuff indeed from our Honda GX200 drivers in the Honda Cadet Superheat. Excellent work. And now we will figure them out a little bit later on when they come back onto the circuit later on today for the final. What a brilliant start as Jacob Jack triumphs from Ryan White and Ollie Thompson. Thomas Jackson in 4th from Bella Fairclough and Blair Smith. Ralphie Branscombe and Theo Bradshaw ahead of Ashley Haase and Finley Smith. A tricky one there for Ed Spain in the end, sorry. Then Amaya Thompson and Leland McNeish. Hopefully we'll see Esme Rosie out a little bit later, but it's a great start here at Larkhall in Honda Cadet.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Back into the super heats at Larkhall, and it's Minimax time. Lucas Blanford on the front row of the grid from Dan Hartley, Dan Kilpatrick and Ewan House on the second, then Amy Peacock and Leo Massey. Sadly, Zach McDonald entered the weekend but has not been able to compete in any of the races yesterday. We may or may not see him over the course of today, but we wish him well and hope to see him back in the Ultimate Karting Championship very soon if he is not here today. But I tell you what, ever since Wilton Mill, there's been one man on everybody's lips in Minimax, and that is Lucas Blanford. And stepping into the Sodi for Test team this weekend, he's just soaked it up like it's another day at the office.
Yeah, a really level-headed young man, backed up by a great family who supports him through his motorsport. Had designs this season as well, Jake, of racing in cars and the Fiesta Championship, but that didn't quite come off. Getting the sponsorship deal together for that one at the 11th hour didn't play out for him. But cars' loss is our game. We're pleased to see him back in karting, and he put on a great show at the opening round at Wilton Mill. But you had to feel a little bit for Dan Kilpatrick there, because I think he probably thought starting on pole in that super final at Wilton that he was going to take the win, but he didn't have it all his own way.
He's definitely fought back beautifully though, Dan Kilpatrick. He is there on the third position of the starting grid for this one, and he's going to be sat right behind Lucas Blanford on the way to the first corner. Only the Honda GX200s have a standing start. Every other category has a rolling start, so it's all going to be about composure on that formation lap, how you warm up the tyres and brakes, how you get everything up to temperature. And although it's a small field in Minimax, you've got 6 very evenly matched drivers here. Dan Hartley did a fantastic job over the course of round 1 at Wilton Mill, fresh off the back of representing Great Britain in the Tillotson T4 Nations Cup at the end of last year in Spain, which was a big amount of pressure for him to soak up. And he's come straight into this 2023 season a different driver. Much more level-headed, much more cool, calm and collected under pressure. We're going to wait for the lights to go out, and they don't this time. So the lights don't go out, so we're obviously going to go round again for a third formation lap. They get 2 formation laps, and then obviously they should go racing. But clearly a couple of drivers out of position on this occasion, so they will go round again. Does give us a little bit more time to talk about the other 3 drivers in the mix. We've talked about Blanford, we've talked about Hartley, we've talked about Kilpatrick. Ewan House is here on home soil. He knows this circuit very well, of course. He literally grew up racing on this track, so he's got a great opportunity to move his way forward. And Amy Peacock, what a resurgence she has had. She had some good couple of results at Wilton Mill, and even this weekend she has really turned the page.
Yeah, she has, and in Heat 2 yesterday, picking up that 3rd place spot. She'll be feeling that hopefully she can do similar in this super heat here this morning. But, you know, even with these youngsters who are experienced drivers, as we've seen, coming around that, start line, formation lap there, getting it a little bit wrong and being sent round again to get it right next time. A little bit of twitchiness, a little bit of nervousness this morning on a wet circuit. They've got to get it right or they'll get sent round again. But hopefully we'll see a start this time, Jake.
Indeed. If you're watching that grid thinking, 6 drivers, this isn't going to be a race, more fool you, because yesterday all 3 races were electric, and at Wilton Mill the final was spectacular. So I have a feeling that today's super heat and final between these guys is going to be just as good. Ready, Avanti, and we are away racing, and the inside line gets the jump on everybody else. So Blanford, Kilpatrick and Peacock make the launch forward into 1st, 2nd and 3rd from 1st, 3rd and 5th, and that is quite commonplace, but it's not going to be the way the race plays out. Blanford in 4-wheel drift mode on the first lap as he really pushes himself to try and get that kart moving. I think that shocked him a little bit. He still holds the lead, Blanford, but I think that caught him by surprise, and now Dan Kilpatrick senses that he's vulnerable. He's going to go for the lead, and he's taken it. Lovely move from Kilpatrick. He takes the lead on lap 1.
Yeah, we're in for a treat in this one straight away. I chatted to Dan Kilpatrick yesterday, and he was quite composed and he was quite level-headed, but you could sense that he had some business to do this weekend after Wilton Mill, and he set his stall out early, which is going to be really exciting for us to watch here as we watch them go around that banked section there.
I wonder if Blanford has already made the slightest error in calculation on tyres, and that's what caught him out on the run to that first section. We'll have to see how he settles in once the race really starts to bear up under the strain. What Blanford is really good at is adapting to the situation he's presented with. And Dan Kilpatrick is in a very strong frame of mind, so he will definitely want to get under Blanford's skin. Don't forget that Lucas Blanford had to sit out the majority of the weekend last time out at Wilton Mill because he was carrying a light arm injury, and they sat him out and only used him again until the final. And a lot of naysayers were saying, well, the only reason he's won is because he's got fresher tyres.
Yeah.
That, I don't believe in that. I think Blanford had a lot more going for him than just that. But it's interesting now that as a result, Kilpatrick is absolutely determined to prove, well, Blanford's up to full fitness, I can still beat him.
You are absolutely dead right, and it was very unfair on Lucas Blanford to suggest that was the only reason why he won the final last time out. He's a great driver.
Check this duel.
Look at this on the inside as well. It's all going on at the back of the grid.
You've got Hartley, House and Massey having an absolute ding-dong for 4th position. Hartley obviously feeling a little aggrieved off the start, dropping down to 4th position. But now he's really having his work cut out to keep Leo Massey and Ewan House behind him. This is excellent stuff from them at the moment as they continue to battle on. But there is Amy Peacock running smartly in 3rd position. The leading 2 have already started to break clear. But look how tight it is through this toe of the boot section. You've just got to nail the throttle. You've got to really get the turning right. And look how little these guys are actually moving the steering wheel. We are talking about the slightest precise movements. If you are soaring away at the wheel, the back end is going to churn up those tyres. You've got to be so delicate in these conditions.
Yeah, I'm just sensing with these opening first 2 superheats that we're watching, Jake, that these drivers are really feeling that they've got to be very light touch today. If you're a bit too aggressive or if you get your line slightly wrong, you're going to be in trouble, you're going to be off. So you've got to be really careful with what you're doing, but not so careful that you end up not being fast enough to take the win.
Well, this is the thing. In wet conditions in these karts, you don't have a lot of weight that's holding you onto the ground. Everything's a little bit slippery. So in the dry, where you have to be quite aggressive on the throttle, here you have to dance with it. You have to flirt with it all the way round. And this is where you've got to be so precise. Peacock getting a good run off the outside of the turn and holding on from Dan Hartley in 4th position.
I thought Hartley had her there. I thought Hartley had her there for a moment. Really exciting racing between those two. Fighting it out for 3rd as we see another fastest lap for the man out in front, Dan Kilpatrick there. 60 seconds and change, 1.718 on his fastest lap.
But what a save that was from Amy Peacock.
Brilliant.
She got the back end of the car off on the curb. Now Dan Hartley senses, right, this is my moment, and he's got her. Nicely done, but Peacock immediately getting straight back on the horse, trying to come back at him. And watch for Leo Massey in 5th position. He's got a chance to make this counter-attack. Oh, lovely from Peacock. Hartley under pressure, drifts a little wide, able to catch it. You can run that outside line a little bit more exuberantly than you could in the dry. So Hartley utilising that and holding the position despite the challenge from Peacock, able to run in 3rd position around that outside line.
Yeah, and this midfield battle is really intriguing. The man that I've got my eyes on then is our man there, Massey, who's watching these two just ahead of him while they're getting involved in battling with themselves. He's just sneaked up on the back of them there, and I think he's going to take another place or 2 in the next couple of laps. Really exciting in the midfield and just showing us exactly what karting is all about. Surely the best form of motorsport, Jake.
Absolutely. I mean, they do. It's no secret that the Formula 1 drivers in between races will come back to karting for training purposes. You could get into any racing car you want, but karting is where you get that same semblance, that same to-the-limit edge that you just can't get in any other form of motor racing. Peacock trying his best, her best, I should say again, to keep Leo Massey at bay. Ewan House is just keeping this nice and planted. He's not dropping back. He's not losing time. He's just watching the drivers in front, waiting for his opportunity. There's a long way still to go. And these 4 drivers battling over 3rd position, anything can still change. We saw it swap around a lot between the bottom 4 in Minimax yesterday. And with these conditions being even greasier, all it takes is one little error, one miscalculation over a curb, and the whole order could change within an instant.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, the battle continues there then between Leon Massey and Amy Peacock, but Hartley has now taken that to his advantage and just stretched ahead of them a little bit. As further down the road, Lucas Blanford and Dan Kilpatrick still find themselves with some open tarmac and fresh air to deal with, leading this one then with about 4.5 minutes to go, the second of our superheats this morning, delivering great excitement from a small grid of 7, the smallest grid of the weekend, of course, but no less exciting as Lucas Blanford here we see on the live stream now closing up on Dan Kilpatrick, just about 4/10 then the gap between those two. Dan Kilpatrick though will be feeling confident with a bit of clear road ahead of him, but you just know Lucas being the driver he is, well, he's got one eye on Dan. He's just thinking, it's not done yet, I can get you, young man.
It's a really solid run. The comments are coming in on the live stream. Future Formula 1 drivers, you are very potentially right. As these guys continuing to battle away. Don't forget that all 20 drivers on the current Formula 1 grid out in Azerbaijan today all came from this form of racing. In fact, half of them have probably raced on this very circuit indeed as well. So they are battling away. Dan Kilpatrick still having a great run. Blanford in 2nd place, now dropping to 0.6 of a second away. This is great news for Dan Kilpatrick and a real confidence booster after Wilton Mill and after yesterday. This is where he can really turn his season around. This is not a one-trick pony class. I have every opportunity to win this title and I'm going to take it.
Yeah, that is exactly what he's thinking, and the great thing is as well, we're probably seeing what will almost be a mirror image of the super final later on this afternoon. So whatever plays out in this one, we're going to get to see it all again in about 3 hours' time, which is just fantastic. And of course, whatever does happen in this superheat, well, the other driver's going to be wanting to change it next time, isn't he? So they're going to come out, all guns blazing for the super final this afternoon, kicking off at 1 o'clock.
And this is what I was talking about in terms of these being the worst conditions a racing driver can face in karting. Because when it's bone dry, you know you're going to go slicks. When it's soaking wet, you know that it's going to be wets. But look, the drivers are out there on wet tyres at the moment, and that is not down to how much water there is on the circuit. That's down to how cold the circuit currently is, based on how much water has gone down over the morning. It's not soaking wet, so the water is not going through the treads of the tyres effectively. That means that after 4 or 5 laps, those tyres are screaming at the drivers, come on, put me through a puddle, I've got to cool these tyres down. So every driver out there is finding grip absolutely impossible to find out there.
Yeah, you're absolutely dead right. And the interesting thing about this circuit as well is the elevation and the way it dips and the lie of the land. Down at that bottom boot section, that seems, from what I've seen over this weekend, to stay a bit wetter, to stay a bit damper. So they're getting a different sensation down there as to what they will up on this bank section up here, which is, quite unique in karting, the way that turn rises up there. Makes for a really exciting 180 corner, the bank section there. As we're just 1 minute 52 seconds to go on this one then, Jake. I don't think we're going to see much play out at the front. We've got 7 tenths. Lucas Blanford behind Dan Kilpatrick. Can he make it up? I'm not sure.
It all comes down to how Blanford can read the situation in these final couple of laps. Has he just been reining it in a little bit to hold something back on the Sodi? Because Kilpatrick looks over his shoulder. He knows that Blanford is still there. So it's all about mind games now between these two. Further back, Hartley has been able to hang on to 3rd position. This is a really solid run from Dan Hartley, really looking after the kart quite nicely here as he continues to hold 3rd position, and he's checked out now from Massey, Peacock and House. He's dropped them, having got into 3rd position, so it's a really smart bit of driving from Dan Hartley as we come into what is going to be the penultimate lap of the race this time by, because the lap times they're doing are just over a minute, and now there is less than a minute on the clock. So it's up to Lucas Blanford now to really counteract this. What can Kilpatrick do as he comes across the line in comparison? He's extended by 0.3 of a second. Kilpatrick means business here at Larkhall. He's just banged in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it looks like Dan Kilpatrick has really got the bit between his teeth. The longer this race has gone on, the more comfortable he's looked out in front. Confirmation that fastest lap then. 1 minute 5:71 on that one. Lucas Blanford will be fighting to get him back. Clear road behind him, though. We can see the gap then back to Dan Hartley now, over 6.5 seconds back to 3rd, and then the rest string out. So I'm wondering, Jake, if we get a sense that perhaps with only 20 seconds left on the clock, is Lucas Blanford just going to keep it clean and just finish this one as it is?
He certainly doesn't want to take too many risks going into the final later. They don't want to do too much work in the Sodi awning. I know that Bradley Barrett is obviously overseeing things quite nicely down there, but he doesn't want to have too many spanners at play before the final. So out comes Dan Kilpatrick to go across the line one more time with feeling, and he has extended slightly over Blanford. His fastest lap is now a 1 minute flat .364. So very impressive from Kilpatrick, but both men on the last lap were able to get a 1 minute flat .4. So there is nothing to choose between them. They're essentially trading sector times at this point. Dan Hartley 7 seconds back, and then Massey, Peacock and House are just going to run this route out to the finish of the race. But that just shows you how difficult it is in the wet conditions. You find it so difficult to keep up with the karts in front, because if you lose a couple of tenths of a second in each apex and you do it every single corner of every single lap, then that's obviously going to open the gap out quite organically. You can't run as close to the kart in front of you in the damp or the wet conditions as you can in the dry, where everybody is so evenly spaced. You're still learning on the job, don't forget. So Blanford will close in a little bit on Dan Kilpatrick just in case, but he doesn't want to throw anything into caution. So Dan Kilpatrick will come through, and that's a big scalp coming into the final, and that feels good. That felt really good for Dan Kilpatrick.
That, didn't he? The fist off the steering wheel said it all. Brilliant stuff. Great racing in our second one here this morning at Larkhall. Picture there of the dummy grid as the rest of these Minimax youngsters cross the finish line. And still very much raining out there by the looks of it, I think, Jake. I was about to say it looks like it's drying off, but I don't think it is. That camera shot.
It's just started again. It stopped just halfway through the Honda GX200 race, but it started up again now in the last couple of laps. So could get very interesting if that continues. But Yeah, Dan Kilpatrick, that was a big moment in terms of his confidence. He wanted to beat Lucas Blanford going away, and he has done that in the Superheat. As far as they're concerned now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But you know that the Dan Holland Racing team are really going to push for Dan Kilpatrick to get one over on the Sony Vitesse UK driver, Lucas Blanford. This rivalry between the two of them could be season-long, and it really is going to be fascinating to see who triumphs over the other, because I think both have essentially got the keys to the castle in their sights.
Yeah, already. This is going to be a great season between these two youngsters. Would be nice if we could get a slightly bigger field as well, but if we stick with a sort of hardcore of 6 or 8 drivers, it's going to be interesting for us.
Well, in 1998, in Lewis Hamilton's title-winning season, he only had 6 or 7 drivers to race against, and nobody really took that away from his title-winning season. So it's not necessarily about the numbers on the grid, it's about the quality of the grid. And I tell you what, the quality in Minimax this year is already pretty high and mighty. Dan Kilpatrick taking one off Lucas Blanford at a significant moment in the weekend from Dan Hartley and Leo Massey, then Amy Peacock and Ewan House in tow. That is the Minimax Superheat done for the moment. Mini Inters will be up next. A very significant battle in the Mini Inters coming up. Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft on the front row of the grid from Oliver Majewski and Blair Smith. Noah Barham and Oliver Meek from Jaden Sherwood and Thomas Hill. Charlie Wolford and Stanley Clark rounding out the top 10 from Charlie King and Charlie Very. Then Isabella Stantimore-Wilson and Daniel Minto from Ryan Gandor and Finley Hines. Oliver White and Jack Collinson from Levi McCarty and Kevin Kilbasa. Then Hasnain Khan and the very unlucky Luca Holmes-Balak should be a lot higher after his performance yesterday. Jake Grufferty and JJ Lowe, Louis Radcliffe and Kieran Stewart. And then the newbies, Elliot Surtees, Zach McKay, Mason Webster and Jasper Oakes. James Roberts will take up a position hopefully at the very tail end of the field after a tricky day at the office yesterday where he had one race come to an end and then he failed to start the following 2 races. Hopefully he will get the all clear to fight back after being one of the stars of the Sony Academy last year, which sadly isn't racing in 2023. But James Roberts was absolutely the king of the hill there. However, coming into Mini Inter Superheat the Mini Inter Superheat, I should say, it's all been about Cole Denham. Somehow he has been able to get himself into the victory position in all 3 races yesterday. A very similar position to what we saw for Lucas Blanford yesterday, and of course also what we saw prior to that from Ryan White in the Honda GX200s. However, what we have seen so far today is Saturday does not mean it will happen again on Sunday, and we've seen that in both the previous 2 Superheats today. So is there somebody out there who can deal with Cole Denham, particularly his teammate Jacob Ashcroft, who will run with him on the front row of the grid? And he really does have the Midas touch in 2023, Jacob Ashcroft. Everything he touches seems to turn to gold. Yeah,
he had a fantastic opening round, Jacob Ashcroft. Untouchable, you would say there. I think he won every heat on his way to winning the final.
He did.
But certainly supremely confident, well looked after by his team, well supported by his dad. He's a young man set for the top as well. But yeah, Charlie Wolford and Luca Holmes-Balak, they weren't afraid to push each other hard last time out as well. I think we're in for a treat in this one, as somebody just shoots off of our picture there onto the grass already on the warm-up lap. Just went left to right, didn't see who that was.
Oh,
but we got a youngster who didn't.
Oh, it's Ryan Grandor. It's Ryan Gandor who's gone off the road there in the Cosmic. That's very unfortunate. He had a pretty tricky day at the office yesterday, and I'm afraid Ryan Gandor has skated off on the formation lap. That's how tricky it is now in the wet conditions. Now, what's going to be interesting, though, is it is spitting with rain a little bit now as Ryan Gandor's car is recovered on the far side of your picture. But I want to know what tyres these guys have opted to go on, because it's open tyre choice. Looks as though the front row men have both gone for wet tyres. I wonder if anybody has decided to be brave and go for slicks. A gamble at this stage of the weekend would be significant in a field like this, but it is pretty treacherous out there, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if there are a couple of drivers trying to go for something a bit different. There is Ryan Gandor's kart. Very unfortunate. He obviously went with the right tyre choice, but he just carried too much speed on the formation lap.
So disappointing for him. You just wish you could just put him back on and let him go back out there. Absolutely heartbreaking for the youngster.
Yeah, but the speed in which he hit the barriers, it would have been very tricky. I think there could be a wheel alignment issue if that kart does get going again. Possibly even a difficulty on the steering column, whatever it might be. But Ryan Gandor will have to come back fighting fit in the final. However, for Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft, it's the teammates at Dan Holland Racing aboard their Lando Norris chassis that will go to battle. But watch for the 15 Blair Smith in the resurgent Strawberry Racing Tony kart, the team that is finally starting to get back into it in UKC and put on a show again. And watch for Oliver Majewski in the Chaos Sport as well. Lights go out this time, and up we go to the first corner. Great start as the field tries to skate its way through. Is everybody going to get through, or is the chain reaction going to catch out a few drivers? Two drivers going wide on the approach, but they managed to keep it on the racetrack for the time being. It's a very slippery circuit out there, and Majewski has made a terrific start. Oliver Majewski up into second position behind Cole Denham, who has already got himself a bit of distance. Majewski is now under pressure already to lose that second position as they come up to the right-hander. And as the field now sorts itself out, it is tricky conditions again. The weather is starting to take a turn for the worse as well. That will definitely catch a few drivers out. But as they work their way to the hairpin section, that is Blair Smith now in second position. Blair Smith has worked his way forward, so he has made a few overtakes as the field spins in the middle of the field. Two karts coming together there, unfortunately. That is Isabella Stansmore-Wilson connecting with Jack Collinson. So they tipped around. Hopefully they'll be able to get going again, but that's massive places lost as everybody just about faces the right way, except for the 24. Very unfortunate, but it's game over for Mason Webster on the first lap of the Superheat in Mini Inter.
Really exciting stuff as we open this one up then in Mini Inter. The benefactor of all of that chaos going on further back surely is Cole Denham, who's found himself in a little bit of clear road there. Already starting to put a gap back to Smith of 7/10 there. And he's going to be feeling quite confident at this stage. Behind him, it's all going on. But Smith now also finding a bit of clear air. They seem to have settled after the opening couple of laps here, Jake.
Yeah, fair play to Noah Barham on the first couple of laps. He's found himself right up in third ahead of Majewski and Ashcroft. Charlie Wolfit's making a good comeback as well, up into P6 for him. So Wolfit just needs to catch up to the guys in front on his synergy and get himself back into the hunt. Majewski there in the number 40 Chaos Sport Cosmic, initially in P2. There goes Ashcroft on the inside of Barham and gets into third position. So there could be a charge for the Dan Holland Racing trio. They could well storm the podium if they continue this kind of battle. Jacob Ashcroft just keeping it nice and tidy as he goes through the hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely, but Barham's still got one eye on him there. Ashcroft has taken that place, but Barham's going to want it back just as soon as he can as we watch them go by. Contact warning there for cut 33 and 19. It's set up on the overhead stanchion.
It's Jaden Sherwood. So Jaden Sherwood, who did such a good job in the opening race yesterday. Really
Watching
trying to...
Jacob Ashcroft grab another pace there as well, I think, Jake.
Yes, indeed. He's got alongside Blair Smith, and he should out-drag the Tony kart to the corner before they even hit the brakes. He manages to dice through. Good exit out of the boot. And now there could be pressure on Noah Barham to try and join his two teammates. But check it out. Ashcroft just tapping the brake in the back end, wanting to spin around, but he holds it nicely, knows what the kart is going to do, knows the position he needs to take to carry the speed through the apexes. So very nicely handled. A retaliation from Smith, but Smith can't overhaul Jacob Ashcroft there, and that's actually going to impede him a little bit. And now Noah Barham has a better shot at him. So it could well be DHR 1, 2 and 3 before too long, because Noah Barham has his sights firmly set on Blair Smith up front.
Yeah, absolutely, as Jacob Ashcroft moves up to second place, proving difficult up on that banked 180 section there, Jake, to get a move done because, you know, gravity is doing its best to slow you down. If you get it wrong through there, you're not really going to carry too much speed. As Jacob Ashcroft now sets his sights on Cole Denham, who is further down the road by some 0.8 of a second. This one's going to play out great for us with 6 minutes to go.
I tell you what, Ashcroft is a braver man than me going into that apex as he carries a lot of curb. Barham has a look at Smith on the inside, doesn't get the job done, but I noticed that Ashcroft was quite happy to bunny hop over the curbs on the inside of that left-hander, and that is a very steep curb, even in these conditions where you need to carry a little bit of curb more than you would do in the dry. I mean, that's brave to take that kind of pounding on the opening lap, but it has gained him some time on Denham.
Yeah, it has, and just looking at the data here, he's just turned it purple. 1:02 fastest lap for Jacob Ashcroft now then, so he's on the charge. We are in for a treat as this one plays out.
A yellow flag, we've got Battenbergs. We've got Battenbergs out on the course, so somebody has had an... Oh, and that's why. That's one of the Hunter Motorsport cards. I'm afraid that is game over for Jake Grufferty. So Grufferty has come off there, and we are now under yellow flags. The Battenbergs are out. That means no overtaking. So essentially, it becomes like a safety car in car racing. But the man at the front of the pack is Cole Denham, and the advantage that he had over Jacob Ashcroft is wiped out. Oh, and there's another kart off the road, on the fastest corner on the circuit. That is the other reason why we're around the Battenbergs, I do believe. And that particular kart is going to be, I think, Elliot Surtees, the novice. But the rain is coming out and it's starting to get heavy out there, so things could get quite tricky from here on out.
Yeah, really could. Like you say, Jake, we're on this Battenberg, effectively a safety car. They're all going to bunch up and then they're going to get let loose again. And then all the excitement starts once again as we see these pictures just riding up the bank of that 180 section, coming to the infield. This is going to be really exciting for us in what is only our third superheat of the morning here at Larkhall, with 6 to go. Well, 3 to go, 6 in total.
Indeed it is, yeah. Surtees and Grafferty have got going again, I can tell you. But the two that haven't got going again are Jasper Oakes and Zach Mackay. So they've had a separate incident somewhere out on the course. We're still under yellow flags, boys and girls. We're not racing yet. I think a couple of them thought we were, but we are still under Battenberg yellow flag conditions here. So Denham, Ashcroft, Smith, Barham, Wolfett and Majewski in front of Hill, King, Very and Luca Holmes-Balak is up in 10th position. He started in 22nd. That is astonishing from Luca Holmes-Balak, but he had so much bad luck yesterday. He ended 2 of his heats off in the barriers at the hairpin that we are just approaching. He would have been fighting for the win had it not been for those 2. So he can make a massive amount of progress in this superheat now that the rain has come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, just disappointment for him. Difficult day for him yesterday has put him where he is starting this one. But don't forget, he did pick up that 3rd place at Wilter Mill. So we know he's quick. We know he can get up there. And as you say, Jake, now that we're still under this yellow flag and effective safety car, when they get loose, let loose, it's going to all start again. It's going to play it well. I think we're off.
We are indeed. We are green, 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 green. And we're racing again here at Larkhall. Out in front for Denham, Ashcroft, Smith, Barham, Wolfett and Majewski. And off the road goes Wolfett. Wolfett takes to the gravel. And that's going to be the move from Barham. DHR 1, 2 and 3 in this mini interheat superheat. Absolutely brilliant stuff. So Denham in front of Ashcroft and Barham now. Blair Smith under pressure from the wayward Charlie Wolfett, but Wolfett has got the kart back on the road again. And now it's all about Denham trying to hold the suspense. And there goes the move from Wolfett. Tightens in on Blair Smith, gets through. Majewski and Thomas Hill are in tow, but here comes Ashcroft going for the lead. Skates through in the hairpin, and now Wolfett gets in a 3rd position past Barham in the same breath. Smith is going to get through as well.
Oh, just put that one up the inside so sweetly. I thought he's not going to make that stick, but he has. But he's not shaking off Cole Denham, young Jacob Ashcroft. That one has got a lot of miles still to go and a lot of corners still to play. As we look at the counter move, here we go, Jake. Denham already taking the place back.
He did indeed. Denham gets the move, and with 2.5 minutes on the car, and a spin! Oh. A spin there from Finley Hines. So Hines gets going again, but he is not happy with how it started. So Finley Hines clearly feels that he was assisted to the scene of the spin, and a bit of a run wide from Charlie King, who manages to get the kart back on the road again fairly quickly. But these two are absolutely on it. Denham and Ashcroft, teammates, and there is no team championship, of course, in the Ultimate Karting Championship. So there's only one rule in the awning: don't take your teammate out.
Oh, see Cole Denham just getting a little bit twitchy coming into that one there, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Still very much battling with the conditions here at Larkhall this weekend, getting the measure of the tyres on what is a very wet and damp road this weekend. And lots of other drivers still with lots of places to make up as they all move through the field on the 180 or the hairpin section there on the infield. Very close together, almost bumper to bumper right through the field.
So Denham holding on in front of Ashcroft. Ashcroft is now going to get himself back on the horse again. Gets a tighter apex, but it's a little bit slower in wet conditions. Denham holding it round the outside. There's a technical defect for the 57. I'm afraid that is Finley Hines, the man who spun around. So he's clearly got a loose rear bumper from the contact that sustained him into that spin. Denham going deep into the boots. Ashcroft a little bit more tactical. Comes off the turn. Has a little bit more speed to play with as he comes off the corner. And they go back down the straight. Again, Denham under massive pressure to make a mistake here. Jacob Ashcroft all over the back of him, waiting for the opportunity to come forward. Charlie Wolfett, 3rd position, in front of Blair Smith and Noah Barham. Wait for the opportunity. Ashcroft is thinking about it. Thinking, hunting for the move on Denham. Denham protects the inside line beautifully, and there's not a lot Ashcroft can do on that corner, but he can make the bid into the next right-hander, but Denham is protecting like crazy.
Yeah, I think Jacob Ashcroft trying to put it up the inside, and he's done it, as we see Denham just run up to the upper section of that banking there, but they're going to just try and trade places again. Watch Cole Denham on this one then, coming through. This is so good.
Goodness me, Jacob Ashcroft really had to work hard to keep Cole Denham at bay, and Charlie Wolfett now in third position has gained a good 4 to 5 tenths of a second on the pair of them as they continue to duel away for position. Fourth place, Blair Smith trying to work his magic. Noah Barham hunting down in fifth position, trying to get his move working on, but this is very technical stuff now as they come off the turn again, and Ashcroft has got to try and extend that advantage now to Cole Denham. The time has just run out, so we're on the penultimate lap, we're on the 10th lap out of 11. But at the end of the ninth, there's only 4 tenths between Ashcroft and Denham. Denham has got to try and find something to combat back.
Yeah, he has, and 4 tenths is about the biggest gap that we've seen between these two over the last 2 or 3 laps. So is Jacob Ashcroft starting to stretch away from Cole Denham as Charlie Wolfett finds himself comfortable in third. Just 1.1 seconds off the pair of them with a bit of a gap behind him then to Smith. This one is playing out so well, and we are in for a treat today as we look ahead to the super final a little bit later on. Yeah, that's the biggest gap that we've seen between Ashcroft and Denham, I think, in the whole of this race, Jake.
It certainly is. Into the final lap we go, and Ashcroft has 6 tenths of a second comfort blanket over Cole Denham. But he gets a lot of curb through turn 1. He clearly wants to extend it a little bit more just to give him that tiny bit of extra security. But you can't afford to push it too far over that apron. But even dancing on the curb like that, Ashcroft has the confidence and the knowledge in the car to know where it's going to go.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen a few drivers going a little bit rallycross on that curb there, and you don't want to do that because you don't need mud on your tyres in these conditions. As our front two pairing then battle it out in the final few corners, Jacob Ashcroft from Cole Denham. The gap then now 6 tenths, but Cole Denham looks up the inside. Can he do it? He's going to try the switch back on the 180. Not sure it's going to play out for him though, Jake.
Ashcroft is the only driver on track to have broken the 62-second barrier, a 1:01.9 on the last lap, but it's not going to save him if he can't hold on in front of Cole Denham. He's just got to get these last couple of sectors sorted out, and he just tiptoes into the final turn. Denham goes the faster line around the outside, but Ashcroft has done enough. Checkered flag in front of Denham. He may have lost 3 tenths on the final lap, but he had that gap to protect him. Charlie Wolfett, take a bow. Third position for him, a very solid run. However, driver of the Superheat, without a doubt, is Luca Holmes-Balak, charging behind Smith, Barham and Majewski up into 7th place. He just saved his weekend.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and that bodes well for the super final coming up a little bit later on. So it's going to help his grid position as we look to that one that will be taking place at about probably 1:30, 1:45, something like that this afternoon. Really exciting stuff already this morning here at Larkhall, Jake. Great racing from these youngsters.
Yep, all you need is the race circuit at the West of Scotland Kart Club and a little bit of precipitation, and you've got yourself an absolute grandstand show. Great run from Ashcroft in front of Cole Denham. Charlie Wolfett denying Dan Holland Racing the clean sweep of the top 3 positions with a great run on his Synergy. And then Blair Smith, right in the mix there actually, Blair Smith. He's still got an outside shot for me going into the final later. If the Strawberry team can get that Tony Kart working to scratch in the final, then Blair Smith has every chance of snatching a bit of an upset. Noah Barham in 5th position, Majewski in a comfortable 6th, but Luca Holmes-Balak, well, after the misery of yesterday, that should put the smile back on his face, climbing all the way from 22nd on the grid to 7th. That's a masterful drive and definitely worthy of a superstar effort. And it's great to see people watching along on the stream and throwing their comments into the mix as well. Great stuff from everybody. So, your race winner in the Superheat is Jacob Ashcroft in front of Cole Denham and Charlie Wolfett, Blair Smith and Noah Barham. From Oliver Majewski, Luca Holmes-Balak, Thomas Hill, Charlie King and Charlie Very. The leading novice was Louis Radcliffe, and there's more great racing to come as the Micromax Superheat is up next.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
What a fabulous night that was at the end of 2022 under the Concorde. Hopefully the stars from this year will get just as good a night. Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer on the front row of the Micromax Superheat. Theo Bradshaw and Kian Bernard from Austin Oman and Otis Cleary. Emerson McAndrew and Jensen Chalk from Drew Davidson and Alex Goodson. Josh Cormack and Riley Morrow from Sebastian Lush and Harry Taylor. Diane Singh Pahal will share the 8th row of the grid with Samuel Ladie. Dax Farah and Soren Gallagher from James Sims, Harry Radcliffe and Lewis Kakoldi. 21 competitors in the Micromax Superheat battling away on this very greasy circuit. And I have to say, yet again, Larkhall is turning out some surprises. It's not quite the way it played out on Saturday here so far. And as the drivers are getting themselves geared up, ready for another showcase of a race, as we gear up for the Micromax Superheat, the karts are now in position. Edward Haynes won all 3 races yesterday. But in the first 3 superheats of the day, the man who won the races yesterday has not been able to repeat that on Sunday. So Oliver Spencer, Theo Bradshaw and Kian Bernard are going to want to take full advantage from the get-go. We're racing out up to the first corner. A good start already from Theo Bradshaw, trying to overhaul Oliver into the first corner and has not managed to do so. Oliver Spencer still second behind Ed Haynes as the drivers squirt their way through the first couple of apexes into the left-hander at the toe of the boot, and Edward Haynes still holds the lead. A little bit of nudging as Kian Bernard is going to get the inside line to go side by side with the 44 of Theo Bradshaw, and Kian Bernard has got through in a second, but they need to be careful battling this aggressively on the first lap, because if they spend too much time trying to get into second place, Edward Haynes in the lead will already be long gone.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here, Jake. We can see this. Look, we have our leader out in front and behind him. They're still dueling for places as we got the number 42 kart there of Oliver Spencer putting himself in second place nicely. This one is teeing up well.
Jensen Chalk in the O-plate now in the top 6, trying to work his magic as they work through the banking section of the course. And fair play to the Micromaxers. Everybody has kept it on the black stuff in the first lap. Kian Bernard trying to go right round the outside of Ollie Spencer to get into second position. Not going to happen. Now he's going to slingshot into turn 1. Nice move from Kian Bernard. That's where he wanted to make the overtake all along. He set him up through the final turn and then managed to get back into second position. But now they need to stop this combat and work together to steadily chip away at Edward Haynes' advantage up front. That's where this race is going to be won and lost. Settle your differences, run in second and third in formation, and try and make the charge forward onto the race leader, Edward Haynes. 4th position is looking fairly tasty as a battle as well. Emerson McAndrew under threat from Theo Bradshaw. And it looks as though Bradshaw is going to have more than just him to deal with. Here comes Jensen Chalk up the inside of McAndrew. Running wide, Bradshaw, and Jensen Chalk loses the place as soon as he's gained it. So now he's going to try and come back again into 5th position, into the hairpin. Again, he dives up the inside, and again, McAndrew is able to get the slingshot to get him back again. This is great responses, great moves from Jensen Chalk, but great defense from Emerson McAndrew.
Yeah, really good driving from Emerson McAndrew there. Of course, he started 7th on the grid in that final back at Wilton Mill and ultimately got himself up to 3rd. That was a fantastic final that we saw just 4 weeks ago, so we know Emerson's quick. Jensen Chalk obviously also got himself 2nd there in that one, or actually dropped down to 5th, didn't he, in the end? But the winner of our round 1, Colby Patterson, not here this weekend, Jake. No less exciting for everyone that's left, though.
Certainly makes the title battle a little more wide open. I tell you what, who's on a fast kart? It's Kian Bernard. Not only has he just done a 1:05.0 for the fastest lap of the race, but he's all over the back of Edward Haynes, and I think he's going to upset the apple cart yet again here at Larkhall. All of the Saturday dominators are not finding the easy going on Sunday morning, and certainly the drivers that eclipsed their heats yesterday are really struggling to convert that into a race win in the superheats. None of the drivers that took the wins yesterday in the first 3 superheats have managed to repeat it come the race itself. So very exciting stuff. 4th position, Bradshaw. Then we've got Chalk, McAndrew. And in 7th place, I think that is Riley Morrow still hanging on in front of Austin Oman just for the moment. And then we have Harry Taylor ahead of Josh Cormack and Otis Cleary. So Otis Cleary has managed to get himself into 10th position ahead of Cormack and Goodson. But look at Kian Bernard. He's in the lead.
He's in the lead.
Kian Bernard's got him.
He's got himself up there. Just knocking in a fastest lap as well at a 63.4 as it comes up on the screen. You did say he's in a fast kart, and he certainly is. He's put it out in front.
yet again on Saturday. The winners are not able to repeat it on Sunday. And there comes Jensen Chalk up the inside of Theo Bradshaw now to get into 4th position. Jensen Chalk is on an absolute whirlwind, charging his way through the field. Gets a little bit of a love tap from Bradshaw, but he's not going to crack under that kind of pressure. But Jensen Chalk, after a tricky day at the office yesterday, now in 4th position. He is fairly rocketing through this field like the micro missile in Mario Kart. He's absolutely storming his way through.
He absolutely is, and with a little bit of clear road ahead of him, though, that's going to give him confidence to really get his toe down and start to make a move. As we see our leaders here, the 33 and 43 then of Bernard and Haynes, now just 1/10 of a second, the gap between the two of these, with 5 minutes 40 on the clock. Dipping down to that boot section where they've got to keep it sweet and keep it nice, because otherwise you're going to end up off on the grass in these tricky wet conditions. As another move goes in.
Haynes has got the lead back again from Cian Bernard. He wants to continue his form from Saturday, and I think he caught Bernard just a little bit off guard down into the left-hander. Haynes had the move. It's a big risk to take the overtake into that corner as well, so Haynes clearly deciding, you know, I've got enough grip, I've got enough pace in this engine, I can make it work. But Cian Bernard is going to come straight back at him. So it's a bold move from Haynes. Haynes drifts a little bit wide. Oh, Cian Bernard thought he could get back alongside and get level again to try and snatch it back.
Yeah, he absolutely did. There's no way that he's letting him go, as he looks to just kind of keep him in check, keep him honest with man with the target on his back then right now as they make their way through that bank section there, both opting to take the high line. Nobody trying to do anything up the inside there as we look back on the field now. Still plenty of overtakes going on. What we got going on here?
Lovely
1-3-3.
This is 1-3-3 McAndrew versus Bradshaw, and they're absolutely on the lock stops. Terrific stuff through the final corner. They almost cannoned into each other there. But it's 2x2 hurrah. It's absolutely Noah's Ark here in Larkhall, because we've got a battle for first, a battle for third, and a battle for fifth.
Yeah, and we're looking here at Jensen Chalk making a move now on 42. Oliver Spencer, he's got him in his sights. He's worked his way up through the field. He's got that O-plate on his kart for a reason. He knows what he's doing. As we have a look at this one, really exciting.
Yeah, for those who are not aware, the O-plate means you are the British Open champion of your class. Diving up the inside, there is the move for third position. Beautifully timed for Jensen Chalk. And look, he moves across to the left. I am not letting him get that switcheroo. Haynes is having to battle with Cian Bernard. Bernard comes back through and takes the lead back once more.
Really exciting stuff. We got a battle.
A spin.
Oh, we got a spinner.
That's Austin Oman. And off the road goes in Haynes.
Oh.
Haynes goes off the road, battling away there with Cian Bernard. Somehow he gets back on right behind him.
Neat. That is incredible racing from those two youngsters there. I was about to say we've got a battle for 1 and 2 and a battle for 3 and 4. Our 1 and 2 drivers get involved in a little bit of tussle, off the road but back on, and it's all game on for both of them still.
And that rain is still coming down. That's why it's tricky. It's getting to be a bit of a difficult circuit out there. It's still not heavy rain, but it's enough psychological rain, as these drivers call it, to just get into their blind spots when they're trying to adapt to the conditions around them. So Cian Bernard has managed to get back past Edward Haynes again. And now Oliver Spencer versus Jensen Chalk is still very tight indeed. At the hairpin, you can see the spots of rain on the camera lens, so it's only certain parts of the circuit, really, that seem to be affected. And there goes another move from Jensen Chalk to try and get through there on Spencer, and this time he's nailed it. This time he's into third position.
Yeah, Jensen Chalk up to third, but as we've got more drivers off on the grass here, the 45.
That's Cleary and
the
Ledee. So Cleary and Ledee have tangled together there. Unfortunately, that drops them out of the top 10 for good.
Yeah, and now with mud on those tyres there, it's not going to be good for them as they try and recover from that and get themselves back into the race. Jensen Chalk, their confirmation on the screen, that move up to third then now, 3.5 seconds there or thereabouts off the leader. Bernard, as we see Bernard and Haynes then now still battling it out, the 33 of Bernard, the 43 of Haynes. Look at Haynes up on his bumper though, as Bernard puts in another fastest lap, proving that he is in a quick car.
I'll tell you who is worth a watch in the closing stages. Riley Morrow has worked his way forward to 5th position, just keeping an eye on everybody around him and staying out of harm's way after the spin from Austin Oman. He was one of the drivers that took advantage of that to move his way further forward. So Riley Morrow now up into 5th position. The former Bambino superstar has worked his way up into 5th position. Bradshaw 6th, then McAndrew, Taylor, Oman and Cormac. Sebastian Lush going well in 11th position in front of Goodson, Davidson, and the young lady driver Diane Singh Pahal going very well there in 14th in front of Sodden Gallagher. So they are still dueling away side by side between teammates. This could end up messy. Got to be careful. You've got to know who's going to follow the leader there. McAndrew and Taylor getting very close together as the rain intensifies just a little bit at the final turn.
Yeah, it looks to be getting a little bit damper out there on the track at the moment as we watch Jensen Chalk on the O-plate on his kart there. Picture just flicking back. Here we are. And that battle then between Chalk and just behind him, Oliver Spencer. A lot to play out on that one, but Chalk's been doing everything he can to keep himself in third and keep in sight of our leaders, Haynes and Bernard, a little bit further down the road.
If you're Edward Haynes, you've just got to stay as close to Kian Bernard as possible in these last 2 laps, because with the rain coming down, the race can definitely come back to him. He's got the opportunity to make it work, as Bradshaw has got back through on Riley Morrow. Then McAndrew, Taylor and Oman are absolutely nose to tail as they work their way around the circuit. Good work from Haynes. He's caught back up to Kian Bernard. He can challenge him again in the closing stages. Chalk and Spencer are still at each other's throats as they run together. Now, final turn, and crossing the line this time by will give us just 2 more racing laps, because you have the time ticking down to 0 and then the additional lap after that. And with 26 seconds to go as they cross the line, there is going to be enough time for this lap and 1 more. So if you're Ed Haynes, try and stay as close to Kian Bernard as possible. But Bernard knows that he's only got a little bit of time to play with, and he has put the hammer down.
Yeah, he really has. This has been a fantastic race from these Micromax youngsters, treating us to the very best in junior karting. As the clock runs out, Jake quite rightly says there, here we go there, mate, just in the closing stages. 1 to go after this one when they cross the line. These 2 drivers then out in front, some nearly 5 seconds back to Jensen Chalk in third. I don't think Chalk is going to make it up to trouble these 2, as we see Bernard stretch out his lead from Haynes a little bit with 1 lap to go. It might stay like this, but hang on, Chalk has got a battle on his hands here on the infield.
Ollie Spencer trying to dive in up the inside and take it away, and they bang wheels once, twice, 3 times, and Ollie Spencer does get through on Jensen Chalk. Goodness me, there were more boxing gloves needed there than racing gloves. As through comes Ollie Spencer. Chalk is going to get back up the inside of him in the final turn as the leaders have entered the final lap, and Chalk is not going to be happy with the way that worked out.
Yeah, he's not, and he's going to want that place back just as fast as he can get it. You watch this then as we move round through the double left-handers, heading down to that boot section. What can Chalk do here? He's going to be brave if he can do it down at the bottom of the racetrack here, but he might put it up the inside and then try and make a move. But it's a long drag strip race now up to that top end corner. Chalk's got an eye on him. The gap is opening. Just keep it clean, Mr. Chalk. Just stay in his slipstream. Let's see what can happen as we rejoin our leaders then on the live stream pictures. The 33 of Bernard with the 43 of Haynes just behind him. That gap too big. I'm not seeing Haynes making that one up, Jake.
Yeah, very nice work from Kian Bernard in the final couple of laps as he really extends that advantage over Haynes. Jensen Chalk's off the road! Jensen Chalk's off the road in the battle with Ollie Spencer, and Jensen Chalk's third position disappears. Several other drivers trying to take avoiding action in the slipstreams, but the checkered flag is out as Kian Bernard picks up the win in the superheat. Fabulous work from Kian Bernard to extend from Haynes, but who is going to be third? It is going to be Riley Morrow. How about that?
Your man who you flagged a few laps ago, Jake, so keep your eyes on Riley Morrow.
And there he is in third.
Found himself in third. Your heart goes out to Jensen Chalk, though. I mean, full credit to him as a driver. He was doing what drivers do, and that's try and make up places and fight, and he dropped to fourth, and he was trying to get himself back to third. And sadly, it's not worked out for him. Your heart, you feel for him. You really do.
Yeah, you do. And Ollie Spencer dropping to 5th position behind Morrow and Bradshaw on the final lap as well. So clearly, both drivers ended up coming off the road at some point there. We know that Jensen Chalk ended up on the grass. We didn't really see what happened to Oliver Spencer. But for Kian Bernard, this is a big moment. And yet again, all 4 drivers that started from the pole in the superheats this morning, having won all 3 races yesterday, have been unable to convert their pole position into a superheat win.
Well, exciting stats, and it is what kart racing is all about, and we're going to see how it plays out as the afternoon goes on. We're set for a super final this afternoon with these youngsters in that Micromax. Really exciting stuff this afternoon, I think, Jake.
Absolutely. Ed Haynes comes into the pits in 2nd place, yet another dominant force from Saturday, unable to convert a superheat victory out of it on Sunday morning, but still plenty of time to win the final. Kian Bernard and Edward Haynes. Riley Morrow stays hungry in 3rd and clinches the top 3. Theo Bradshaw ahead of Oliver Spencer, who lost ground. Austin Oman and Harry Taylor from Josh Cormack and Emerson McAndrew, with Sebastian Lush in 10th position. Alex Goodson ahead of Drew Davidson and Diane Singh Pahal. Then Lewis Kakoldi in front of Samuel Ludii. And then we have Otis Cleary coming through in front of Soren Gallagher and Dax Farah. James Sims, Harry Radcliffe, and the man who did get back on the kart and finish the race, Jensen Chalk, down at the back of the grid, having battled all the way for third position. You've got to feel for Jensen Chalk. A cruel fate twists his third position away from him, and that's very unfortunate for Jensen Chalk. But there's still a time for him to come back and go for it again in the final as we prepare for the super battle ahead from Superheat A in Senior Rotax.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
Senior Rotax fans will be delighted. It's time for the Super Brigade for Superheat A. Kai Hunter and Tristan Rennie on the front row from Philip Rawson and Jack Lilly. Scott Mackerel and Lorenzo Cordell from Angus Scrivener and John Knox. Charlie Pritchard and Matthew Lambert. Andrew Hughes and Zaki Hussain. Oliver Duffel and Gary Bird. Nathan Guzzi, Stephen Duncan, Kieran Leonard, Romarian Ubi and Ethan Critchley. 19 drivers in this race. There will be a similar amount for the second Superheat, and it'll whittle us down to just the 34 drivers that will take the final. There's going to be a handful of drivers that are going to come away from these races disappointed, but this is just game on for the drivers up front, and particularly for those coming up to challenge Kai Hunter. Game on.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really good. I've been looking forward to the whole weekend, Jake, but I've been looking forward to Senior Rotax perhaps the most, because we had such a fantastic super final last time out at Wilton Mill. Obviously, Kai Hunter went home disappointed. We had a great story from the boys from KR Sport, though, of Sean Butcher and Stephen Letts. So many stories came out of that opening round. There's a lot of drivers here with a lot to say and a lot to do coming into this one. And, of course, this is the first of two heats, Superheat A and Superheat B, fighting it out for just the 34 spots on the grid this afternoon.
But how about the man who's going to line up alongside Kai Hunter on the front row of the grid for this? Tristan Rennie, the man who knows this place like the back of his hand. And as the rain starts to intensify again, Tristan Rennie is going to be a very hard man to beat around this place. This is practically his back garden.
This is going to be so exciting as we see these drivers trying to get some warmth into those tyres if they possibly can on what is a very damp and greasy track. Look at the spots of rain on our camera shot here on the live feed. You can see just how wet it is as they slowly make their way around the corner. We want to see these Senior Rotax drivers get this start formation right and show the youngsters how to do it. Two clean tram lines then, looks good. Somebody just switches across, but are we okay? We are
indeed, and Kai Hunter hits the front. Tristan Rennie down to third for the moment, but that is perfectly reasonable off the start. It's Philip Rawson that comes up to second position from his inside line starting position. Tristan Rennie only losing one place. Plenty of time for him to gain it back, but in Senior Rotax, this is where you're really going to get to see the skill set come forward. Lorenzo Cordell trying to work his way forward. Up in a fourth position for him, the number 2 seed, as he tries to work his way round the course. Tristan Rennie just hopping over the curbs, trying to close up on Hunter and Rawson. And And you can see that the rain has really started to intensify now here at Larkhall. It only seems to be hitting certain patches of the circuit though. And there's problems as there's a little bit of conflagration down into the left hairpin in the slow section. So a couple of drivers tripping over each other. There'll be no injuries, but there'll certainly be a little bit of dented pride as the drivers work their way through to the far side of the course, and then we'll come out of the final turn and onto the home stretch. A very short stretch, but it's certainly the end of the lap. And out in front, it's Hunter from Rawson, Rennie, Caudle, Lilly, Mackerel, John Knox, Matthew Lambert, Charlie Pritchard and Andrew Hughes.
We're often racing them with some of our oldest and most experienced drivers, and we're looking at one of them there, Kai Hunter. That man needs no introduction, keeping it clean and sweet through that bottom section that we know can be tricky. You can't put the hammer down too much through there this weekend. Already gaps starting to show. Getting a little bit of air between himself and the man in his second, which is Rawson, and Tristan Rennie just behind him in third.
So Caudle there in fourth position trying to stay with it, and then we've got Jack Lilly and Scott Mackerel just trying to work their way slightly further forward. But this is all going to be about rhythm and pace, and Tristan Rennie will be feeling his way around the circuit. Okay, we know where the oily, damp sections of the circuit are going to be quite treacherous. We know where we can gain a little bit of time on Rawson up front. It's all going to be about how long it takes him to really start the attack on Rawson. And if he gets held up by him, then Kai Hunter has got license to run away and hide. So you've got to be tactical. You can see there on your pictures against the backdrop, the rain coming down as we watch Lorenzo Caudle trying to stretch away from Lilly, Knox and Lambert.
Yeah, and already we're seeing Kai Hunter put a second between himself and Rawson in second, and knocking a fastest lap in as well on the 58 seconds. Certainly our fastest lap of the morning so far. 58 and change. That might improve as the race goes on as well.
Who was that gesticulating with frustration there? I think that might have been Lambert having a bit of an issue there as he came up towards. I think Lambert maybe fuming at not being able to run as closely with the karts in front. As now at the inside, Jack Lilly going wheel to wheel with Knox. Knox holding on as they come off the turn and on the throttle. Lilly tries again at the inside of the hairpin and they nearly bang wheels, but this time round the outside is the way to go, and Knox is able to hold on to his position in front of Lilly as he slowly starts to drop into the clutches of Lambert and Mackerel.
Yeah, he does, and look at that, the number 70 kart there of Knox looking up ahead on the road. We've got Lorenzo Caudle. He's got him in his sight straight away within just a few corners. It will only be another couple of corners, and I'm sure that Knox is going to be up on Caudle as further down the road. It is still, as Kai Hunter puts in another fastest lap. There we go, now going 57.6 on that one. Super exciting stuff in our super heat for senior Rotax here this morning at Larkhall. Just getting a nice picture here on the battle of the 29 kart of Rawson. Tristan Rennie all over the back of him then. Look at this, Rennie up the inside, trying to take that second place. Can't do it there. I'll sit tight and wait for another go.
So through they come again. Kai Hunter in front of Rawson and Rennie. Caudle, Knox, Lilly, Lambert, Pritchard, Hughes and Duffel. So still they come through again. Mackerel, Duncan, Scrivener and Zaki Hussein. Still a really intriguing tussle, but you can see just how tricky it's starting to get now. There are actually some rooster tails coming up off the tyres now, and you can see there, look at the rain, it is properly billowing down. Now we're getting proper Scottish karting weather as Rennie is all over the back of Rawson.
Yeah, he is, and the benefactor of all of this, what's going on in the battle for second, is our man Kai Hunter, who's gone again. 3 laps, 3 fastest laps every time he's gone through. He's got clear road ahead of him and nobody troubling him from behind, so he can just focus on what he's got to do, and that's link it up lap to lap. So the battle now then very much for second between Rawson and Rennie. 29 and 5, the 2 karts respectively. Look at this as Tristan Rennie just does a little drift there for us.
So here comes the opportunity for Rennie. Waiting for his moment. Rawson knows how to defend very well, but Rennie knows the circuit even better. And as he drifts out wide, surely Rennie's got a better run off the turn. Up to the final hairpin, you can see drivers really starting to struggle now as the track gets wetter rather than drier through the course of this superheat. Tiptoe your way through the curbs and back onto the home straight again.
This is such an intriguing battle. The word you've used there, Jake, is spot on. Tiptoeing your way through the corners. They're tiptoeing their way through the corners at probably in excess of 50 miles an hour as we see a little drift again.
Yeah, Rennie tried to go for the move on Rawson, and Rawson was moving to protect. No chance to get through as a result. Rennie having to back out of the throttle before there was contact between the two of them. So Rawson absolutely resolute to keep Rennie behind, but Rennie trying to come right round the outside and then make the switcheroo back to the inside. Well held by Rawson. He read the situation perfectly. perfectly.
Yeah, he really did. And if I was in either of those carts right now holding onto the wheel that I would want to be holding would be the cart of Tristan Rennie. I'd much rather be the man doing the chasing than the one being chased. The pressure on Rawson right now must be palpable in his cart there. This is really, really exciting stuff in what is just the super heat, folks, not the super final.
But it's just what Kai Hunter wanted up front, because Rennie being held up here by Rawson. He can't find a way through, and with 4 minutes and change on the clock, we've had a retirement there. Now, who is that in the background going off the road? It's one of the Lando Norris chassis, I think, that has retired from the race. Couldn't quite make out who it was. There it is. It's the 92, in fact. It's the Jack Dex racing machine of Kieran Leonard. So Leonard is going no further in this one, very sadly. So it's game over for the JDR driver, but here comes Rennie again, having another look at Rawson. Rawson placing his cart in exactly the right place to thwart Tristan Rennie.
Full credit to Rawson for holding off Rennie for these last few laps. He's doing a great job. He's keeping his head on what... Oh, hang on, though.
Oh!
Adrift wide, and it's happened.
That was the moment for Tristan Rennie. Now, interestingly, I think Rawson was trying to adjust his braking zone because he saw the yellow flag for Kieran Leonard, but he drifted wide. Rennie saw the gap. The question is, was that a yellow flag zone finished and done with? Or was that still a yellow flag zone? That could be interesting to look at later.
Yeah, not sure on that one, but well done to both of them. Kept their carts on the road. The benefactor then, Rennie, as he starts to open up a little bit of a gap now on Rawson. Just that moment of kind of, indecision and hesitation. And also, I mean, take a look at the weather here, folks. Myself and Jake obviously sitting in the comms box watching this one. But for everyone outside, it has really started to hammer down now. So changing conditions, difficult driving conditions for these youngsters. Rooster tails off the tyres. Here we go, Jake.
This is exactly what we were expecting over the course of the day, and now it's properly come home to roost. Here is Lilly now at the head of this pack with Cordell, Lambert, Pritchard, Hughes and Duncan giving chase behind. Cordell runs wide. That's enough opportunity for Lambert, and drifting off the curb goes the Renzo Cordell. That is exactly what he didn't want. And now diving through, here comes Pritchard trying to make his bid on the inside line, with Hughes getting in there as well to make the overtaking move. It doesn't work. He ends up getting spat out of it. But as the circuit gets wetter and wetter, it's now going to favour the brave. And diving up the inside, lovely bid there from Duncan as a beautiful overtake from the 24. Stephen Duncan charging through from 16th on the grid, now finds himself in 8th.
This is really exciting. That midfield battle there behind Rawson and Knox is all going on. Lots of places are going to change before the finish of this one, with 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Just looking there then at the number 2 of Lorenzo Cordell. He just ran out of road, didn't he, on that corner? Had nowhere to go. Had to back off the throttle a little bit to keep it clean. Found himself on the grass, and he dropped back to where he is right now.
And that's cost him at least 3 seconds, possibly even more than that. But Kai Hunter out in front, 4 seconds clear of everybody else. Tristan Rennie has now dropped Rawson to the tune of 1.5 seconds. But this, again, is exactly what Tristan Rennie wants, because now he's got clear track in front of him. He knows the circuit very well. Kai Hunter does, of course, as well, having raced here many times himself, but he will certainly not have done as many laps as Tristan Rennie has. But he does have great speed in that DHR Lando Norris chassis car out in front. Look at that, the power slide as Tristan Rennie just flexes the muscles of his cart down into the braking zones.
That is so nice to see. What light touch on the throttle and the steering wheel. We've seen a few of those from Tristan Rennie in this race, just putting the drift on a little bit just to control the car and just perhaps take off a little bit of speed without dabbing the brakes too much. Really great driving, lovely to see.
And that will trigger clearly no end of memes with Tokyo Drift music, because we see this time and time again when a driver pulls off a decent slide. You're going to get several of those over the course of the week if this is picked up. Rawson, Knox, Lilly and Lambert all trying to chase after Hunter and Rennie up front, but to no avail. And even Tristan Rennie, look, he can't quite stretch away from Rawson to the tune he would like, and certainly is not gaining the ground on Kai Hunter that he would have wanted to go for the win either.
No, and as we look at that battle there, we got Knox on Rawson there, the number 70 chasing down the 29. Knox has got designs on getting himself up to 3rd. I was going to say with only, a lap or 2 to go in this, surely they're just going to keep it clean and keep the carts on the track. But Knox has got other ideas as he's all over the back of the number 29 of Rawson. And look, it shows, puts in the fastest lap, 57.6 from John Knox. Lovely driving, sir.
So John Knox is definitely eating up the road. They have to really hug the curbs on the wet conditions, because you've got to use the curb in order to get the cart to turn in and running wide on the exit there. So on certain corners, you actually use the curb to get you round the bend. On others, you have to slingshot the kart out wide where there is not so much rubber on the road to actually slingshot the kart round. So Kai Hunter is about to go into the last lap. It's properly looking biblical out there now. Down to the inside, Knox has a look. Rawson can't hold on.
This is really exciting with 1 lap to go. This is the battle that we're watching then. It's John Knox on Rawson for third. He has got him in his sights. He's going to try and get it done as we see another lovely power slide further down the road from Rennie. Kai Hunter's not even in our pictures because he's got a nearly 5-second gap out in front, so that race should be done. But look at Knox all over the back of Rawson here then. Really exciting racing.
Knox is hoping for one final mistake from Phil Rawson before the end of this race. Rawson absolutely married to the white line on the inside line as he charges through. Back end kicks out a little. John Knox has got it on the purchase of the throttle, but now Rawson's got to tiptoe his way through. Knox needs a little bit more counter throttle. Nicely done, but he just can't overhaul Rawson. Rawson placing the kart exactly where it needs to be. Knox is going to try every trick in the book, but Rawson has this for my money. Kai Hunter is going to hit the checkered flag. No problem at all as he crosses the line to get the race won. Excellent stuff for him. Rennie in second place. Rawson defends valiantly to the inside line. Knox trying to beat Rawson to the line. Not enough time.
Really exciting racing from our opening super heats here for those senior Rotax drivers. Yeah, and we didn't get a picture of Kai Hunter crossing the line because he was so far down the road. But look at the conditions here, Jake, outside. As we look at the dummy grid, the rain is hammering down. Brave man there in his shirt sleeves with no brolly up on the right of that picture. What are you doing, sir? Hasn't even got a hat on. Look at him.
Do you know what? I think that's Scottish weather.
Oh.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that was Mr. Clark Senior there, possibly. Yeah. He's a bit of a gruff, tough individual. He knows how to deal with the rain. What's this? The spots of rain? Come on, we're in Great Britain. We're used to this. But this is fabulous stuff from Kai Hunter. Barely even seen him all race long because he was able to just disappear out in front. And that's the first driver all weekend to convert qualifying heat performances into a super heat victory. So it's all looking pretty tasty for Kai Hunter. The way things currently look, he is going to bounce back after the misery of Wilton Mill and get his title aspirations back on track.
Yeah, you really felt for him in that Wilton Mill super final. A little bit unlucky with the way that one played out for him. A great driver, but just on the wrong end of some contact in that one. And of course, our next super heat then is going to be the Senior Rotax Super Heat B, and we've got some big names in that one, Jake. The KR Sport boys haven't come out yet. They're coming out next.
So Kai Hunter seals Senior Rotax Super Heat A from Tristan Rennie and Philip Rawson. Then it is John Knox and Jack Lilly. Charlie Pritchard ahead of Stephen Duncan and Andrew Hughes. Matthew Lambert and Oliver Duffel rounding out the top 10. Unfortunate for Lorenzo Cordell, but he fought back to 11th ahead of Angus Scrivener and Scott Mackerel. Then Zaki Hussain and Nathan Guzzi from Romarian Ubi, Gary Bird and Ethan Critchley. Just the one retirement from the race in the end. That was the Jetdex racing machine of Kieran Leonard. Great racing from Senior Rotax A. Senior Rotax B will not only want to outclass them, they'll want to outrace them too. Superheat B for Senior Road Tags, and it's the man who won at Wilton Mill on pole. Sean Butcher alongside James Lowther, then Lucas Ellingham and Stephen Napier, Pearson Buller-Carter and Stephen Letts from George Hunter and Aaron McKay, and then Thomas Wood and Leo Purchase from Oakley Pryor and Benny Chilton. Jack Bate, Gavin DeWart, Jay Pearson, James Tester, the birthday boy from yesterday, Alex Moody, and Isaac Lord filling out the grid. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone can topple Sean Butcher from his perch at the top of the tree. He said they did a good job yesterday, but there's problems already for Stephen Napier. Stephen Napier from 4th on the grid. That kart is going nowhere. Well, that is absolutely catastrophic fortunes for Stephen Napier, who is supposed to be starting this race from 4th position. The rain coming down big time, and he's going nowhere. What a miserable start to the day for Stephen Napier. Any chance he had of being competitive for the final has definitely gone up in steam.
We unfortunately get a look at that one, Jake. Can't wonder what would have happened. We've obviously had the kart running before the formation lap. Got it all tuned nicely, I'm sure.
Well, very disappointing indeed. These things can happen, unfortunately. But as you can see, the rain showers really properly pelting down here at Larkhall. It's not quite 1998 Hamilton weather yet, but we're definitely getting towards it at the moment.
Yeah, we are, but I have to say it's exactly what the weatherman said when I left London on Friday morning, just before I popped on the train. I was watching the weather report, and this is what they said that was going to happen, and it has. Look at that picture there.
I love this kind of karting weather.
It's great. It is great.
Well, this is the kind of weather where if I were driving, I'd be competitive. I mean, I'd still be last, but at least I'd be competitive. Anyway.
It certainly levels off the playing field a little bit, doesn't it? You know,
certainly does.
We were really going to see those drivers that can handle the conditions well, and,
I'll tell you who my tip is for this one. Stephen Letts.
Yes.
Nothing counts like experience. And this man may have been out of the kart for 4 years, but in these conditions, this is where he'll definitely have a resurgence. And here we go next time. We're not going away this time by the look of it. So we're going to go round for another formation lap that's been called, as the 99 has problems off the start. So the lights did not go out. That's how you know that the race is going to go round one more time with feeling. And obviously in these conditions, there's the signal from the marshal as well.
Again.
Round again. So there's no start this time. But look at the spray now.
Wow, this is going to be an interesting race to call, Jake, because some of these pictures that we're watching on the live stream, look at that, wow. Yeah, I mean, some of these pictures on the live stream, you're almost not going to be able to see the karts. And just imagine if you're sitting there 2 feet off the ground, your bum's, 3 inches off the floor. That spray's going to be in your eyes. It's going to be all over you. It's going to be difficult to keep it clean. The road ahead of you, if you can get some clear vision ahead of you, that is going to be so key. Being in the midfield in this one is going to be tricky.
Yeah, when you're in 5th, 6th or 7th position, chasing after another car is a bit like having the shower head permanently on and spraying you in the face. You can't see anything in front of you. So it's all going to be about the start, this one, as the number 74 runs alongside Sean Butcher back into position as they come off the final turn. And what can the Australian do from the front end of the field? Let's find out as the lights go out this time. It's a much better start from the even side of the grid than the odd for once, as James Lowther hits the front. That's exactly what he wanted off the start as the field cannons its way through the first couple of corners. Is everybody going to make it through? Just about. Butcher in 2nd place, tiptoes his way through in front of Lucas Ellingham in 3rd. Pearson Buller-Carter in P4, having a little bit of a nerf there from Aaron McKay. Aaron McKay trying to work his way forward. He knows the circuit very well indeed, of course. So this is all going to be about the technical run through the first couple of corners of this lap, as Sean Butcher hangs it out in 2nd, does not want to let James Lowther get too far in front. Lowther, the back end, nearly pirouetting, and there goes Butcher. No hesitation, no waiting around, takes the lead.
Yeah, he does, and I tell you what, Jake, that's going to be key, because if you can get to... Oh, it's not done yet, though. Take a look at that. We got the 99 of Ellingham just making himself up.
Oh, and who's that spat out of the queue? That is Thomas Wood. Thomas Wood is spat out and goes down to the back.
Well, already in the opening stage of this one, the excitement has kicked off. But what I was about to say was, if you're in Sean Butcher's position, you want to get as much of the racing done early, as we saw in that last one with Kai Hunter. If you can find yourself on some clean track early, that is going to be of benefit to you. Because as we're seeing here, this battle then playing out in 2nd between Lowther and Ellingham. It's already starting. This is what we're looking at now. And, of course, this is to the benefit of Butcher, who's now making himself a little bit of a gap as he moves down the road. Really exciting stuff as we kick this one off in our 2nd Senior Rotax Superheat.
See you later, alligators. Sean Butcher absolutely trying to drop the field, run away and hide here as Lowther has got pressure from Ellingham. Ellingham dives in. and gets second position. That'll do Butcher the power of good, but it'll do Ellingham lots of confidence as well. Now they're going to try and get back at him. Dives back in on the inside. Watch for Aaron Mackay. He's going to try and split them off the hairpin as he comes through into third position.
This is really good. It's move and counter move in these opening few turns. And I was about to say that if you get someone, look, as we've got another Carter up the inside.
Yep, that's
it's
Bullock
the
Carter.
75 of Bullock Carter making up a place. Well done, sir. Great driving from you. If you have somebody make a move up you on the inside and you find yourself drifting wide, Jake, you can't really counter it, can you? Because you've just got to be feathering that throttle, else you're just going to be off on the grass.
Stunning from Pearson Bullock Carter. Saw a gap, went for it, took the opportunity, slid through. That was beautiful driving from Pearson Bullock Carter into fourth position. Now his race can really start to kick on a pace and he can start to get after Aaron Mackay. But he's actually dropped back a few positions now. He seems to have lost ground to Ellingham, Letts and Pryor, who all seem to have picked up a position on him. I wonder if he's just made a mistake somewhere. As round the outside, Stephen Letts now attacking Ellingham. And Pearson Bullock Carter finds himself sat behind Oakley Pryor. So Pryor now trying to make his bid on the inside of Letts. Letts protects, Pryor goes for it, that'll do, but they're running wide, banging wheels, and Pryor has to hang back.
This is so exciting. We're seeing some of our oldest and most experienced drivers racing here this weekend. As another move goes up the inside, that's our man Stephen Letts. There he goes. He's taking names on this one, getting himself up front. He's had a taste of victory or a taste of the podium at the opening round. He wants to make sure he gives himself the best chance of that again this weekend.
Lowther slowing.
Another move done there.
Lowther slowing. Lowther dropping out of second position. So Mackay goes into second. And then Letts and Pryor are now dueling for third. But James Lowther is slowing. James Lowther in second position originally. Now Letts is trying to get into it past Mackay. He gets through. It's KR Sport 1-2 as James Lowther drops out.
That was fantastic driving that we just saw there from Stephen Letts, just drifting out the inside, really getting the measure of the throttle on these wet conditions and just feathering his car into a fantastic position. Great driving from him. But yeah, as you say there, Jake, we have the 74 of Lowther just dropping back.
What a shame for James Lowther. More mechanical problems ruin his race, and it could have been such an easy race for him. There he is, now tucking in front of the 38 of Benny Chilton. I don't know whether he's going to try and keep going or not, but certainly for Lowther, big problems, and that's really cost him big time. He will drop all the way to 11th position now in front of Benny Chilton and Thomas Wood, who is on the comeback charge. But these massive rooster tail sprays are really causing a headache for some and an opportunity knocking for others. Letts up to second, Pryor to third, and Ellingham and Bullock Carter still dealing with the likes of George Hunter and Aaron Mackay.
Yeah, and we see Mackay there just fending off the challenge of the 71 behind him there, Mr. Purchase. 7.9 seconds off our leader Sean Butch, who no longer features in our live stream pictures because he's starting to get a bit of daylight up the front of the pack there. 4 seconds back to his teammate Stephen Letts as Ollie Pryor, then 4.8 also off the lead. Great racing, really quality what we're seeing here from these Sino Rotax drivers.
So Butcher has now managed to extend his gap over Stephen Letts to 4.1 seconds by virtue of just staying out of trouble and disappearing and banging in those fast laps. Now he can control the pace of his race from here on in. You've got 5 minutes plus the additional lap. And even if Stephen Letts does catch him up, he knows he's got a little bit of space now between himself and Stephen Letts. He's got a similar bit of equipment. He's got almost identical car. The only difference will be how he set it up compared to Stephen Letts. So as long as he feels confident, he can still protect his line, he can protect the car. It looks like we've got a retirement, and it's Gavin DeWatt. So Gavin DeWatt has not come through. So Gavin DeWatt joins Stephen Napier on the sidelines. That's a big, bold lunge on the inside from Purchase, I think, trying to get through there on Aaron Mackay. We look back, and we see it's actually James Lowther.
I think it's
He's
Lowther,
back.
it's the 74. There he is. He's working his way back up through the field.
More problems for James Lowther. Oh dear. More mechanical issues for James Lowther, and that's his race well and truly over then. So Alex Moody battling away there with Jack Bate as James Lowther drops out of the race completely this time. I wonder if he just had something come off the engine there. I wonder if the feed pipe just came off.
That's what it looked like he was fiddling with, didn't it? And because he kind of dropped back, and then he was obviously pushing himself back up. And those closing pictures, definitely fiddling with the feed pipe. Something going on there, trying to, keep the car running. Very difficult to do in these conditions. So commiserations for him, but full credit to him for pushing on. As we see the 71 of Purchase there. So Leo Purchase just pushing up on Aaron Mackay. But Sean Butcher doing exactly what Kai Butcher did. I'm getting my mate.
We are having a worm fest here.
A worm fest.
Love
I'm saying
it.
Sean Butcher doing exactly what Kai Hunter did in
That's
our
the one.
last super heat.
That's the one.
Get yourself off and away down the road and try and stay out of trouble. It's key in these conditions.
Oh, check out the race battle between these two. Jack Bate and Alex Moody. Thomas Wood now having caught them up, but Alex Moody clearly a bit fed up with what happened on his birthday yesterday. He wants something better, but Thomas Wood surges through on the inside line. Alex Moody won't be happy, so Thomas Wood fighting back with spirit.
He muscled his way through there, didn't he? I love the way he was like elbows up on the steering wheel, like he was really wrestling that kart between the pair of them with the little power slide, the drift for us as we come through there. This is great to watch, really exciting. He's all over the back. The 55 then, that is of course Jack Bate.
Well, Lowther has decided to keep going, despite the fact he has now dropped to the back of the field. He's clearly got to learn for later, and there goes Wood and Moody on the inside of Jack Bate.
He really is muscling that kart through the pack, clipping the curbs as he does so, getting a bit of daylight under those tyres.
Well,
Great driving from him.
Well, that's the thing with Thomas Wood spinning off on the first lap. In the dry, that would be race over.
Yeah.
In the wet, you've just got to be faster than the drivers around you, and he's obviously got a very good feeling indeed on his chassis, so he can really start to put pressure on the drivers around him. He's got good pace, he's got good speed, and he's got the red mist, so he can really start to chip away at the drivers in front. He's got to make up another 3 seconds before he catches up to Purchase, but he has got time to do that.
Yeah, he has. This battle's really intriguing. We're watching here, of course, we're down in 9th, 10th and 11th position is the battle that we're watching, playing out. Fantastic stuff on the live stream. If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch right now, thanks to all of our fans who are doing that, of course. Myself and Jake calling the commentary for our live stream viewers, and thanks to everyone who stayed trackside as well with the umbrellas up, just watching the glimpses of the circuit they can see from where they're stood right now. Really tricky conditions for drivers, and I have to say the spectators as well, so thanks for staying with us.
So through they come. Sean Butcher still 4 seconds clear of Stephen Letts, his teammate, and then Oakley Pryor in 3rd position. Lucas Ellingham and Pearson Bullock-Carter in 5th position. So still they come through, and I have to say the star for me at the moment is probably Stephen Letts, still making an amazing recovery back to the world of racing, having sat out for a good 3 to 4 seasons essentially of racecraft. Hasn't really done a full campaign since before COVID-19, the pandemic, and it's great to see Stephen Letts back up to speed. And it's just proof, isn't it, that you can take the racing driver out of the sport, but you can't take the sport out of the racing driver. He's still got plenty of speed.
He certainly has, and in that KR Sport awning, his car is parked just across from his teammate Sean Butcher. So you mentioned earlier, I wonder what they're doing in terms of kart setup. I wonder how much information they've shared as teammates on that one. I'm sure plenty, but it'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's a very good collective effort at KR Sport. They have a really good environment in that particular awning. You've got the seniors sharing with the juniors share with the minis, and all the way through there's a really good amount of communication in that particular squad, and they very much have a Three Musketeers mentality, that squad as well. It's very much all for one, one for all. They love to work together so that they can get as many karts forward up the order as possible. Then they have an attitude in the last lap, okay, if you're 1 and 2 and you're racing for position, do what you like, it's up to you after that point. But as a team, they do like to try and charge their way through to the front of the field in a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
So there is Letts in front of Pryor and Ellingham. Again, great to see Oakley Pryor back on pace. He wasn't really there yesterday, but this will be all of those laps down at Clay Pigeon that have really helped Oakley Pryor in similar conditions to this, of course, many a time at Clay Pigeon. Oh, no, the mistake from Letts! Letts drops it in 2nd and drops to 4th position.
Oh, yeah, you know, as that just a second before that played out, Jake, I was about to say, well, Pryor's doing well because he's just a second off the back of Stephen Letts, and that's what happened. Look at that, just that second difference. Letts dropped a wheel onto the grass, and Pryor, the benefactor. Well done, sir. Great racing.
That was a tiny bit of rust just falling off of the shoulder blades of Stephen Letts there as he shook off a big mistake. That was the kind of thing that you would have expected from a rookie, or possibly from somebody who has had several years out. So Stephen Letts still trying to find his feet. But what a run from Sean Butcher.
Brilliant.
The Aussie sensation has just been masterclass in this one. Pryor, Ellingham and Letts have caught him up, but then Butcher's had that little bit of calm composure. He's had the gap to manage. He doesn't have to push. He just has to bring it home. He can just collectively bring his kart through. He'll be learning while he's at the wheel. He'll be getting the readouts. He'll be looking at the data on the steering wheel and just figuring out what he needs to do to bring this home. This is a really perfect mentality from Sean Butcher, and heading into the final later as well. this has got to be giving Kai Hunter some worries.
This is great, isn't it? Then just mentioning that super final later on this afternoon, surely it's all going to be about these two young men, Sean Butcher and Kai Hunter, as we see the race finish there then. Brilliant stuff. We are teed up for a belter this afternoon, Jake.
Butcher taking the win from Oakley Pryor and Lucas Ellingham and Stephen Letts. You've got to wait 11 seconds for Pearson Bullock Carter to come through in 5th position ahead of George Hunter and Aaron Mackay. Then Leo Purchase and Thomas Wood comes home in 9th position, having spun off on lap 1. That is an amazing comeback from Thomas Wood. Ahead of Alex Moody, then Jack Bate and Isaac Lord from Benny Chilton, James Tester, Jay Pearson, and then James Lowther is the last person home with all sorts of mechanical maladies with that car. Running as high as 2nd at one stage, over half a minute back. They'll hope to get whatever was wrong with James Lowther's car sorted in time for the final. If he has a relatively decent starting position, then Lowther is in position. But Sean Butcher and KR Sport look just as strong as they were at Wilton Mill, even though the conditions have completely changed.
Yeah, it is a complete change of conditions, Jake. Really, really difficult for these youngsters out there today. I say youngsters, these are grown men, aren't they? But I mean, really difficult for these drivers out there today. But what we're seeing is the drivers with the experience, the drivers with the quality, well, they can handle this kind of wet weather racing, can't they?
Well, Stephen Letts just there, cautiously in his helmet. Oops, nobody saw that. It's fine. I only lost 2 places. Never mind. Yeah. We'll get that sorted ready in time for the final a little bit later on. But certainly the battles joined in Senior Rotax Super Heat B. Sean Butcher taking the flag from Oakley Pryor and Lucas Ellingham. Stephen Letts in 4th ahead of Pearson Bullock Carter and George Hunter. Then Aaron Mackay and Leo Purchase from Thomas Wood and Alex Moody. Jack Bate and Isaac Lord from Benny Chilton, James Tester and Jay Pearson. The last man home was James Lowther after all sorts of mechanical maladies affecting the number 74. Hopefully he'll be back to his best in the final, and Gavin DeWart was unable to finish the race. There are 2 races to go in our Super Heat rotation. Junior Rotax A up first.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
Junior Rotax on the road here at Larkhall, and it's going to be Archie Clark in pole position after a solid day's work yesterday. Finn Leslie alongside him, Matthew Sayer and Jack Hobson, then Oliver Sander and Alex Cull. Deacon Russell and Will Antrobus from Stephen Barnes and Adam Wooden, then Finley Buck and Harrison Whitcomb from Charlie Neve and Craig Stephen, Timo Jungling and Jack Thompson from Jared Fox-Whiteley and Addison Smith, Oliver Smith and Morgan Hudson-Brown, then Rhys Bailey and Alfie Richards, Zach Turner and Ethan Head from Harry Gilbert, Emily Cooper, Ollie Hughes, Archie Lyons, Riven Welsh and Bella McConville. Definitely going to be a very interesting battle in Junior Rotax Super Heat A, as so many drivers are going to be whittled down the field. Logan Howes and Joel Dixon-Cohen on the 16th row of the grid, Kai Veach and Oliver Grundy rounding out the field. And it's definitely going to be a very tough battle. Obviously, we're going to have so many drivers across these 2 races, but they will be whittled down to just the remaining 34. And this is where we're going to get the proper Junior Rotax cull of the weekend, isn't it? Where we lose half the competition after these super heats.
Yeah, exactly. And this is great, isn't it? It's such a stacked field and such a stacked class. We've got all of these drivers just fighting out for those 34 positions in that super final coming up later this afternoon as we see them make their way out of the dummy grid. The rain hasn't stopped. It's as wet as ever. We've just seen the drivers slightly older than these youngsters. The senior Rotax boys go out. Now what can these junior Rotax drivers do? And, you know, this is going to be all about fighting for your place in the super final. So yes, you want to keep it on the track, but you want to be in that super final. So you've got to race. You've got to go for it now, boys.
So this is definitely going to be very tricky and treacherous for the competitors out there to try and make the progress. But Junior Rotax Super Heat A definitely showcasing some great performances. Last time out at Wilton Mill, we had a cracking race, and now we're going to get another one as well. Another 3, in fact, as the drivers are bearing up under the pressure of the wet conditions. And here at Larkhall, you've got overtaking moves that are available that would not be available in the dry. And let's not forget that in Junior Rotax, in the dry, you're talking tenths of a second covering the entire field. Never mind, you know, seconds covering the entire field. These are so evenly matched. But the rain really does showcase the vulnerability and the weakness of some of those tougher drivers out there.
Yeah, it really does. We're going to see how this one plays out. But you just mentioned, you know, last time out at Wilton Mill, that super final, we were treated. Freddie Ingram in the end took the win, didn't he? Another KR Sport driver, but so much going on behind him. It was really, really exciting stuff. We had Ollie Stevens in second, the man that finished third. Oh, Charles Cheesy Green. Cheesy Green had the grin on his face at the end, didn't he? He's here this weekend. I spoke to him yesterday, said he was struggling a bit, not really been up here, and didn't quite know how to set the car up. And so we'll see how his weekend sort of ends up come this afternoon.
Well, these are the kind of conditions that can sort of neutralise those disadvantages, because if you're good in the wet anywhere, you'll definitely be good in the wet here. It can really expose a little bit of vulnerability and weakness. The drivers now getting into their 2 tram lines. This is the busiest entry list of the weekend, the Junior Rotax. So many competitors looking to go to battle for this one. But Clark and Leslie, Sayer and Hobson, Sander and Cull, Russell and Antrobus, Barnes and Wooden, Buck and Whitacombe. Watch for him from 12th on the grid. Neve, Stephen, Youngling, Thompson, Fox Whiteley, Smith and Hudson Brown. And we are going racing straight away, I do believe. Up through the first couple of corners we go. And already a very exciting start as the drivers work their way through these opening couple of apexes. Everybody just trying to stay out of harm's way. Looks as though they're all pointing in the right direction for the moment. But down to 3rd position. Down to 4th position has got Finn Leslie behind Sayer and Hobson. So Archie Clark has held the lead nicely. In fact, Finn Leslie finds himself down in 5th position now behind the 39 of Oliver Sander. And they'll move for the 2nd place. That's Matthew Sayer diving his way through on the inside there. Gets the run on Matthew Sayer. So Jack Hobson has been able to get his way into 2nd position, in fact. So Hobson now 2nd. And there is a little bit of a skate between a few drivers, and off on the grass. That is Oliver Sander losing massive positions there, unfortunately. A big dive at the inside there from one of the Jack's Motorsport carts, trying to make up some places on the opening lap as well. So several drivers trying to skate their way up the order, but it looks as though in essence everybody's still pointing in the right direction. But Archie Clark has big pressure from Jack Hobson early on.
Yeah, Jack Hobson is the MVP of those opening stages in this one there, making his way up the grid, putting himself now in 2nd place behind Archie Clark, and it's a full second back to Mr. Sayer as we see them go side by side through the bottom section of the circuit here then, very wet. Just watching on the number 13 cart there of Cull. Alexander Cull just making his way up. Another side-by-side race. This is for the lead.
And Hobson is through. Lovely move from Jack Hobson. He read that coming out of the bottom hairpin and managed to get the run over for Archie Clark. So Jack Hobson hits the front for the Ultimate R squad, run by Ben Hinchley. Excellent from Archie Clark in 2nd position there as he continues his charge after them. And there's a little bit of banter off the road slightly. There goes the 60 of Charlie Neve. Manages to get it back, pointing in the right direction again as the drivers work their way through the hairpin. Couple of drivers just running a cropper on the exit of the banking. So difficult to get the car well planted on the throttle again, and another sideways run there as wheel to wheel. Very close indeed between Will Antrobus and Deacon Russell as they go wheel to wheel. Antrobus slotting in behind Timo Jungling and Harrison Whitcomb, starting to make headway and making up as many places as they can in the opening stages as well. Further back, we've got Bailey, Thompson, Wooden, Buck, Hudson Brown and Stephen, all squabbling away for position, led by Rhys Bailey, who again knows this circuit very well indeed. He had a lot of bad luck yesterday, but was fighting for the win most of the time. Oh, beautiful from Alex Cull to storm into third up the inside of Matthew Sayer.
Great racing from these junior Rotax drivers. Our man Jack Hobson still out in the lead, but the battle's all going on through the midfield, just feeling their way in that inside section there, and then just now off and away down. Here we go up on the bank section, which, as Jake said, so difficult to get right, especially in these midfield battles further back where you're fighting for places, scrapping away, trying to get yourself. Got a cart just bogging itself down there in the back of our picture. I think it was the, what was that car? I didn't see it. Maybe the 888 of Mr. Welsh. But we're on the 157 there. Will Antrobus dropping down the order a little bit on that lap there.
There's warning gone out for contact as well now between the 49 and 36. So that's in the midfield. A little bit of a scrap between Harry Gilbert and the 49 kart also in the wars. That's Adam Wood and just outside the top 10. There goes the move on the inside from Stephen. Diving up the inside there of Jack Thompson. That was brave.
Really brave.
I'm not entirely sure how he managed to get that one stopped, to be fair.
Well, that's what I was about to say. We were on the pictures watching that. I think he's going up the inside there. He's going to get it done, but it won't stick, but it did. So somehow he managed it. Well done to you, Mr. Stephen.
There goes Whitcomb. He gets the run on Jungling, and Jungling goes off onto the grass.
And that's exactly what we saw Stephen Letts do, wasn't it, in that senior Rotax race just a couple of moments ago. If you go wide there, you're in trouble. It's game over.
So Rhys Bailey hunting down Will Antrobus. Still they duel away for position. Coming towards us, just tippy-toeing through the final hairpin. You've got to be so careful. Do you hug the curb or do you go out wide to get a little bit more speed? Well, two different opinions, and they end up nearly going straight into the barriers. Goodness me, the 28 of Craig Stephen flirting with disaster on the outside of the corner.
He is, and well, I don't know whether that was spray or smoke coming out of his engine there, but sort of all going off behind him. He's obviously got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? Getting that move done on the last lap and just charging hard on this one, but not quite playing out for him as he crossed the start-finish line there.
So Jack Hobson enjoying his life at the front of the field. Clark in second, third is Cull, then Sayer, Leslie, Russell, Whitcomb, Sander and Antrobus ahead of Rhys Bailey. There is Rhys Bailey in 10th position now, chasing after Ollie Sander. So Oliver Sander hoping to continue his pace. I think Bailey has now managed to get past Will Antrobus. Antrobus struggling to hold off Timo Jungling now as they come into shot. And they're into the braking zone for the hairpin. Just a little bit of manoeuvring from Sayer. Finn Leslie, almost unrecognisable in the wetsuit there, Finn Leslie, as he works his way through. He's got a little bit of pressure now from Deacon Russell. Deacon Russell in the number 53, the green machine, trying to get through it. A bit of a mistake from Harrison Whitcomb, overshooting in the background and getting onto the grass. And that's going to be very muddy indeed on the way back onto the circuit on that particular point. So Whitcomb pushing hard, trying to get himself back into contention in the Argenti car. But you can see there Sayer just losing the back of the cart and getting it back under correction again. You have to kick the cart out a little bit just to sense where it's going. And look at that, sideways motion from Sayer.
Almost showboating it there as you were explaining it, Jake. Fantastic to see. As we pick them up on the infield once again, there it is. It's the little flick out and the drift, and then just put it up onto the top section of the banking and then keep that line nice and straight as then you make your way down to the right-hander, which is like the 180 on the midfield. Further down the road, we're not seeing him though, is Jack Hobson, the 144, getting himself a fastest lap.
We got a yellow flag on the approach to the slow hairpin, so somebody has dropped back. I think it might be Rhys Bailey, who has suddenly tumbled down the order, so Rhys Bailey in trouble. There he is. Oh no! Rhys Bailey was going so well this weekend. It all came unstuck for him yesterday, but there is Rhys Bailey now watching from Marshall Post 7. Very unfortunate indeed for him. But there is the battle again for fourth position downwards as Cull has now started to catch up to Archie Clark. And Sayer is just trying to hold them off. But we watch again as the drivers just edge their way around the course, and you can see a couple of them actually using the drift to good effect. Anything you can drift, I can drift better.
Yeah, absolutely. Seen quite a lot of drifting today, and it certainly is exciting from our point of view, but it seems to be an effective tactic for keeping the car honest and keeping it straight and keeping it on the tarmac, which is key today in these tricky conditions. Just watching this picture here as they all feed through the banking, everyone running up on the high line there, just dropping a wheel onto the curb.
Well, this is the thing. In these conditions, you're actually relying on the throttle a lot more than you're relying on the brake. You have to be very smooth in how you get back on the throttle. A lot of drivers will actually not use the brake for various points of the lap where they would in the dry. You just got to come off the throttle. The deceleration naturally slows the car down. Then you blip the throttle and steer to correct, to turn into a slide, to get the car a little bit better purchase. So you're actually trusting more on throttle application than you are on the brake pedal in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's working well for the drivers that are getting it right, as our pictures show us. Archie Clark there and Alex Cull, the battle for what is second place then. Cull is doing everything he can to make it difficult for Clark, just slightly further down the road.
So Clark hanging on to second for the time being. Alex Cull right in behind him, but this is going to get very treacherous. It is going to be quite slippy. And with 2 minutes to go, Jack Hobson has already crossed the line to go into the next lap. There's a warning for contact that has gone out for the 64, I believe. So that is going to be Stephen Barnes, who has dropped down to the far end of the course. So unfortunately, I think he may have already come a cropper of the officials fairly smartly and then done the punishment of getting the warning flag. But look at Cull. He is really hungry behind Clark, and that's Whitcomb. Harrison Whitcomb storing his way through to fourth place. Past Leslie, past Sayer, and we got two more carts off the road. That is
83.
It's Alfie Richards, and is that parked up beside? That might actually be parked up beside Rhys Bailey's car. But certainly Alfie Richards is out of this race now as well, to join Rhys Bailey on the sidelines. But it's pretty chaotic stuff as the battle for second rages. But Harrison Whitcomb has gone through the field like a cat through a paper bag. And there is the 157 of Antrobus losing the back end through the hairpin with enough time to counteract just in the nick of time. Oh, that's bravery from Deacon Russell. He gets through on Finn Leslie. That's a cheeky manoeuvre, but it works beautifully.
Yeah, that worked beautifully for him there, just as crossing the line, getting that one done and making it stick. Exciting racing from all in this one then, as we come to 49 seconds on the clock. Probably going to be final lap next time by the man that we're not seeing though in any of our live pictures is Jack Hobson, because he's so far down the road. The battle that's going on that is raging then is the number 9, the number 13 of Archie Clark and Alex Cull, both fighting out for second place. And behind Cull, I think we've got Whitcomb now. As our pictures just change here, back to Archie Clark.
Yeah, Cull is
ahead of him. Cull has got ahead of him there.
Yeah, indeed. So Cull is now second in front of Archie Clark. So Clark has just got to stay hungry in third position and not lose too much time to Harrison Whitcomb. But the time is going to tick down to 0 as Jack Hobson goes into the next lap. So Hobson is going to have 2 more laps to do, and that's going to make Archie Clark's defensive tactics for third position just that little bit harder.
Yeah, it is, and full credit to Cull for getting that one done. He's been all over the back of Archie Clark for a few laps. Just made it stick there, and Harrison Whitcomb now in fourth. Going to try and pull up to them to get up onto third, but not sure whether he's going to do it in the closing stages of this one. And as always, don't forget, they're fighting it out for that super final. So you want to get as good a position as you can in this one, but you don't want to ruin your day in this one ahead of that super final. Keep it on the track, everyone.
A fifth position would certainly end up being a better result for a driver than into the wall with no finish. So you've got to play that tactic, you've got to play that strategy just that little bit more cautiously.
Yeah, you have. Obviously, to finish first you have to finish. You know that one well, I'm sure, Jake.
Indeed. Ethan Head, I think, has pulled out of the race as well. So I think there were 2 carts that went off. Alfie Richards and Ethan Head having fun. And there's another one in trouble. Now, who is that? That's Rhys Bailey's teammate. That is Riven Welsh, who has come off the road there, and he was in 17th. So Riven Welsh having problems, unfortunately. That's a real problem for Riven Welsh.
I think he's going to find his wheels spinning on that damp grass and mud in the middle there. It's going to take a while to get back on track. That's his day over, I'm sure. So we see a move up the inside from the 26 of Finn Leslie on Matt Sayer, I think.
It was indeed. Beautifully timed from Finn Leslie. Saw the opportunity, found the gap on the inside line. And that, 2 carts off of the final turn. Now that is the 275 of Zach Turner, and I think Charlie Neve went in with him. So Zach Turner and Charlie Neve were on the final lap already though, as Jack Hobson is going to come through, and I think they're going to force the issue. Red flag. So Jack Hobson will cross the line anyway.
With those 2 drivers sat where they are, we don't need others flying into that final corner.
No, indeed. So Jack Hobson will be declared the winner anyway. We had pretty much done time as it was.
Yep.
So the red flags come out. Jack Hobson will be declared the winner from Alex Cull and Archie Clark ahead of Harrison Whitcomb. So, well, big drama in this race, but Zach Turner and Charlie Neve, they are going to be classified as finishers because they did finish to a certain amount of time. But certainly a very intriguing situation and a tough battle for all of the contenders as they run through together. So definitely an interesting and a tough battle for all of the contenders as they run through in close proximity. So as we finish off in style under red flags, we're just very hopeful, of course, that things are going to be okay for Zach Turner and Charlie Neve. I do believe they did manage to get out of there okay, but obviously when you've got two karts off at that point of the circuit, the red flag is the only call.
Yeah, and at that stage in the race, it was all said and done. Full credit to all of those junior road tax drivers there, giving us a treat in Superheat A. We've obviously got Superheat B still to come, fighting it out for the super final that's coming up a little bit later on.
Full credit to the officials as well. They got that right in a very tricky situation. And fair play to the marshals. They were on the ball. They have been all weekend long as well. And I don't even think we've really had a massive need for any major concerns. We had the ambulances a couple of times yesterday just for precautionary checks, but certainly no major concerns over the course of the weekend, which is very good to see under the circumstances. It was always going to be a very tricky weekend here, particularly with the changeable weather conditions, but it certainly worked out.
Yeah, and obviously as well with some of these drivers heading north of the border as well. Maybe it's a new track for them, but great to see that hopefully everyone's enjoying their trip north, which has been fantastic. Thanks to everyone up here at Larkhall. Jake, I'm going to sign off on comms for a bit because I'm going to take a break and then rejoin you for the super final. But I'll be down in scrutineering doing the winners' interviews as they jump out the cart. Indeed you shall. Thank you very much, Kev. It's been great to have your company. We're going to continue on with the procedure for Junior Rotax Superheat Bay. Superheat B even is right around the bend.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving Book today at PassMeFast.co.uk.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, he's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Junior Rotax Superheat B will conclude our morning rotation. Freddie Ingram and Gracie Mitchell on the front row of the grid from Leon Hasty and Ollie Stevens. Lizzie Mentia and Archie Buttle on row 3 from Charles Green and Liam Hartley. Lewis Goff and Michael Dalton rounding out the top 10 from Arthur Thacker and Lachlan Johnstone. Matteo Palazzo and Ben Cordingley from Rachel Robertson and Kasper Tomilewski. Tommy Harfield and Zane Quaker, Josh Whitcomb and Dugas Pravalonis. Aidan McDonald and Reg Hayward. Ethan Carney and Joe McMahon. John Brown and Elliot Powell. Kenneth Gordle, Eli Badan. Mikey Curran and Henry Cameron. Behind them, it is Sky Parker and Jensen Pritchard. And at the back of the field, it is Kaif Kamran. There are no more random grids. These are the grid performances based on yesterday's 3 race heats. So to have Freddie Ingram on the front row of the starting grid alongside Gracie Mitchell really does tell you how hard Gracie Mitchell has been working over the course of this weekend. She's had bags of confidence ever since her storming drive from the back to the top 10 at Wilton Mill. And now she's here on the front row of the starting grid, and she has her eyes set on one thing alone: victory. It could happen this weekend. She's got a great opportunity to do so, and the Sam Pollitt Racing team are absolutely convinced she has the keys in her sleeve to make it happen. So through they come. There is Gracie Mitchell to the left of your picture alongside Freddie Ingram in the KR Sport Cosmic. Could be a really intriguing final later on, as long as these guys are able to still keep their way towards the front end of the field. But there's not just one fast lady in the field here. You've also got Lizzie Mentia, who is up in the top 10 of the grid, and Rachel Robertson, who did such a good job in one of yesterday's heats as well. So there's plenty of female talent in this one. Across the line we go, and we're racing up to the first corner. Freddie Ingram gets a good launch, but so too does Gracie Mitchell, holding on in second position as the field works their way through on the opening lap. It's a good start. It's a clean start as well, as everybody just slots into positions without getting too hasty. As they run through, it's one by one, hurrah, through the... Oh, they've gone round again. I do apologise. I thought the race had got underway, but they have actually called a false start. So the marshals are signalling to the drivers for a false start, I do believe. The marshals certainly gesturing to them there for going round again, and they have done so. Yep, it is a false start called. So we will go round again. Just as if there wasn't any more pressure on the drivers. They're now going to have to form up once again. So the drivers now back into their grid positions again. And this time, we are going to go to green racing, hopefully, with Freddie Ingram in front of Gracie Mitchell. So the drivers work their way alongside back into the 2 rows. A couple of the drivers out of position, trying to get themselves back into position. This is getting messy in the back of the field. Come on, guys. This race is being restarted. Slot yourself back into position. And so now the drivers have done so. And that was a little bit clumsy from a few of the drivers in the tail end of the field. But certainly up at the front, no change for Freddie Ingram, Gracie Mitchell. And now we get ourselves back into contention once again. They come through off the final turn, and are we going to go racing this time? Yes, that's more like it. But it's exactly the same outcome for Freddie Ingram and Gracie Mitchell as they run 1 and 2. So Gracie Mitchell already starting to attack Freddie Ingram as they battle for position. They work their way through. Mitchell there in second position, already trying to shake off the attentions of the 81 behind her of Ollie Stevens, but already going on the attack of Freddie Ingram. So through they come again, up to the far side of the course, and Gracie Mitchell having a look to get through on the inside of Freddie Ingram. They get back on the power through the right-hander. And Freddie Ingram just trying to balance the throttle a little bit. Gracie Mitchell really confident in the wet conditions here as well. Trying to close up on Ingram as meanwhile trying to dive up the inside. That was Leon Hasty, I think, trying to work his magic to come up into third position. And there's going to be a big challenge for fifth position. Diving up the inside, a good move there from the 31, I think it was. It's the 81, in fact, of Ollie Stevens trying to get back into position, I do believe. So the driver's still cannoning through, and up on the inside, that's the battle for third position as Ollie Stevens goes wheel to wheel there with Leon Hasty. Hasty trying to squeeze through into third position, and as a result of that, Hasty gets the place. There's the 51 of Lewis Goff. He was the one who moved up into P5. And then Cheesy Green himself, Charles Green in sixth place from Mentia. Thacker, Hartley, Dalton, Buttle, Robertson, Harfield, and Sky Parker, who is making a terrific start. Another fast lady in this race. All 4 of the ladies in this encounter now up in the top 15. So Ingram, Mitchell, Hasty, Stevens, Goff, Green and Mentia. And there's yellow flags out. We've got a driver out of the race already on the opening lap. It's Eli Badan. Eli Badan unfortunately dropping out. Having had a lot of bad luck already this weekend, Eli Badan gets a little bit more, and I'm afraid his race is over in the Superheat. The final race before our lunch break. But what a fabulous run from Ingram and Mitchell so far as they duel away for position. Hasty in front of Stevens, Goff, Green and Mentia. Thacker, Hartley, and then it is Michael Dalton ahead of Archie Buttle and Rachel Robertson. Across the line. Dalton having got past Liam Hartley now. Buttle, Robertson, Harfield and Sky Parker still making good headway. Reg Haywood into 15th position ahead of Cordingley Palazzo and Lachlan Johnstone. Zane Quaker now breaking into the top 20 as well in behind Aidan McDonald. So through comes the leading battle as Freddie Ingram now leads Leon Hasty. Gracie Mitchell still there in third position, but still a lot of work to do as Ingram tries to hold on here in front of Leon Hasty. Ollie Stevens having a look at Gracie Mitchell, and it looks like Lewis Goff is going to try and attack as well. Here comes the move for third position. There goes Ollie Stevens into third place past Gracie Mitchell as Leon Hasty tries his attack on Freddie Ingram. And there's more great battles further back in the pack as everybody trying to skate through these tight hairpin sections without losing too much ground. So Ingram and Hasty. Mitchell losing out to Ollie Stevens on this sector, but there's the move from Leon Hasty, and Ingram coming straight back at him as they run side by side. They bang wheels, and off on the grass goes Hasty. Goodness me. Leon Hasty was wrestling just to keep the cart pointing in a straight line. And that was Ingram and Hasty coming to blows, and that was a proper wrestling match between the two of them. Goodness me. Ingram and Hasty keep it together. But Ollie Stevens in third position. Genuinely thought that was going to end in tears. They just about stay away from each other on this occasion. So Ingram and Hasty having a very tough race of it, and now they're going to have to go at it again because Ollie Stevens is catching up on them. Hasty will try again this time. Closes up on Ingram to try and make the move. He had the line, he had the overtaking move lined up in the final hairpin, and he's going to want to come straight back at Freddie Ingram. He will not be happy with the way he got basically squeezed wide. So he'll be wanting a little bit more. So through they come again, up over the curbs. Hasty's going to try again, is he? No, he thinks better of it on this time. But Freddie Ingram is there or thereabouts. So through they come to try and make a little bit more hay while the sun shines. Here's Hasty trying again on Freddie Ingram. He'll have another look to try and get the lead. He's going to slingshot, tries to get through, and this time he forces the issue. Don't you dare shove me around this racetrack. Ingram comes back at Leon Hasty. Hasty gets a faster exit off the turn. They bang wheels. Brilliant racing here at Larkhall. And now on the far side, Ollie Stevens has got a chance to get past both of them. That's it, boys. You just hit each other, and I'll get past you both. Brilliant from Ollie Stevens. He reacted beautifully as the two of them are having an absolute boxing match. And now it's become personal. Leon Hasty feels he's just been punted off the racetrack by Ingram. He is furious. Ingram continues. Mitchell is there in third, in front of Lewis Goff. But I think there's going to be a very interesting war of words between Ingram and Hasty after this race, as Ollie Stevens managed to get past both of them. They were so busy racing each other that Stevens has got past and now disappeared. Ingram ahead of Mitchell and Goff for second. Thacker in fifth. Hartley, Buttle, Robertson, Sky Parker and Leon Hasty from Lizzie Mentia and Michael Palazzo. So Hasty's got going again, but is now down to P10. Mitchell and Goff in the two Sam Pollitt Racing Machines, trying to now take one over on Freddie Ingram. But there's your leader, Ollie Stevens. There's Ingram in second. And what on earth is going to kick off as a result of the squabble between Ingram and Leon Hasty? That was a very tough race battle between the two of them. And it went right down to the wire in that little moment, but they were almost touching for an entire lap as they went through. So 51, Lewis Goff, all over the back. And there's a problem for Thacker. Thacker's got a mechanical problem. Arthur Thacker drops out of P5. What a shame for the Racing Perfection Birilla. That's such a disappointment for Arthur Thacker. He was looking so good up to that point, but he parks the car on the banking, and it's game over. That promotes Buttle to 6th, Robertson to 7th, and Leon Hasty up to 8th. So Leon Hasty is absolutely fuming and livid, and is trying to close back up. His next target is going to be Rachel Robertson, who did such a good job yesterday. She's running in 7th place. And you've got Sky Parker having worked her way up into 10th position. The ladies are absolutely loving it at Larkhall today. And we've got another yellow flag. So we've got a yellow flag out on the run to turn 3, I think. So there's another driver that's dropped it off the road. Not entirely sure who we've lost, but certainly a yellow flag has come out. And I think we've lost Charlie Green at the same time as we lost Arthur Thacker. So Charles Green is out, so is Arthur Thacker. That's a real shame for Cheesy, who was having a good run up to that point. But the drivers still battling away for position. Here comes Rachel Robertson, trying to make her way past Archie Buttle. And up the inside, there is a move from Palazzo on Leon Hasty. So Palazzo dueling away with Hasty. Hasty trying to get back into position to battle with Freddie Ingram for second, but he's got a lot of drivers to overtake before that can happen. Rachel Robertson trying her best to move forward, trying to get the overtaking move done on Buttle. So Buttle holds the position for now. Rachel Robertson still looking very hungry indeed here as she comes back up the straight. This has been a great weekend for Rachel Robertson. Definitely a driver to watch out for in the future. She has immense talent. Here she comes again, right in behind Buttle. And Rachel Robertson trying to size up the move into the hairpin. Here she goes, a little bit later on the brakes, but able to tighten up on Buttle. Palazzo and Hasty are going to give chase, but Rachel Robertson can now size up the overtaking move into the hairpin. She thinks better of it. Just waiting for her chance. Check this out. We've got 4 spectacular ladies in the top 15 here. We've got Gracie Mitchell in 3rd. We've got Rachel Robertson in 7th. We've got Sky Parker in 10th. And Lizzie Mentia just outside the top 10 as Palazzo now makes the move on Rachel Robertson. And Palazzo will try again to get the move on Buttle. So trying to work the magic. Palazzo all over the back of Archie Buttle. Buttle is going to have to go defensive and right round the outside. Palazzo's going to try. That was brave from Palazzo. I genuinely thought he was going to have that. But now he's going to get back up the straight again. And now Palazzo will have a more conventional attempt up to the inside line in the right-hander. There he is. He makes the smallest gap in history. And Palazzo gets through. Lovely job. There's a warning for contact now for the 121. And that is Harfield. A big dive up the inside from Leon Hasty. He gets past Robertson but doesn't finish the move on Buttle. He is going to be so frustrated. So the battles continue, but it is going to be pretty tricky from this moment on. And so as they come through on the far side, it's going to be quite conventional to the flag for Ollie Stevens. For everybody else, it could be very tricky. Now, who is that struggling ahead of Sky Parker? I think Sky Parker may have ended up with a loose front fairing there as Rachel Robertson is going to lose another couple of positions. So some big problems there for a couple of drivers in the field. Did we miss something? Certainly hopping over the curbs there, the 221 of Buttle, as Robertson now has to give best in the duel with Lizzie Mentia. So a couple of drivers running wide and losing time as a result. But Leon Hasty fighting his way past Buttle, and then Rachel Robertson ahead of Hayward, Cordingley, Parker, Harfield and Mentia. So still good battles everywhere you look around the course. but it's definitely going to be a tricky end to this race as Ollie Stevens is going to try and bring it home. 2.9 seconds ahead of Freddie Ingram. But we still don't really know what's going to happen as a result of the Ingram-Hastie incident earlier on. Gracie Mitchell is sat there in third position in front of her teammate Lewis Goff. There is Skye Parker, the young lady from Wales, just over the Welsh border outside of the city of Chester. And doing a fantastic job, Skye Parker, doing a cracking job, up to 12th position, fighting her way forward. Lizzie Mentier is in the top 15, but she has just lost ground to Brown. She got as high as the top 3 in one of her heats yesterday. But now comes the bid up the inside from the 98. That was Johnstone trying to get past Lizzie Mentier, I do believe. And now Gracie Mitchell still trying to hang on to third in front of teammate Lewis Goff as we are on the penultimate lap. So Gracie Mitchell trying to hold on to third position here in front of her teammate, as the two SPR drivers are just going to try and give each other as much respect, but still race each other. Goff is going to try and get into third position past Gracie Mitchell. He doesn't have to stay behind her. There are no team orders in karting. As long as you can get past the driver in front of you, it doesn't matter if they're your teammate or not. So Gracie Mitchell still trying to hang on to third position, placing her card in all the right places though. Goff can't quite get close enough. Stevens is your leader. Ingram in second. Then these two. Gracie Mitchell ahead of Lewis Goff. Hartley in fifth position for Palazzo, Hastie, Robertson, Buttle and Reg Haywood. Then Cordingley, Parker, Harfield and Brown. And here's the move from Goff. He gets through on Gracie Mitchell. That was wise from Gracie. Just let him go. You don't want to ruin your chances of a decent starting position for the final later. Lewis Goff has made up several places. Gracie Mitchell still looking good for a top 5 finish, which will do her starting position for the final no end of good. But here comes Ollie Stevens, the only driver who's really been out of the wars and has kept it nice and tidy ever since he took the lead from the scrappling duo of Hastie and Ingram. He has been able to put himself far and away out in front of everybody else. His timing, his tactics and his calm, smooth driving attitude was perfect all the way through. And Ollie Stevens will come through to clean up in Junior Rotax B Superheat. Great job from Ollie Stevens. Second for Ingram. Third position for Gracie Mitchell. Third will go the way of Lewis Goff in front of Gracie Mitchell. Then Palazzo ahead of Liam Hartley and an absolutely furious Leon Hastie in front of Archie Buttle, Reg Haywood and Ben Cordingley. Rachel Robertson will be 11th in front of Tommy Harfield. Skye Parker will finish up in front of John Brown, Lachlan Johnstone and Lizzie Mentier from Michael Dalton. And then Josh Whitcomb, Joe McMahon and Aidan McDonald will be in the top 20 ahead of Dukis Pravalonis, Zane Quaker, Kasper Tomilewski and Kayam Kamran. Jensen Pritchard, Kenneth Cordell, Elliot Powell, Henry Cameron, Ethan Carney. And those are the only other finishers. We lost Mikey Curran, Arthur Thacker, Charles Green and Eli Badan on the opening lap. So the rain's still coming down here at Larkhall in what is a very tricky day at the office now in the Ultimate Karting Championship. There are still some finals to come, but they are definitely going to be the serious business end of the weekend now, as our drivers are gearing up for a very exciting race. It's going to be a tough battle for the final races of the weekend, but certainly this PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship season definitely rising to the occasion. And we could see some very intriguing battles and very different winners to what we saw at Wilton Mill. From Jake Sanson, we're going to take a pause in proceedings. When we come back, it's finals time at the West of Scotland Car Club.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Well, good afternoon and welcome to Larkhall for round 2 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. We brought you the live coverage then this morning of the Super Heats, and this afternoon is all about those Super Finals. And you know what? It is going to be fantastic racing up here north of the border in Scotland. And nothing has changed this afternoon as well. The heavens are still maintaining to do what they have done all day, and that is drop some rain onto this circuit. The Super Heats this morning, we've already seen, were just incredible. Some great racing from all involved, exciting for us to watch and really gripping for the drivers in the cuts. Lots of overtaking opportunities around here at Larkhall then, and I took a look at some of them a little bit earlier on.
So off the start line then, you'll have kept it nice and clean through the left-handers, just doing your best to kind of maintain your line. Probably not going to get much in the way of overtakes done through there, but you're going to find yourself here at the start of the boot section. And then it is going to be a battle of wits and wills and who's going to be brave enough on the brakes to maybe run a bit deep here and try and get the turn done early. But if you go a bit too deep into the boot, then your exit is going to be wrong and it's going to set you up wrong as you want to get the toe down and get your speed up all the way on that big long back straight section there. But get it right through here, you might get an overtake done, and also if you do get it right, you'll have plenty of speed for that big long straight, taking you all the way up to the far side of the circuit over there. After the boot section and that big, long, fastest part of the circuit, you're going to find yourself here, the end of the straight. And it's here where, once again, a battle of bravery on the brakes could see you nicking a place or two. You can clip the inside of the apex here and use plenty of runoff. But if you get it right here, before you head on into the infield, well, there's definitely a place or two to be grabbed right here. On this infield section here is another key overtaking opportunity. There's a crest that rises up through here and it dips down then towards the hairpin. Once again, it's going to be a battle of bravery on the brakes, because if you get it right down at the hairpin, well, there's definitely a place or two to be grabbed just down there. Well, how's this for a cool feature at a kart track? This 180 turn on the infield here is fully banked, and this is all about setting yourself up for the final couple of corners where hopefully, if you haven't done the business yet, you might just grab a place or two before you make it to the line. And at the end of the lap, you're going to find yourself here. You come through a complex of S's, and then this is the final corner. If you haven't made your overtake stick earlier in the lap, then you've got to get it done here, because when you come around this final corner, it's foot flat to the floor and aim for the finish line.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
It's finals time here at Larkhall. It's going to be a really exciting battle ahead of us as now we gear ourselves up ready for the showcase. It'll be a very exciting grid too. Ryan White and Ollie Thompson on the front row from Ralphie Branscombe and Jacob Jack. Theo Bradshaw and Bella Fairclough on row 3 from Thomas Jackson and Ed Spain. Finley Smith and Ashley Haase on the 5th row of the grid, and then Blair Smith, Amaya Thompson, Leland McNeish and Esme Rosie. 14 drivers getting ready for the battle in the Honda GX200 Super Final. Honda Cadet is right around the bend and the karts have been released out onto the circuit. It'll be a standing start in Honda Cadet only. Every other category will be a rolling start. So now as the contenders gear up ready for an exciting battle out on the circuit, it's definitely going to be an intriguing one as the contenders are gearing up ready for an excellent bid for the battle up front. And so now everybody very well aware of the fact that this is going to be the longest race of the weekend in the Honda Cadets, and this is the one that everybody has come here to win. Still plenty of opportunities for things to change. The wet and greasy conditions have definitely made things very interesting and very intriguing out there. So now it all comes down to who is going to be marching their way to the checkered flag at the end of a very tight race. This will be very tough to predict and very tricky to understand who is going to be at the top spot at the end of this grueling race. It's always been very tricky to predict who's going to get the job done in Honda GX200. Ryan White has definitely come out of the blocks this year and put on a good showcase. So we'll have to see if this is the opportunity that Ryan White has been looking for to gear up to the starting grid. Obviously, it is a standing start procedure in the Honda GX200 finals grid. Every other championship in the Ultimate Karting Championship fold has a rolling start procedure. So the 47 just about gets himself into his pole position slot, having been slow away. So that's not the best of positions for Ryan White to find himself in, but everybody else has got to the grid in good time. So now Ryan White is ready for the start. 14 minutes go on the clock. And at the end of this 14 minutes, we will find out who is going to win the Honda Cadet Super Final at Larkhall. Round 2 of UKC. Away we go. And it's a great start from our pole sitter. No problem at all for Ryan White. Ollie Thompson is going to tag in behind them as they work their way through. It's going to be an intriguing battle as the contenders shaping up for a fantastic battle out on the course. Working their way through on the far side. It's all good for White and Thompson. Branscombe up to 3rd position after a good start. Bradshaw trying to work his way forward as well. So Theo Bradshaw making some good manoeuvres there on the opening lap. Bella Fairclough tucks in behind Jacob Jack as they head up towards the sweeping right-hander. But obviously there's a lot more spray on the circuit than there was previously. The rain has definitely taken its toll on things at this moment in time. And Branscombe just gets a little bit too close to the back bumper of Thompson. Just a little bit of paint traded. But they should be able to get away with that one without too much drama. White in front of Thompson. So still they duel on. Ralphie Branscombe in 3rd position. The visor is given a little bit of a wipe there from Ollie Thompson. He wants to be able to see his next bid to go after Ryan White in the lead. The two teammates, 1st and 2nd. 3rd position going well is Ralphie Branscombe, hanging on to things for the time being as they come through over the line. Then Jacob Jack, the man who won the Superheat. And then it is Bella Fairclough, the leading seed for 2023. Little bit of a run wide there from Jacob Jack, who now taps his helmet to Bella Fairclough. Come on, work with me, don't work against me. But it's whether Bella Fairclough has time to hang on behind Jacob Jack. She doesn't. She goes for the move on Jacob Jack. And they're going to be side by side as they run off the turn. A very exciting run as they continue to battle away, but it's White from Thompson, Branscombe, Jack and Bella Fairclough. So Jacob Jack again responds to Bella Fairclough. Come on. Let's go together. Let's work with each other rather than racing against each other for the time being. As Thompson tries to get closer to Ryan White up front. Jacob Jack still holding on from Bella Fairclough. And then it is Thomas Jackson in P6 ahead of Theo Bradshaw and Ashley Haase. So a very spirited start to this race at the moment. But up front, it's still Ryan White versus Ollie Thompson. White is definitely the man. It looks like there's a bit of an issue there further back for, I think that was Finley Smith dueling away with Ed Spain. No start for Esme Rosie this time, or certainly a long way down the field compared to the other drivers out there. She is there in 14th place. That is good to see. So 9.5 on the clock. Ryan White under some pressure from Ollie Thompson. Branscombe in 3rd from Jacob Jack. And up to 5th has come Thomas Jackson ahead of Bella Fairclough. Fastest lap of the race comes from Jackson, who tries to make his bid on the inside of Jacob Jack. That was very close indeed as they almost tagged into each other. Jacob Jack again trying to get defensive as up on the inside. Thomas Jackson is going to go for the move on Jacob Jack and makes the overtaking move up at a 4th position. So a very solid run, sturdy run so far, and now Bella Fairclough is going to get her move on Jacob Jack. She gets through and up into 5th position. Jack on the rebound, tries to get back through. There's not a lot of room for the two of them to run side by side, but they will. And Bella Fairclough will hold the position on the inside line. Nicely done there from Fairclough. Jacob Jack has to give best. So through they come. Fairclough now in P5 again, behind Thomas Jackson. But here comes Jacob Jack to try again on Fairclough. Fairclough resists and comes back in on the exit. And that is perfect from Bella Fairclough. Leaves enough space for Jacob Jack to try and counter-attack. But Jacob Jack is going to get alongside Fairclough. Fairclough kicking up the curb. And that's going to be close between the two of them. Fairclough gets a little bit of a mud puddle there. And up on the inside will come the 17 of Ashley Haase. Theo Bradshaw trying to squeeze through, but that's not going to happen. Bella Fairclough will now get back on terms with Ashley Haase as they go back up the straight again. Meanwhile, White and Thompson are still nose to tail ahead of Branscombe and Jackson. Here comes Ashley Haase to try and dive up the inside of Jacob Jack as Theo Bradshaw passes Bella Fairclough. And then it is going to be Smith, Spain and Amaya Thompson. Down to the hairpin. Jacob Jack still hanging on here in front of Ashley Haase. Little bit of duelling between the teammates there as Theo Bradshaw races alongside Bella Fairclough. So still they continue this squabble. But up in front, it's still very much Ryan White versus Ollie Thompson, although White is now trying to stretch away from Ollie Thompson as the two drivers run first and second. So Thompson is still within 1/10 of a second of his teammate. Up on the inside, that's going to need to be a brave move to get past Bella Fairclough into turn 1 from Blair Smith. But Blair Smith has to give best for the time being, and now he's going to have pressure from Ed Spain. Ed Spain trying to come by and make the overtaking move. There is Smith on the inside of Bella Fairclough. They run side by side. Not a lot of distance between the two of them, but now Fairclough shuts the door in time. So nicely handled as the battles continue. And still they squabble on. But Ryan White and Ollie Thompson still nose to tail in the battle for the victory up front. Thompson is not letting Ryan White get away. So the racing still continues on unabated. But up to the braking zone for the right-hand hairpin. And Ashley Haase still running deep there in front of Theo Bradshaw. Bella Fairclough in 8th position. Then it is Smith, Spain, Thompson, McNeish, Smith and Esme Rosie. Into the hairpin. And at the end of the lap, no major concerns for the midfield battle. They're still giving each other plenty of space to race with. So it's still going to be quite tough as they continue on. But certainly between White and Thompson, a tiny bit of a gap has opened up now, 0.3 of a second between them. And this is what Ryan White wants. He wants to be given the opportunity to stretch away up front and start to disappear. So Ryan White out in front. Second is Ollie Thompson, still trying to stay with him. But obviously, with the spray, it's going to be quite hard for Ollie Thompson to stay with his teammate Ryan White. 3rd position for Ralphie Branscombe. Still having a very smooth race, Branscombe in 3rd place. Then Jackson, Jack, Haase, Bradshaw, Fairclough and Blair Smith. Ed Spain completes the top 10 in front of Thompson, McNeish, Smith and Rosie. So they come off the turn again, and it's all looking neat and tidy for Ryan White in the lead. Branscombe is only 1.5 seconds back from the leader, so things can still change. There's plenty of time for this race to change hands as Jacob Jack starts to get into the blind zones of Thomas Jackson. 4th position at the moment. So still they continue to battle on, but it's becoming a very intriguing race as the battle continues here at Larkhall. Jacob Jack, tight in behind Thomas Jackson, off the turn, and now Jackson is trying to reel in Ralphie Branscombe for 3rd position. Could be a very interesting race once they start to get near each other. So Ryan White holds the lead, 0.5 seconds now he has pulled out on Ollie Thompson at a critical part of the race. He's managed to give himself a tiny bit of distance, so it's certainly looking pretty neat and tidy as the field continues to give each other a nice spread of distance. But there is Jacob Jack trying to pull out at the last minute to get the move on Thomas Jackson. Into 4th position goes Jacob Jack. Nice move then from Jacob Jack. That puts him into P4, and now he's going to have pressure again from Thomas Jackson back in the hairpin one more time. But Jacob Jack almost kisses the back bumper of Ralph Branscom's car. So Ralphie Branscombe was very lucky to hold that third position at that point. Certainly a bit of a tricky one, as the contenders will still give us plenty of suspense out there in the Honda GX200 final. The Honda Cadets, still plenty of racing. 4 minutes on the clock. White is extended out to 7/10 of a second in front of Thompson, but Jacob Jack is getting closer to Ralphie Branscombe all the time. So this is definitely going to be an interesting one as the race battles finalise for third position. Here comes Jacob Jack, reading in the opportunity for Ralphie Branscombe, and into third position goes Jacob Jack in the hairpin. Lovely overtake. And now he's going to be joined potentially by Thomas Jackson and Ashley Haase, who both want their say in this final spot on the podium. So this is definitely going to be really intriguing to see how it continues on. So the battles play on. Bit of a slide there from Jacob Jack, hanging on in front of Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe slides through the final hairpin, and this is the chance for Thomas Jackson now. So through they continue. Still a very close quarters battle as hopping and skipping over the curbs. Looks like Jacob Jackson's going to be under some pressure. Branscombe's going to try for it, but round the outside, Thomas Jackson picks up the place on Ralphie Branscombe. Lovely from Thomas Jackson. Down to the braking zone, he had plenty of momentum, and he was able to carry it straight past Branscombe. Now we've got Jack, Jackson and Branscombe in the hunt for third position. Branscombe will try again on Thomas Jackson. Not going to happen on the right-hander. He's now going to have to attack again as they come up to the left, but I think Thomas Jackson has got his eyes firmly fixed on the final step of the podium. Certainly for the moment, he has a chance here on Jacob Jack, but Ashley Haase wants to make his own bid on Ralphie Branscombe. So Branscombe versus Haase, fifth position. Branscombe's got to be careful here, and he'll need to time this to perfection on the exit of the apexes, because he'll know that Ashley Haase is going to make a bid to get through at the first available chance. 2 minutes 10 still on the timesheets. And the rain is still coming down here at Larkhall. It's not as heavy as it once was, that's for sure. But it's certainly still treacherous out there for the drivers. There's nowhere near as much spray as there was earlier in the day. But still plenty to be going on with as far as the race battles are concerned. Thomas Jackson having to wipe his visor. Ryan White ahead of Ollie Thompson. Jacob Jack, Thomas Jackson, Ralphie Branscombe and Ashley Haase. 3.5 seconds covering all 6 drivers. So still the battle is well and truly joined as Ryan White tries to stretch away from Ollie Thompson. To the tune of a second, he's managed to do so. But Jacob Jack still feels that second might be on as round the outside, Branscombe's going to lose ground here. And Ashley Haase is going to get alongside him and hopefully get into 5th position from his perspective. Can Haase get there? No. Branscombe holds on to 5th place. Good defence from Branscombe under the circumstances. Was never going to be easy to hold him off. So that was really well read. And now Ashley Haase will try the move into the final hairpin. Branscombe's going to leave him enough space to play with, but he'll hold it round the outside. Ralphie Branscombe still maintains 5th position with some great racecraft. Looks to me as though 2nd place might be up for grabs here. Ollie Thompson is slowly losing deficit to Jacob Jack and Thomas Jackson. They're both starting to gain a little bit of ground now here. So that'll definitely make things more interesting for Thomas Jackson as he starts to sense that he might get a shot on Jacob Jack. And Jacob Jack thinks he's got a chance on Ollie Thompson to go for 2nd place, but he runs wide. Can't afford to do that too many more times before the end. You're running out of seconds of racing. Jacob Jack, all over the back of Ollie Thompson, has been able to keep the kart on the straight and narrow despite running off the road. There's a little bit more time still to find. And Jacob Jack is absolutely resolute that he can find it. So you've got to be very careful about how you play your cards. Down to the braking zone. Still looking neat and tidy as into the last lap will go Ryan White. He just crosses the line as the time ticks down to 0. So now it's the final lap of the super final in Honda GX200. And suddenly Jacob Jack senses that he might be able to steal 2nd place away from Ollie Thompson. And he's there on the inside of the final lap. Perfectly timed from Jacob Jack. Manages to get the super move into 2nd place. But Ollie Thompson isn't done yet. Thompson will try and swing it from round the outside. He carries the speed. Can he go the long way round? Not quite, but he'll get the switcheroo off the turn. And Thompson's going to have more momentum than Jacob Jack. And he storms back through. But Jacob Jack back on the inside. Thompson will now try and get him on the switcheroo. He's got a faster line off the turn. Jack is trying to defend. Here comes Thompson again. Into the hairpin. Ollie Thompson hasn't given up on this. Jacob Jack may have just done it though. It's going to be a victory for Ryan White up front. But for Jacob Jack in second, he might just hang on to this as they come out of the final turn. It's victory in Larkhall for Ryan White. He wins the final in brilliant style from Jacob Jack and Ollie Thompson. What a great start here at Larkhall to the finals as Ryan White cleans up in front of Jacob Jack. Excellent racing. Ollie Thompson in third from Thomas Jackson, Ralphie Branscombe and Ashley Haase. Theo Bradshaw in seventh place in front of Ed Spain and Bella Fairclough. And then we have Blair Smith ahead of Finley Smith, Amaya Thompson, Lena McNeish and the rookie Esme Rosie. But what a drive from Ryan White. Excellent work. The fastest lap of the race in the end came from Jacob Jack. But Ryan White has got the job done with victory here at Larkhall. An excellent display and a great performance under the circumstances. It was always going to be treacherous and tough out there. But Ryan White has taken a brilliant victory in the final. This is what it's all been building up to for him this weekend. And he has done it in style. Terrific work from the number 47. Ryan White is your victor in the Honda Cadet final here at Larkhall 2023. Certainly put himself into the best possible position to make it happen. There's Amelia Nelson on the weighbridge. Just making sure that the three drivers are there in position. But our winner is going to be greeted by Kev, who is down there in pit lane.
Well, here we are then in scrutineer and just waiting for the scrutineers to do their business as we see Ryan White on the scales. Let's get him straight over because he's had a brilliant weekend, this young man. Well, listen, Ryan, we'll give you a moment to get your helmet off. What a weekend for you. The Scottish flag on your helmet there. Married with the Union Jack. Mate, what a great weekend. Won just about everything. You won the super final. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I'm really, yeah. It makes up for the last...
It does make up for last time, doesn't it? Really well done to you. You've had a great weekend, though. You've won every heat, second in that pre-final, and then now first in the super final.
Yeah.
Tell us about the conditions, though. Tricky out there in this wet weather?
Yeah, it was really tricky. You had to really chuck the cart around to get a fast lap time in, and well, in the end, I chucked the cart around enough.
You chucked the cart around enough and you got a fast lap. Well done to you. I really sensed that you were coming into this weekend with business to be done after the last round at Wilton.
Yeah.
Yeah, you must have been coming with the bit between your teeth, really excited that, come on, I've got to put the wrongs right this time out. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank my dad for mechanicking, my mum, my sister and my dog for support. My grandma and granddad were meant to be here, but thanks to them as well. They put a lot of money into my go-karting. LMM Motorsport, Lenny, he's helped us with the setup, and I think that's about it, yeah.
Listen, well done to you. Brilliant win for Lenny there on home soil. So enjoy your evening. I'm sure everyone you thanks for watching you. They're really, really proud of you. So huge congratulations. Well done, Ryan White. We'll say cheerio to you and we'll welcome in Jacob Jack. Thanks, Ryan. We'll slide you off. Go and finish, get your scrutineering done. Jacob Jack, my young man, the smile says it all. What went on in that last lap? Tell me about it.
It was good. It was fun. On the last lap, I had to go defensive against Ollie Thompson, so it was quite hard on the last lap. Really fun though.
Really good fun. You were pushing Ollie through most of that race, and then in the closing stages you thought, if I'm going to get myself second place, I've got to get it done now. And get it done you did. Well done, sir. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad, RR5, Scott Direct, SP Motors, my Auntie Audrey and my mum.
Brilliant. Well done to Auntie Audrey and everyone who you thank there. Go and finish off your scrutineering. Huge congratulations. Let's bring Ollie Thompson in. Come on in, Ollie. Listen, sir, well done. A big smile on your face, which is lovely to see. You just gave the crowd a real thrill there. That battle between yourself and Jacob, you were leading him for most of the race, and then he just nicked you in the closing stages, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It was really tough, but still, second would have been better, but I mean, a podium's a podium.
A podium's a podium. I love your philosophical approach. And I tell you what, young man, you did brilliantly holding him off for all those laps. It's not a good position to be in, is it? When you know someone's behind you and they're chasing you, that's nerve-wracking, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because I saw he was closing in, so I don't know.
Listen, I love your philosophical approach. You've got a big smiley face. That's what kart racing is all about. Who would you like to thank?
GXT for the engines, Lenny for the setup, Connor for the driver coaching, my mum, my dad, and that's it, yeah.
Brilliant. Another big shout out there for Lenny Messenger Motorsport up here in Scotland. Huge congratulations to you, sir, and you, Ollie, and all of your family for making it possible. Really well done. Go and finish off the scrutineering. We've got to make sure that all the carts are legit and everything before we sign this off. But well done, sir. There we go then. So we had Ryan White, Jacob Jack, and Ollie Thompson finishing that one off. Really exciting to watch down here trackside. And if you're on the live stream as well, great pictures and great commentary from Jake. I think we can relive some of those exciting moments now as well.
We certainly can, and it's a race that saw the Sol tyre filling out the top 3 positions at the end of a gripping final. Really good work from Ryan White in the early stages. We saw some great battles all the way through, though, in GX200. Several drivers going for the victory. How about this from Ollie Thompson, trying to get himself up there. Thomas Jackson, sorry, trying to get himself up in the early stages. Bella Fairclough battling away, but it looks as though there's been more issues with the zip cart than meets the eye in this one. Really struggling to keep herself up at the sharp end of the field. Great battle with Jacob Jack in the early stages, but Jacob Jack was in a position to fight for the victory on a circuit he knows very well indeed. So it was certainly a good opportunity for him to move forward. Bella Fairclough just kicking up the mud, and that was enough to see her slip away. The 56 of Blair Smith battling with her for the early stages of the race as well. And we got to see all of the Honda GX200 drivers really put on a good show. Once Jacob Jack got into his rhythm, he was very safe and serene and able to pick off drivers one by one. First leading with Thomas Jackson, then Ralphie Branscombe, and then he set off after the man in second place, Ollie Thompson, and was able to close up. This was a nice move from Thomas Jackson round the outside of Ralphie Branscombe. You can do that kind of thing in the wet in Honda Cadet. Probably some of the other classes, you wouldn't really be able to get away with something like that, but very nicely handled from Jackson. Here's the move from Ashley Harzate, going wheel to wheel with Ralphie Branscombe. Branscombe able to hold him off. And then we finally got to see the duel between Jacob Jack and Ollie Thompson, with Thompson picking his moment and getting through in fine fashion. It was really nice to see him get that done on the final lap as he squeezed his way through. But out in front, Ryan White victorious and starting his 2023 season in the best possible fashion as Jacob Jack held on in front of Ollie Thompson. There is more great racing to come from the Minimax Super Final.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap. Both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Coming up, we may have the smallest grid on the field, but we definitely have the biggest action as well. Lucas Blanford and Dan Hartley on the front row of the starting grid for this one, with Dan Kilpatrick and Ewan House, and then Amy Peacock and Leo Massey. 6 karts only on the grid for the Minimax 2022 Spec Final. But you know what? Between these 6, there is so much battling to come. Blanford having switched across to the Sodi Vitesse team. Dan Hartley there in the Cato Motorsport machine, and Dan Kilpatrick for the Dan Holland Racing Squad on the Lando Norris chassis. 3 drivers who can definitely win this final at a route. And then Ewan House, the local star, 4th position. Amy Peacock had podiums yesterday in the qualifying heats, so definitely has the chance to work her way forward. And Leo Massey really seems to have come out of the blocks fighting fit in this one to make things a little bit easier for him to challenge for the victory. Lucas Blanford has only lost the superheat this morning over the course of his weekend, but the way he ended up being defeated by Dan Kilpatrick, very indicative of the kind of final we could have today. Certainly whoever has come out of the blocks in the best manner in terms of setup and strategy is going to be the driver that comes through on top. But round 2 here in Larkhall could end in a very similar fashion to the way it did at round 1. Lucas Blanford having to sit out most of the weekend with a damaged hand. They managed to get him out there for the final, and he came through to win it. But Dan Kilpatrick adamant that this is his chance to beat him in a fair fight. And it's definitely going to be a very interesting fair fight at that. So we'll have to see how this one continues to play out. Could be a very interesting and very affirmative end to the race, as the contenders are gearing up for an exciting showcase. The rain is still in the air, but it looks to have eased up for the moment here at Larkhall as we gear ourselves up ready for the Minimax Super Final. Don't forget you can catch up with all the latest from the championship on ukcglobal.com. And of course we have a very busy calendar in 2023, having raced already at the start of the year at Wilton Mill. The championship has now moved on here to the West of Scotland Car Club at Larkhall. But there are still more chapters to be written in this UKC title fight. And if you're a kart racer watching along thinking, well, I can get on the grid and I can race at this level, well, if you head to the website, ukcglobal.com, there are still plenty of great races ahead for us. And as you can see, the rain seems to have stopped for the time being. There are certainly some puddles around the circuit that are blowing in the breeze, but it looks to me as though the race is going to be relatively okay, at least for the time being. There is still some water on the circuit. There's still going to be some rooster tails kicked up as well. But here at Larkhall, anything can still happen. So the drivers are sat in the holding area, ready to go racing. And obviously it's been very intriguing to see how it's all played up to that point. But we have got some great racing action still ahead of us, as the drivers are waiting for some great racing drama. Warden Law in Sunderland will be the next round of the championship 3 weeks from now. And then, of course, in June, the championship moves across to Three Sisters, just outside the town of Wigan in the northwest of England. Then to Clay Pigeon Raceway, down at the very south of England in Dorset. And then the season finale will take place on the second weekend of August at Rowrah in Cumbria. So as the competitors gear themselves up ready for another exciting duel out on the course, it is time now for the Minimax Brigade to head out onto the course. 11 to 14 years of age, these drivers with their 125 Minimax Evo engines on the D2 Mojo tyres. So now we'll get to see what these youngsters can give us in terms of a great battle on the circuit. And these young men and women will definitely be battling all the way to the checkered flag in this one. Once again, it'll be a grand total of 14 minutes of racing, and you can see the last minute adjustments taking place there on the second row of the grid. I think that is just in behind is Ewan House, and it's them that are trying to come away with a Scottish podium if they can, but certainly Lucas Blandford is hoping to make it 2 wins out of 2 for the Scots. Ryan White having already taken a victory, and in fact the Scottish talent eclipsed the podium in the earlier race in a Honda Cadet in the final, but now the Minimax Super Final will hopefully see another Scottish talent on the podium as far as the locals are concerned anyway. It'd be nice to see it happen again. So Lucas Blandford in the Sony Vitesse renews his fantastic battle with the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris of Dan Kilpatrick. But what about the Ultimate R X-Brit of Dan Hartley, starting on the front row of the grid beside Blandford? If he gets a good start, all bets are off. Then the Saltire Cosmic of Ewan House and the Privateers, Amy Peacock and Leo Massey, will definitely want to play their part in this intriguing final. So as the contenders come through for another exciting battle out on the course, Larkhall is going to give us yet more excitement around this fabulous circuit. And this is definitely a great opportunity to see what these 6 drivers can give us. They'll obviously do 2 formation laps around the course. Last time out, it was all about Lucas Blandford, but he now comes here as a Sony Vitesse driver, having changed things up for the remainder of the 2023 season. But it'll be fascinating to see how the battles progress here around the circuit, just about 12 miles away from the beautiful city of Glasgow. An hour to the east of here is the nation's capital of Edinburgh. And for those who wanted to get inspired on the way up, not too far away from here is the beautiful town of Duns, where the Jim Clark Motorsport Museum rests. A fabulous place to get inspired about the world of motorsport. I managed to go and visit earlier in the week, and I have to say it is wonderful soaking yourself up in the legacy of the greatest racing driver who ever walked the planet. Argue with me at your peril. I still say it's Jim Clark, and I stand by that and probably will to the day I die. So the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship continues here at Larkhall in Scotland. Minimax 2022 Spec Final getting underway shortly. Lucas Blandford and Dan Hartley, Dan Kilpatrick and Ewan House, Amy Peacock and Leo Massey. As the drivers are ready for the start here in fantastic style, we will go racing once again. So let's see if Lucas Blandford can get the start off the grid to the best possible form. Are we going to go racing? No, false start. So the drivers will go round again. A couple of the drivers just out of position in the closing stages there, so that is why we're going to have those couple of changes up of position. So it's definitely going to be an interesting end to the day for the Minimax competitors. But now we'll get to see if Lucas Blandford and Dan Hartley can make this race come his way. Now battle away right to the finish line, of course. And we'll still have plenty of great races that will give us a great duel to the finish line. But can Lucas Blandford continue his very nearly clean sweep of the weekend? Only Dan Kilpatrick has been able to get under his skin over the course of this weekend. But Kilpatrick really wants to take the win off Lucas Blandford to really kickstart this title fight in Minimax 2023. Although, of course, they are on 2022 spec karts. This could be a very interesting and very entertaining battle for supremacy. As now we wait for the drivers to come through, and the Minimax final is about to get underway. Lucas Blandford and Dan Hartley on the front row of the starting grid as they come through off the final turn and getting up to speed again. This time, are we going to go racing? We are, and we're in the racing positions now as the drivers work their way through, and round the outside, Dan Hartley has broken through into the lead. A good start then from Dan Hartley, who leads the way here in front of the 59 of Lucas Blandford, but Dan Kilpatrick wants a piece of this now as well. It's going to be a very interesting challenge from here on out as Hartley has hit the front. It's a great start from the X-Brit out in front of the Ultimate R driver. As round the far side comes Dan Kilpatrick to try and sweep around Lucas Blandford. He's going to try and carry the speed. Blandford will hold the inside line, but now they're going to have pressure from the 26 of Ewan House. House is going to try and break through. Kilpatrick with a late bid on Blandford. They're going to go side by side, and Blandford holds on a second for the time being. Still they battle away, but it really is a very intense fight as they continue their charge forward. So now, Hartley in the lead from Blandford. Kilpatrick, House, Peacock and Leo Massey. So still they will continue in close proximity. So a really exciting run for all of the contenders as they continue to battle through. Dan Hartley out in front of Lucas Blanford, Dan Kilpatrick and Ewan House. Then in 5th it is Amy Peacock, and in 6th place Leo Massey. So through they go again. Lucas Blanford running out a little bit wide, and the number 20 of Dan Kilpatrick trying to close up to make his bid to go into 2nd position. But Dan Hartley is controlling the pace beautifully here in the final. This is exactly what Dan Hartley wanted coming into this one, and it looks like it could go all the way. So a fabulous battle as here comes the move from Dan Kilpatrick. He will want to try and get his move done here up the inside. Kilpatrick tries again on Blanford. Blanford still 2nd. So a really interesting situation. So again, Kilpatrick looking to make his bid to get through into 2nd position. A bit of a slide around there from Lucas Blanford. But the rain has stopped, and that's actually caused a bit of an issue for all of these drivers on wet tyres, because if there's... the rain has come back again. Just as I say, the rain has stopped, it starts again. So the number 20 of Dan Kilpatrick running in behind, and you can see that the spray is being kicked up again. So Kilpatrick trying to outfox Lucas Blanford, who's suddenly caught up a little to Dan Hartley. The 3 drivers battling for the win here. Hartley, Blanford, Kilpatrick. Yet again, there may not be many karts on the grid in this class, but I tell you what, they are having a fantastic race of it. And we are having a great duel. As again, Dan Kilpatrick makes his bid to try and get through on the inside line of Lucas Blanford, and here he goes, and he's into 2nd position. Great run from Dan Kilpatrick. He passes Lucas Blanford for P2. Up to the hairpin again. And this is where we're going to see a very interesting scenario now play out. Still they battle. Time to see if we are going to get one final hurrah here from Dan Kilpatrick to charge away from Lucas Blanford. Blanford struggling in 3rd position. He hasn't had as strong a run today as he had yesterday. So this is going to continue on in fine style, but Dan Hartley leads the way here in front of Dan Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick is just nipping and tucking his way through each apex. It's definitely going to be an interesting race battle from here on out, as still the drivers rage and rumble on. But it's definitely going to be Hartley in front of Kilpatrick and Blanford for the time being. Kilpatrick is getting closer to Dan Hartley though. Wait for the slingshot manoeuvre up into the hairpin. Surely this is going to be the chance for Dan Kilpatrick to make his bid up the inside line. Hartley trying to move to cover and defend the moment, but Kilpatrick's got a faster run off the turn. And Kilpatrick still swarming around behind Dan Hartley. So through they come again. And trying to make the bid through on the inside line. This is where things are going to get quite tricky for Hartley. Kilpatrick's got very close to him. Will he make the slingshot into the final hairpin? He does go for it, and Kilpatrick takes the lead. Oh, beautifully done by Dan Kilpatrick as he hits the front here in fantastic fashion. So Dan Kilpatrick looking very strong now as he leads Dan Hartley and Lucas Blanford in the battle for the final here in the Minimax in round 2 at Larkhall. And Lucas Blanford hops over the curbs in his bid to get through, and he's made it. Lucas Blanford rolls the dice, hops over the curb, gains ground on Dan Hartley, and storms into 2nd place. Now this is game on for Lucas Blanford. That was such a bold overtake. And that is absolutely amazing from Lucas Blanford to just hop it over. Big risk, big calculations made there at speed, but it is going to be Lucas Blanford who is now in 2nd. Now he's got plenty of time to catch up to Dan Kilpatrick in front, but with the spray now dissipating, rain is still coming down, but it's that fine rain that soaks you through, as they call it. So it's looking pretty neat, tidy now for the others. But certainly a very easy pickings race lead for Dan Kilpatrick at the moment. Blanford is a 2nd back, and he needs to try and gain some time. But it's certainly gone according to plan for Kilpatrick off the start from Blanford, Hartley, House and Amy Peacock. So really solid run so far. Leo Massey in 6th position, still very much in the hunt for this. It's not over yet. So still they duel for position. And the racers are giving us plenty of drama and suspense out there. So still they creep on through. You've got to tiptoe your way around these corners. You've really got to be very careful about the balance. It's got to be about delicacy. It's got to be about accuracy as well. So Kilpatrick, Blanford, Hartley, House, Peacock and Massey at the moment. But Kilpatrick certainly has the good measure of Lucas Blanford behind him at the moment. A gap between them is about a second. You don't want to push it too much more than that, because obviously if Blanford drops further back from Kilpatrick, then Kilpatrick really will be given license to run away with this victory, and he wants to try and catch him as much as possible. Dan Holland Racing versus Sodi Vitesse UK. Lando Norris chassis versus Sodi chassis. And Dan Kilpatrick versus Lucas Blanford for the victory in this final here at Larkhall. Still going strong for Dan Kilpatrick at the moment. It's definitely going to be a really intriguing run as the contenders finish off in style. But now we're going to see exactly what the contenders can give us through the final couple of moments of this race. 5 minutes plus the additional lap, and Blanford is chipping away a little at Kilpatrick. He is gaining ground little by little. This is certainly starting to come to him as the race battle continues in fine fashion here. Kilpatrick ahead of Blanford, Hartley, House, Peacock and Leo Massey. So a really strong effort as the drivers continue. But Blanford has got the gap still to make up, because he hasn't really chipped away at Dan Kilpatrick's advantage. Hartley is still there in third from House, Peacock and Massey. So Blanford hopping over the curbs again, just trying to get close enough to Dan Kilpatrick to challenge for a position. Still not looking particularly easy to manage and maintain that. Blanford trying his best just to find a little bit of extra pace, just to find that time to really try to close up. But so far Kilpatrick ahead of Blanford and Hartley. House, Peacock, Massey. Not a massive change up between these drivers as the race battles have continued all the way throughout. But Kilpatrick is 1.1 down from Blanford. And Kilpatrick is 1.1 seconds ahead of Lucas Blanford, and there is the Scotsman. But Lucas Blanford can't seem to find that little bit of extra pace that's required to overhaul Kilpatrick at the moment. In fact, Kilpatrick is actually pulling away a little. So this is very good news indeed for Kilpatrick, who wants to really kickstart his title campaign with this battle, and is certainly looking very good on it at the moment. But it was always going to be a very tricky one for Kilpatrick to sustain in front of Blanford. Dan Hartley is staying with them though, he's not really dropping back any. There is the Ultimate R driver. This is a good recovery from Dan Hartley. Still running a very solid race, having moved across from the Kato Motorsport team to the Ultimate R squad. And still running a very solid race battle at the moment. But there is Dan Hartley doing a grand job in third position, trying to stay with Lucas Blanford as much as possible. And it's very much stalemate between these three at the moment. And still the battle rages on up front for Kilpatrick, with Blanford and this man, Dan Hartley, all still in the mix for the victory. Ewan House is only 2 seconds back. And Amy Peacock and Leo Massey are still having a relatively good run of it, but Kilpatrick just trying to sustain this in front of Blanford. 1.1 seconds is still the gap between them. Not much has changed over the race, but they are trading sector times. Every time Blanford gains a little, Kilpatrick has to dig deep and find a response and try and even up the score a little. So this is really incredible racecraft from these two, because every time one gives something, the other has to take it back from them. Lucas Blanford was the fastest driver in the whole race in Sector 1 just that time by 20.95 compared to Dan Kilpatrick on a 21.13. But the fastest lap of the race has come from Dan Kilpatrick on a 1:01.324. So let's see if there is a little bit more pace in the kart as they continue to work their way through. And Blanford goes off the road. Blanford skates off the road. Has he got a problem? He manages to get the kart turned into the final hairpin, but Lucas Blanford definitely in some trouble there as he skates off the road and keeps it going, but the kart is looking out of sorts. Has Lucas Blanford got a problem? He skates off the road there at the chicane, but I don't know whether that was because of a driver error or whether that was because there's a problem developing with the Sodi. They come off the turn and back on the power. This is great news for Dan Kilpatrick. The win is looking on for him here as the rain continues to come down here in Scotland. But it's not heavy. It's certainly heavy enough to cause Dan Kilpatrick no end of joy out in the lead of the race right now. really starting to drink in the moment here up in front. Lucas Blanford having a very sturdy race in second place, but despite that trip over the grass, he is still staying as hungry as possible. He works his way through in the S's, but having gone off the road briefly, Lucas Blanford is still in second place. 1.3 seconds deficit to Dan Kilpatrick in the lead, which is now opened up by half a second. I do wonder if Blanford's got a slow problem developing. So now the two contenders having a really solid battle of it, but Kilpatrick in front of Blanford and Hartley, and then House, Peacock and Leo Massey. So still they continue as down the straight they come up towards the right-hander. And it's a very solid race battle between these three. They're basically just trading lap times at the moment. There's no nail-biting drama in terms of wheel-to-wheel action, but certainly in terms of the pace they're setting. 3, 2, 1, that's time. So Dan Kilpatrick is now going to be going into the final lap next time. It's certainly looking very strong indeed for Dan Kilpatrick. Yesterday was all about Lucas Blanford, but Sunday looks like it's going to be all about Dan Kilpatrick. What a solid performance it was from him in the superheat earlier today. But now the championship fight is very much on song. Into the last lap we go, and Dan Kilpatrick looks like he's got this one in the bag. He just has to keep it going for the final few corners of the lap. Blanford hasn't given up. Blanford is still pushing as hard as he can to try and close up on the number 20 of Dan Kilpatrick. But it's certainly looking that way for the Dan Holland racing driver on the Lando Norris chassis. He makes his way down the back straight, and it looks pretty neat and tidy for Dan Kilpatrick, as he is going to come through to retain a fabulous result today. Earlier on in the superheat, he got the victory. Now he is going to come through to get the victory done here in the final. And what a sensational charge through it has been for Dan Kilpatrick. He was disappointed after Wilton Mill. He said that could have been my race victory, and I'm devastated I didn't get a chance to seal it. Now he will seal it. Out of the final turn, Dan Kilpatrick wins at Larkhall. Absolutely textbook. A masterclass drive in front of Lucas Blanford and Dan Hartley from Ewan House, and then Amy Peacock and Leo Massey. But Dan Kilpatrick has driven beautifully in this one. And the Dan Holland racing driver on the Lando Norris chassis has got the victory he so rightfully deserves. He is just hanging it out on the formation lap to come in. What a superb effort from Dan Kilpatrick. He was so down in the dumps after his run at Wilton Mill. He said, I could have won that race. I should have won that race. Well, there's no doubt this time here at Larkhall. And the title fight between Lucas Blanford and Dan Kilpatrick can now kickstart in earnest. This is a really superb run from Dan Kilpatrick in this one. He has been so smooth here at Larkhall. It's a great result and a great victory. He can be very positive indeed about the way this title fight is now going to continue. And so the battle will resume when we head to Warden Law in Sunderland 3 weeks from now, as the title fight begins between Lucas Blanford and Dan Kilpatrick. So over now down to the pit lane, where Dan Kilpatrick will be greeted by Kev Harris.
Well, there we go then, the Minimax Super Final, and it's kart number 20, Dan Kilpatrick, who just puts himself on the scales. UKC scrutineers just making sure everything is as it should be, which I'm sure it is, so we can welcome over Dan Kilpatrick, then taking first place in Minimax here at round 2. The Sodi kart of Lucas Blanford, sounding not the healthiest kart, I have to say, as he puts it onto the scales, but he finished himself in second place there, as Dan just makes sure everything is just switched off. He's going to be a happy man under the helmet for sure. And in third place, it was Dan Hartley. And Dan Hartley looked like he might be able to take the win at a couple of stages in that race, but let's get him over. Come on to the spot, sir. X marks the spot for you. Really well done, Dan. You must be thrilled with that win. You wanted it last time, and you've got it this time.
Yeah, it was very, very hard at the start. It didn't get the best of starts. The outside row actually got a better start, but then halfway through the race, my tyres started to get a bit better, and I just picked my way through them and got the win in the end.
Yeah, we were down here at the bottom end when we saw you get the overtake on, it was Dan Hartley as well, who was leading for a lot of that race. When Dan was out in the front, did you think, you still had him in your sights?
I was a wee bit worried in case he's going to get away. He found a lot of pace at the end of the final, but I just got him, had about 2 or 3 tenths on him.
And then you were just working hard to keep your adversary, Lucas Blanford, at bay. He was chasing you down, but I think you had it wrapped up, didn't you?
Yeah, I was still thinking in my head, he's going to catch me, he's going to catch me. But then at the final lap, I just thought, oh.
Listen, well done to you, Daniel. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my family, just my mum, dad, and my granda, and my nanny, and my granda again, and Dan Holland Racing.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done.
Time Engines.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done to Dan Holland Racing, all of your team there and all of your family and friends. Filled with excitement now then as we go to round 3, leading the championship at this point in time, I think.
Yeah, hopefully I can get the win there again.
Brilliant. Well done to you, sir. Go and sort out your scrutiny and let's get Lucas over. Come on in, Lucas. X marks the spot today. Feet on up to the line. So Lucas, listen, really well done. Looked like Dan Hartley was going to, push away from yourself and Daniel on that one, but you and Daniel had other ideas. Ultimately finishing in second. Your face doesn't look that happy though.
No, obviously yesterday was a good day, but today just wasn't our day.
Tricky conditions this weekend in the wet. How have you found it with the Sodi Kart team this weekend and on that Sodi Kart?
Yeah, it's been all right, safe at least. I just want to say thanks to Brad for everything he's done for me today and, this weekend. So, yeah, it's been okay.
Well, it's a long season, and I'm sensing that the battle between yourself and Dan Kilpatrick is one that's going to play out really quite well from where we're standing from the sidelines. Looks to be an exciting prospect.
Yeah, definitely one to watch.
All right, well, listen, well done to you, Lucas. Go and sort out your scrutineering. Huge congratulations. Well done to all of the Sodi team there, and obviously Lucas's family as well. Let's welcome in Dan Hartley. Come on up to the spot, Dan. Great to see you there. You had a taste of running at the front there in that race. We were thinking that you might take the win at some point.
Yeah, definitely. I thought I was actually going to win, but I came third. That's still good, though.
It's really good. Third is really, really good. Huge congratulations. You're on the podium. It was in the early stages where there was a number of laps where you were running at the front and Dan and Lucas were chasing you down. Did you realise what was going on behind you? You had clear road ahead of you.
I was just thinking that Lucas and everyone else was battling, so I could have won that.
Who would you like to thank? Who's been looking after you this weekend? Who's been supporting you?
Ultimate Art and Sam, my mechanic, and my team, and my teams, and my parents.
Brilliant stuff. Huge congratulations, Dan. Go and sort out the scrutineer and let's get the formalities and the official bits and pieces done that we have to do at the end of a race. What a great race it was as well. Just a small field of 6 of them in that one, but it wasn't without incident and excitement. So let's take a look then back at some of that now.
Was a very good run in the early stages for Dan Hartley. Certainly looked like a winning contender and was just unable to convert it into the win towards the end. But it's when Dan Kilpatrick made his big switch on Lucas Blanford, the two of them battling away for position. The Sodi Kart just not quite able to come to the party for the victory in the final. It was when Dan Kilpatrick made his move first on Lucas Blanford and then second on Dan Hartley that we knew that the writing was on the wall and the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris was there for the taking all the way to the flag. A good run from Lucas Blanford to get into second, but it's job done between Kilpatrick and Blanford, and there is more great racing to come from them when we head to Warden Law. Congratulations to Dan Kilpatrick.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
So in we go then for the Mini Inter Super Final, and it's the teammates Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft on the front row of the grid. Blair Smith and Oliver Mievski on the second from Noah Barham and Oliver Meek. Charlie Wolford and Thomas Hill, Stanley Clark and Jaden Sherwood. Then Charlie Very and Charlie King, Finley Hines and Oliver White from Dan Minto and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Jack Collinson and the resurgent Luca Holmes-Balak from Levi McCarty and Kevin Kilbasa. Ryan Gandor and Hasnain Khan from Louis Radcliffe and JJ Lowe. Jake Rafferty and Kieran Stewart share the 13th row, then Elliot Surtees and Zach Mackay, Mason Webster and Jasper Oakes. Finishing off the grid, James Roberts should be there hopefully in 31st position, although we haven't seen him since race 1 yesterday. So we wish him all the best for whatever it is that's ailing him, and we hope that he will return back to full strength at Warden Law in Sunderland. Certainly a very positive start to the weekend, as it has been so far in the Mini Inter category. The Super Final definitely alluding to a very good race ahead of us. Cole Denham has won everything but the Super Heat leading up to this one. Cole Denham will actually line up on the grid alongside this man, Jacob Ashcroft, as they continue to put on an excellent display. Cole Denham has only scored 2 points over the course of the qualifying heats. 0 points for a win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on, of course, with the qualifying heats and Super Heat. And there is Oliver Mievski lining up fourth on the grid, but there is Blair Smith with the Scottish Saltire and the Ferrari emblem on his race helmet in the Strawberry Racing Tony car. There is Oliver Meek getting ready to go in his Synergy. And there is the number 21 in position, Noah Barham, hoping to work his way forward from the third row of the grid. He almost managed to snatch a top 3 finish in the Super Heat himself. There is Thomas Hill, gearing himself up in the Zip car. And alongside him, another of the Synergies, Charlie Wolford, who did a fantastic job in the Super Heat earlier on in the day. We also get to see some good battles from this man, the Coles Racing youngster, Jaden Sherwood, lining up 10th on the starting grid in the number 33 car. Alongside him on the grid, it is the 51. That is the Sam Pollitt racing machine of Stanley Clark. There is Charlie Very. Oh, sorry, no, there is the 74 of Charlie King, I should say. Charlie Very is the man who starts alongside him on the same row of the starting grid for the HRS squad. And you've still got some great battles from the drivers behind them. There is Oliver White, the 65 for the Hunter Motorsport team, as he lines up on the outside of the 7th row of the grid. On the inside of that row, it is Finley Hines, who had a very tricky start to the weekend. But certainly Finley Hines has got more to do in this upcoming Super Final. There is the number 88 car, that is Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. She lines up alongside the 228, the Hunter Motorsport kart of Daniel Minto, who had mechanical problems yesterday in the final qualifying heat. There is the 28 of Luca Holmes-Balak. I've got a real tip for him to charge his way forward, having already made some exceptional positions up from the grid, as the drivers are now heading out onto the circuit to warm themselves up, ready for the race. Luca Holmes-Balak went up from 22nd on the grid in the Super Heat to 7th place at the finish. So hopefully there's another big charge forward from Luca Holmes-Balak in the final, as he will be starting this race from 18th. But it's easier said than done, that is for sure. And the drivers will obviously be wanting to put on as good a show as he possibly can to make this race really come to him, as the battles are set to be joined once again out on the circuit here. But now we are going to have a really tight race as the contenders are looking for another strong battle. So now we get to see what will happen when these very talented competitors run in position. So now we'll get to see what happens as the position continues on. So as the drivers weave from side to side, trying to get heat into the tyres again, we're going to continue to see what these guys can give us through the course of the proceedings. It'll be a tough race ahead, that is for sure. So we'll see what the contenders do in this final race of the day for the Mini Inters. Great performance from Ryan White. Great performance too from Dan Kilpatrick across the first 2 races. But now we come to race 3. And it's going to be another intense and exciting duel out on the course. But who is going to come through for the victory? Will it be the pole sitter out in front, Cole Denham? Or will his teammate Jacob Ashcroft be able to put up a good enough show to overhaul him? Definitely going to be a very tricky start to proceedings, that's for sure. But now it all comes down to who is going to have the tenacity and the sheer determination to make this race come their way. The final couple of drivers in Mini Inter making their way to the rolling start procedure. They'll come off the final turn and we'll go racing again here at Larkhall. Cole Denham versus Jacob Ashcroft off the grid. Looks like there's a problem in the middle of the field for the 15, I think that was. Having a problem off the start. No, there was certainly a mechanical problem from the first 3 rows of the grid. So a big disaster for somebody, but certainly the race battle continues as they come through. Everybody trying to knit their way forward on the first couple of corners of the race. Jacob Ashcroft struggling with Oliver Majewski. Majewski is forced wide there. And the momentum was certainly not with the drivers as they came through on that one. But a fascinating start to proceedings, and certainly for Cole Denham, a really intriguing start to proceedings. I think the driver who was caught out was actually Noah Barham. Noah Barham was able to move forward. So I think it could be Oliver Meek who was in trouble off the start. So Oliver Meek barely getting away at all and has now dropped a long way down the field. So Oliver Meek, the one with mechanical problems there. I hope he's been able to keep going. But certainly up in front, there's no major changes other than the absence of Oliver Meek. There is the 15 of Blair Smith trying to work his way forward up a position again. So still they will try to make some good moves around the course. But a great performance so far as Cole Denham runs in the lead of this race from Charlie Wolfett, Jacob Ashcroft, Blair Smith and Noah Barham. A very exciting and competitive start to this race here at Larkhall for the Mini Inter final. Onto the back straight we go. Cole Denham just checking over his shoulder to see where Wolfett is in relation to himself. And here comes Ashcroft making his bid at the inside. Jacob Ashcroft into second position. A good run from the 22. So Ashcroft into second. And we look a little further back as I think we saw the 51 of Stanley Clark trying to get away from Charlie Very and Thomas Hill. Some good duels in the field here as we know. The leading novice driver is in 22nd. That is Louis Radcliffe. Ahead of Elliot Sturtis and Mason Webster for the time being. Tap of the helmet from Jacob Ashcroft to his rival Charlie Wolfett. Come on, let's work together. Stop racing me. Let's go get after the guys in front. And with 10 minutes still to go, that is probably some fairly useful advice, but there is some warnings for contact. And it's Blair Smith and Charlie Wolfett. Well, that is a very controversial start to the race for Wolfett and Smith, as they are currently running in 3rd and 4th positions, but they do not have too many more chances to play with here. There is Jacob Ashcroft out in front of Charlie Wolfett, having a very solid race of it at the moment as Cole Denham checks over his shoulder. Jacob Ashcroft still in front of Wolfett, Smith, Barham, Majewski. Then it is the 51 of Stanley Clark ahead of Charlie Very, Dan Minto and Jaden Sherwood. Luca Holmes-Ballack is already making up places from 18th up into 15th position behind the 65 of Oliver White. So there is still some overtaking moves to be had in this one. Back out of the hairpin, the 22. Still working hard here, Jacob Ashcroft, hoping to move his way forward. Now Oliver Meek has managed to recover and is down in 20th position in the 67. I'm not quite sure what happened to him off the start, but it certainly seems as though he put his foot on the throttle and the engine didn't give him any power. He has managed to get going and up to speed again, but it's detrimental and devastating to Oliver Meek's chances, having originally started this race from 6th on the grid. So there is Stanley Clark, working very hard to try and overhaul Oliver Majewski for 5th position. Very, Minto, Sherwood and Smith are behind. So Blair Smith has now suddenly fallen down into 10th position again. But certainly for Cole Denham and Jacob Ashcroft, it's business as usual out there on the road, as Cole Denham is looking for a strong run. Now, it looks as though there's been a failure of a transponder, and that is the 161 of Zach Mackay. Very unfortunate there indeed for him. It certainly causes a few headaches for the team. But Denham leads, Ashcroft, Wolfett, then Noah Barham, then Majewski and Clark. They fly past us. Very, Minto, Sherwood and Smith. Finley Hines is still trying to mix it up with them, and so too is the number 66 of Thomas Hill. So still some good battles out there on the course. And a lot of great challenges still to play out. So now we're going to have a really solid effort from Charlie Wolfett in 3rd position, but we're watching the duel for 5th place between Majewski and Clark as they continue to squabble away. So Majewski and Clark, 5th and 6th, then Very, Minto, Sherwood, Smith, Hines, Hill and Holmes Balak in 13th. The back end starting to kick out a little bit again. The rain is still trying to make up its mind whether it's going to be a wet day at the office or a bit of a murky day at the office, really. Majewski still hanging on in 5th place in front of Clark as we go wheel to wheel. That is Blair Smith trying to get his run on Jaden Sherwood. But he's dueling away at the moment, having got past Sherwood. Now he's having a go at Minto. And Blair Smith gets the move there on Dan Minto. Is that Sherwood going to get through as well? It's going to need to be a committed overtake to finish it off. That's actually Finley Hines. So Dan Minto has lost ground to Sherwood and is now having a duel with Finley Hines. So there is Sherwood having got past, Smith has got past, and now Minto trying to hold off from Hines and Holmes Balak, who has now dealt with and overtaken Thomas Hill. So through they go again. A very exciting run for all of the contenders as they continue to make hay while the sun shines. Bit of a slide there from the 21 of Noah Barham in behind Cole Denham. Charlie Wolfett is upsetting the Dan Holland Racing apple cart that could dominate this race in the top 3 positions on the podium. But certainly for Charlie Wolfett, he wants to go for the victory himself here. Jacob Ashcroft is looking pretty comfortable in the lead of the race, though. By 2.1 seconds he leads. And so they will continue to give us plenty of excitement out there on the course. And still the drivers battle on. Not going to be easy to decide who is going to get the run of this. Here comes the opportunity, the manoeuvre. This is the battle. Further back as up the inside. A nice little overtake in the midfield as we watch Levi McCarty go with Elliot Surtees and Mason Webster. More overtaking in the midfield at the moment. So let's see how Levi McCarty is going to be able to close for the overtaking move here on Elliot Surtees. Trying to skate his way forward and try and take the move into the hairpin. So some good racing in the midfield. It's not just at the front where the action is in this category. And there's the dive at the inside as Levi McCarty gets the run on Elliot Surtees and overtakes. As meanwhile, on the other side of the circuit, Jacob Ashcroft is getting back into view. And there's the move. Luca Holmes Balak makes the bid on Dan Minto. So the 28 gets past the 228. And Luca Holmes Balak now works his way up into the top 10 for the first time in this final. Still has a lot of time to make up, obviously, but certainly has another opportunity to try and make it up. And now it looks as though Dan Minto is going to have more pressure from Finley Hines. So Luca Holmes Balak is definitely making his thoughts felt here. But it's Ashcroft, Wolfett, Denham, Barham, Majewski, and then it's Stanley Clark from Very, Sherwood and Blair Smith ahead of Luca Holmes Balak and Dan Minto. But the big question I want to ask myself now is how many other drivers are going to make the chance to close up on the Ashcroft, Wolfetts, Denhams and Barhams of this world as we watch Charlie King battling away with Thomas Hill. Thomas Hill making a late bid. They run side by side and neither driver is prepared to give way. So for the moment it is King that manages to get through and hold position. Charlie King hanging on in front of Thomas Hill. So still they duel away. But Ashcroft holds a 2.2 second advantage over Charlie Wolfett now. Denham is there in third, then Barham, Majewski, Clark, Ferry, Sherwood, Smith and Luca Holmes-Balak in 10th position from Minto and Hines. Just waiting to see who is going to make the next decent challenge. Finley Hines makes the bid there on Minto. Minto went a little bit deep into the hairpin. Now he was able to utilise the lack of rubber on the inside line there to get the kart coaxed in round the outside of the banking and make the bid to hold into the position. So that worked out quite well for Dan Minto. He holds on to 11th, but they are hemorrhaging time to the top 10 in front. There's a warning flag going out for the 66. That is Thomas Hill for his antics on one of the previous laps. You can see there a nice little duel as up the inside. The 33 makes the bid. That's Sherwood on Very. And Jay Sherwood manages to work his work through up into position. So Jaden Sherwood gets into 7th place past Charlie Very as Luca Holmes-Balak, I think, now all over the back of Blair Smith as they duel away for 9th position further back. Interesting to see if Luca Holmes-Balak can make the bid then to get into 9th position. Oh, bit of a slide from Blair Smith, and that's enough for Luca Holmes-Balak round the outside. He takes the place instead. And now Luca Holmes-Balak feels he's got a run on Charlie Very. So he's going to be trying to make his overtaking move felt. Some really impressive comeback driving here from Luca Holmes-Balak, who had a nightmare yesterday and is really getting himself back into the mix. Now he's hunting down the 73 of Charlie Very, and he gets through. Oh, nicely done from Luca Holmes-Balak. That was really calm, really collected. And it's a very solid effort as the contenders continue to make a good run of it. And still the drivers battle on. But it really is going to be a solid performance from the contenders here. And still, the race battle victory. The race battle for the victory has been very tight indeed. But Ashcroft should be able to hold on to this in front of Charlie Wolfett. Looks like a really tough one here for Charlie Wolfett. Hanging on to second, but about to fall into the clutches of Cole Denham. So we are looking a bit further back in the pack now as there is Blair Smith battling to try and work his way forward. Oh! That was a very close run. But out in front, it is this man, Jacob Ashcroft, who is looking very neat and tidy in the lead of this race. No major concerns for him at the moment as he certainly sets out on his stride to finish the job off in the Mini Inter category. It's been a perfectly superb race from his point of view. He hasn't really had to break a sweat at any point through the course of this final. Once he got into the lead, everything about this race from that point on has just been about smooth running and just keeping it nice and tidy. He hasn't really had to worry too much about the issues. There are only 3 races to go after this one as we get to the halfway point in our finals, but I tell you what, it really has been a solid run so far from Jacob Ashcroft in front of Charlie Wolfett. Doing a great job at the moment. Cole Denham in third from Barham, Majewski, Stanley Clark, and then Sherwood, Holmes-Balak, Blair Smith, and of course Emma Sutherland is watching home. Her son Charlie Very doing a great job in 10th position at the moment. 15 seconds on the clock for Jacob Ashcroft, having a great race of it as Jacob Ashcroft brings the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris chassis onto the back straight. And now we have 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time. So this is the penultimate lap of the race now. We know that the final is going to run to a distance of 13 laps. We're on the 12th at the moment. And the lap after this one is going to be the final lap of the race. A solid and superb run for Jacob Ashcroft. Charlie Wolfett is going to upset the Dan Holland Racing trio here with second place on the Synergy. And a very deserving result that is for Charlie Wolfett. He's worked very hard all weekend long. So it's good to see him fight himself back into contention again. So Jacob Ashcroft running a very solid race up front, but Charlie Wolfett is not safe in second yet. Cole Denham is definitely catching up with him. And as the battles rage going into the final lap, Cole Denham wants to steal second away from Charlie Wolfett. They slide through the first couple of corners. Wolfett knows that Denham's going to be there. So now he's going to have to go super defensive to keep Cole Denham at bay. Wolfett will do the best he can to keep Denham behind him. Denham's got a tighter line off the hairpin. Wolfett knows that. There's Ashcroft in the lead, looking good for the win. But this is now where we're going to get to see what Cole Denham can do as he looks for a move around the outside. Dives for the inside line! And they drift off the road! They both drift off the road. And Charlie Wolfett recovers in third position. Cole Denham comes through, up the inside again. Wolfett snatches second place back. What a comeback from Charlie Wolfett. Denham's now going to come straight back at him. Up to the hairpin. Wolfett and Denham are now side by side for second place on the back straight. Wolfett is determined not to let Denham get through, but Denham gets through regardless. One final corner. Ashcroft is going to get the win, but who's going to get second? Ashcroft takes the victory. It's going to be close, and it will be Wolfett. Oh my goodness! Charlie Wolfett round the outside of Cole Denham. I have never seen a fight back like it. My goodness me! Wow! Charlie Wolfett will not be shoved around this racetrack without a fight. That was absolutely inspired from both Charlie Wolfett and Cole Denham. They gave as good as they got. What an amazing fight to the flag. Completely upstaging Jacob Ashcroft's dominant run up front. Ashcroft skates to the victory. But the battle between Charlie Wolfett and Cole Denham went right to the line. And it's Wolfett who gets there in front of Cole Denham. My goodness me, two young superstar youngsters battling for the victory. They had to concede to Jacob Ashcroft, but what a final lap that was between Charlie Wolfett and Cole Denham. Literally nothing between them. So Kev is definitely going to have a lot of interesting feedback from the top three.
Kart 22, Jacob Ashcroft sliding himself into scrutiny, and I think they're going to get a little ticking off from Gary in a moment. Onto the scales and then onto the spots, but the result then, Jacob Ashcroft from Charlie Wolfett from Cole Denham. Let's get Jacob over. Come on over, Jake. Come and put yourself on the spot. Get your helmet off. Well done to you, young man. Another race, another win. First place at Wilton, first place here at Larkhall. You must be absolutely thrilled.
I'm really happy.
Yeah, tell us about that race. You were, running, I think, second or third up till about lap 4, but it was on lap 4 that you got the overtake done, and then after that you were out in front.
Well, I had a really bad start because I got hung out on the outside and I couldn't get in. I dropped down to about 6th. I did 2 people on the first lap, and then I had my head down to try and catch Cole.
Yeah, and once you did get yourself up near Cole, then the battle was on, wasn't it? And once again as well, Charlie Wolfett was just behind you on that one. Looks like you guys in Mini Inter, it's going to be quite a battle this season.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a good battle this season. So, yeah, looking forward to it.
Who would you like to thank this weekend?
I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, my mum and my dad.
Well, huge congratulations to you. Well done, Jacob. First place at Wilton, first place here at Larkhall. Go and finish off your scrutineering as we bring in the man that came home in second place. Well done to Charlie Wolfett. Charlie, skidding your way into scrutineering here. Obviously wet and slippy on the surface in scrutineering, but you got the measure of the car out on the track. Wasn't too wet and slippy for you out there?
No, it was a lot more slippy in here, obviously. But, yeah, it was quite good.
Yeah, quite good. You got yourself that second place at the opening round at Wilton Mill, and you've done it again here. The gap up to Jacob Ashcroft, just too large to close this time.
Yeah, definitely.
Tell us about how that race played out for you in the earlier stages, though.
So I started like 7th, I think, and worked my way up to 3rd on the opening lap, got into 2nd, then 3rd again, and then Cole spun out coming into the second hairpin. So I was in 2nd. I was just my team manager, Rob Hanscom, was just keep telling me to push. But me and Cole had a really good battle at the end.
Yeah, you had a really good battle. And something you just said there that's got me thinking, when you can see your team managers and your coaches on the pit wall there and on the fence, and they're doing all those hand signals and waving their arms in the air, can you see them? Do you take notice of that kind of thing?
Yeah, you do. It's really important. I mean, you probably won't win a race without them. That they're there to help you. They can see more than you can, so...
Well, fantastic stuff. Who would you like to thank in particular for this weekend?
I'd like to thank Synergy Factory Team, Mike, Rob, my mum and dad, and KR Racing Engines.
Huge congratulations as we say cheerio to our man there, Charlie Wolfett in second. Cole Denham has gone AWOL, but he's got his car into scrutineering. A fantastic fantastic race from these youngsters, and as Jacob said, I think we're going to have quite a season on our hands with all of them there, and really philosophical from the man that came home in second, Charlie Wolfett, just over there. Congratulations to all the teams and the coaches and the mechanics involved. Let's relive some of the exciting moments from that one now with Jake.
Well, I'll tell you what, the Mini Inter Super Final was a bit of a slow burn, wasn't it? But we certainly got our dessert at the very end of the race there. And great to see just how impressive the racing ended up. It was very exciting right to the final section there. We had some great battles all the way. So a really exciting situation for all of the contenders as we go back down briefly there to the holding area. I thought for a moment there we were going to get Cole Denham, but certainly Cole Denham has been one of the most entertaining contenders of the race weekend. Jacob Ashcroft disappearing into the distance and checking out to the tune of 6 seconds. We had some good battles in the midfield as well as at the front end of the field. But how about that final lap ding-dong between Charlie Wolfett and Cole Denham? One of the most exciting final laps I've seen for many a year here at Larkhall. And that was really exciting to end the Mini Inter Super Final in fine style. There was Luca Holmes-Balak making his way back through the field. And he came home with a very deserving 7th position for my money. One of the drivers of the weekend after the misery of yesterday. He has very much come into today with a never give up attitude. And that's something that Luca Holmes-Balak can be very proud of. But certainly we had the most incredible final lap duel. I really want to see some of the best bits of it again as we come through the highlights. It was good to see Luca Holmes-Balak really getting on with it there on the inside. Here we go. This is what we got to see in the final couple of moments. Cole Denham getting his move there on the inside of Wolfett. He caught the curb, and that's how Wolfett ended up going off the road, because he just speared into the side of Wolfett. That was not intentional at all, but Wolfett bounced back, and then he decided, right, I'm not standing for that. He dived back in on the inside of the hairpin, got the manoeuvre, and then the two of them were just dueling all the way to the flag. It was really exciting to see, and Wolfett, just check this out, round the outside, drove around him. Superb. The Micromax Super Final is up next.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap. Both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Bring on the Micromax contenders. It is the anti-penultimate race of the day. Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer on the front row from Cian Bernard and Theo Bradshaw. Then Austin Oman and Emerson McAndrew. Otis Cleary and Drew Davidson from Riley Morrow and Josh Cormack. Alex Goodson, Jensen Chalk, Harry Taylor and Sebastian Lush from Diane Singh Bahal, and he is beside Dax Farah. Samuel Ludii, James Sims, Soren Gallagher, Lewis Kakuldi and Harry Radcliffe rounding out the field. 21 contenders battling for supremacy in the Micromax Super Final. And I have to say, all 21 of these young lads are going to be pushing their way further forward to try and battle away for the Micromax Super Final victory. It's definitely been an interesting challenge for all of the contenders coming up to this point. 3 brilliant victories across the Super Finals for Jacob Ashcroft, for Ryan White and for Dan Kilpatrick, who is going to join the winners list here at Larkhall. Definitely going to be an inspired end to the weekend. We still have, of course, the Micromax and then, of course, the Senior and Junior Rotax finals still to come here. And we have plenty of racing to battle ourselves around the circuit in fine style. It's definitely been a really exciting battle all the way through the weekend. And now we get to see how it finishes up here at the West of Scotland Kart Club. I have to say, it's only been a couple of times that I've been here since the new reconfiguration, that £2.5 million investment into this place, and I have to say, what an amazing circuit it was before. What a sensational circuit it is now. The extension definitely gives it a few more overtaking opportunities, especially in the greasy conditions that we currently face ourselves with. But now we come to the most difficult part of the day, these 3 finals that are left, and as you can see, it is not actually raining on the circuit down there, but as you can see as well from the drivers in position on the grid, they have to go wet tyres because we're in that variable position where the circuit is not bone dry and it's not full wet. So again, you have to try and make a really calculated decision in terms of tyres. For my money, there is absolutely no sense whatsoever in going slick tyres. You just won't get any purchase off them at all. So as you can see, everybody's gone wet tyres. The problem is that even in these conditions where wet tyres are the only option, you're still not going to get a massive amount of water going through the treads. And that's where it becomes really difficult for the drivers to actually find any grip at all. You're really going to struggle to get these guys to come up to temperature on tyres or brakes. So it's definitely going to be very interesting. So the contenders are definitely going to be very intriguing at this point. So we'll see how things continue on. So now as the drivers warm their tyres and brakes up to temperature, it's going to be a very exciting battle. But now who's going to get the job done? Edward Haynes has been the form bearer over the course of the weekend, but Cian Bernard was able to get the victory in the earlier superheat. Have they got the tyre pressures right? But as you look at the drivers go around on these formation laps, we have the same problem again. There's not enough standing water on the road for the water to actually go through the tyres. So finding grip is going to be almost impossible out there. So it's going to be very tricky and very tough indeed to see how the drivers will bear up under the strain. So as the Micromax contenders work their way around the course, it's definitely going to be tough to know who is going to get the top spot. Ed Haynes and Oliver Spencer from the front row of the grid though. Cian Bernard, who worked his way through for the victory in the superheat. He is there third on the grid from Theo Bradshaw, Austin Oman and Emerson McAndrew. Then Otis Cleary and Drew Davidson, Riley Morrow and Josh Cormack from Goodson, Chalk, Taylor, Lush, Pahal, Farah, Ludii, Sims, Gallagher, Kakuldi and Radcliffe. So as the 21 drivers will now come off the hairpin here and get themselves into the 2 tram lines, they cannot race until the lights go out on the main starting straight. If they preempt it, it could trigger a penalty. But certainly a tough battle now between Ed Haynes and Oliver Spencer. Cian Bernard, the man in third position on the grid on the second row to the right of your picture. He was the man who came through to win the Super Heat. Alongside him on the grid, Theo Bradshaw. Oman and McAndrew will be very interesting drivers to watch out for here, and keep an eye on Otis Cleary as well as we get ready to go racing, and we are up to starters' orders. No, we go round again. False start, false start. So it looks as though we had a bit of an issue there off the start, as a couple of drivers were not ready in position, and so the drivers have to gesture to each other to remind each other this race has not started yet, folks. We'll go round again if you don't mind. We'll go round again even if you do. So now who's going to come through? Edward Haynes won everything except the Superheat this morning. Oliver Spencer has a great chance to steal it away from both he and Cian Bernard, who battled for the win earlier on today. But Oliver Spencer still has plenty of opportunity here. Theo Bradshaw in fourth from Cleary, Oman, Murrow, Davidson, Goodson and Cormack in the mix there as well. Now, it looks to me as though Emerson McAndrew has fallen out of his original starting position and is now trying to make his way back into that original starting position. So he is out there on the track, but I'm not sure whether he's been able to retain his original starting position on the grid, because Otis Cleary appears to have moved up one. So Emerson McAndrew, I think, is trying to get himself back into his original starting slot on the grid, and now he has done so, I do believe. So that has now been rectified. So Emerson McAndrew was out of position. He has now managed to get himself into that original starting position of P6 on the grid. And it is starting to rain again here, just as it has been all day long. It's been intermittent with the weather, and this time we go racing up to the first corner, and it's a good start for the race leader, Ed Haynes. No problem at all as he mixes his way through up through the first couple of corners, and a couple of drivers going off the road. That's the number 70 taken to the grass. That's Drew Davidson. He manages to recover, but Cian Bernard is up to second place already, having got past Oliver Spencer, and now he's immediately making the move on Ed Haynes. And as he comes off the turn, he's going to go wheel to wheel with Ed Haynes for the lead. Bernard and Haynes battling away for the victory. And Cian Bernard goes through. He takes the lead of the race on the opening lap here at Larkhall. In the Micromax final, whoops, Spencer drifts a little wide. Manages to catch the card, but not before he gets overtaken by the 22 of Riley Murrow. But he manages to get him back again. Spencer back into third position on the dictate. And there's a kart spinning on the way to the hairpin. And that is the 18, I'm afraid. A big disappointment there for Lewis Cacaldi, who has got going again. 3 wide off the hairpin. Goodness me, Otis Cleary trying to fend off from Austin Oman, I think that is. And another spin off the hairpin, as Riley Murrow trying to get back in on terms with the 42 of Oliver Spencer. Everybody trying to tuck their way through on the opening lap, diving around the inside line. That is the 22. Oh, and Haynes goes off the road. Ed Haynes actually drifted off the road. So Riley Murrow gets through into third place past Spencer and ahead of Emerson McAndrew. But even Ed Haynes couldn't keep his card on the racetrack. So Haynes drifts off the road into second position. And Cian Bernard is looking good for another victory. So Bernard ahead of Haynes, Spencer, Murrow and McAndrew. Then Oman, Bradshaw, Jensen Chalk, Harry Taylor and Samuel Adiyi. That's the top 10 at the moment. But there's going to be a couple of overtaking bids here, I'm sure. There goes Jensen Chalk making his bid up the inside of Theo Bradshaw. Job done. Nicely handled for Jensen Chalk. He had misery at the end of the Superheat while battling for third position to try and charge his way back into a podium scoring position. But he really has made a good run of it as he tries to storm his way back into contention here. Having had a miserable weekend so far, wouldn't it be wonderful if he finished off with a decent run in the final? So through they come. Emerson McAndrew trying to shake off the attentions of Austin Oman. And then Jensen Chalk and Theo Bradshaw, Harry Taylor, Sam Ludiyi, Sebastian Lush and Dian Singh Bahal. So through they come again. Here comes the move potentially from Oman. I thought he was getting a bit racy there behind Emerson McAndrew. Doesn't make the bid into the boot. It's still very early doors in this race to make that kind of bid, but on the exit, Oman might get a shot here at Emerson McAndrew. Haynes is trying to close up again on Cian Bernard, but Riley Murrow still holding a strong third position. Here comes the move from Austin Oman, diving in on the inside of McAndrew. Nice overtake, but watch out, boys. You've got Jensen Chalk on your 6, and he is going to try and charge after both of you. McAndrew comes back at Oman, diving up the inside. There's still enough of a gap for Jensen Chalk, and he knows it. He's got to leave Austin Oman a bit of room, though. So Austin Oman is going to cover it on the inside and then go for McAndrew as well. but Jensen Chalk will get the switcheroo, and he gets back alongside Austin Oman. He'll have the right-hander next time. He doesn't want to give best, and he doesn't. He gets the place. Nicely done by Jensen Chalk. So a really solid battle continuing here. So a really exciting situation. So we'll continue to run away for position as they continue to battle away. So still they battle away. That is Austin Oman picking up Jensen Chalk. So they continue to squabble away. Down the back straight. The O-play, Jensen Chalk still squabbling away behind Austin Oman. Theo Bradshaw is in the mix there again as well. Trying to work their way forward. It'll be an interesting charge forward. Up the inside comes Jensen Chalk. Dives through. A little bit of a nudge there on the back of Austin Oman from Theo Bradshaw. He's trying to shake off Harry Taylor now. Great racing in the Micromax final. Up through to the hairpin again. And still we squabble away for position. But certainly up front, Cian Bernard has that vital second gap over Ed Haynes. Jensen Chalk is really getting racy in behind Emerson McAndrew again. Tucks up behind the number 16, that's Austin Oman trying to make the way through. The 44 and the 53 in tow as well. There's the move. Ollie Spencer takes on Riley Morrow and gets into third position as Cian Bernard continues to step the attack in the lead of the race. So a fabulous position at the moment for Cian Bernard. 1.7 seconds clear of Ed Haynes, and now up to third comes Ollie Spencer past Riley Morrow. Dueling in the background, you've got Jensen Chalk, I think up to fifth position. He's worked his way forward, and now it's going to be Oman on the inside of McAndrew, and also Bradshaw. Not a lot of space to play with. McAndrew has to give best. So Emerson McAndrew now trying to get himself back into position as Jensen Chalk has climbed all the way to the dizzying heights of fifth. This is a great recovery drive from the O-plate. Jensen Chalk has gone from 12th to 5th, and it's a really exciting run through. So now Riley Morrow trying to get on Ollie Spencer in the hope that he can make his way forward. But this is going to be a really intense run for Jensen Chalk. He's still got Austin Oman all over the back of him. There goes McAndrew. Emerson McAndrew gets the run on Theo Bradshaw and takes the place in the final turn. So that moves him up into 7th place ahead of Bradshaw, Taylor and Ludiyi. Then Singh Bahal, Lush, Cleary, Cormac, Goodson and Drew Davidson. Sovereign Gallagher is in the mix there as well in front of Radcliffe and Sims. Looks as though we've already had a retirement from the race, and that looks to me like Dax Farah, unfortunately. No, Farah has continued, but is now down at the back of the field, sadly. So still the race rages on, but Jensen Chalk has got Oman all over the back of him. Then there's a gap of about a second to McAndrew, Bradshaw, Taylor and Ludiyi. Now, is that going to be a move from Bradshaw? Not quite close enough to get on terms with McAndrew at this point. Lots of racing between these guys as they continue to squabble away. Nobody's really backing down from the title fight, that is for sure. So still they run through. The O-play to Jensen Chalk. Austin Oman from McAndrew, Bradshaw, Taylor and Ludiyi. Then Pahal, Lush, Cleary, Cormac and Goodson. So over the line again. 5.5 minutes still to go. Edward Haynes having a good run of it. Dian Singh Bahal in 12th position behind Sebastian Lush. Singh Bahal still having a tough race of it as they continue to squirt around the course. But the O-plate, Jensen Chalk, still running well in front of the 16 of Austin Oman. As they come through again, it's going to be a tough run. Down to the braking zone for the right-hander. Just a tap of the brakes and then a turn in on the throttle. As Riley Morrow tries again to get back into third position on Ollie Spencer. He's got a good run up to the hairpin. He decides not to go for the move this time as Jensen Chalk continues to fight through in 5th position. A resurgent battle from Jensen Chalk. He's really got himself back together again after his earlier disappointment. But he really wants to catch up to the two drivers up front, that's for sure. So Spencer and Morrow, 3rd and 4th. Then Jensen Chalk in 5th from Oman. McAndrew, Bradshaw, Taylor, Ludiyi and Sebastian Lush ahead of Dian Singh Bahal. 4.5 minutes on the clock. And Cian Bernard is now 2.5 seconds clear of Edward Haynes. This is very much looking like Cian Bernard's final to lose. A very solid race from him now. But watch this duel continue to squabble away. Theo Bradshaw trying to pick one up on Emerson McAndrew. McAndrew goes long into the left, tight in the right. Is there a gap? No, there isn't. Not with Emerson McAndrew on the case. They get back on the throttle again. Spencer and Morrow, 3rd and 4th. Chalk and Oman, 5th and 6th. But watch around the outside as Theo Bradshaw is going to have to make his bid there. McAndrew will come back on the switcheroo. They run side by side. They almost rub wheels. And this time they do rub wheels. Once, twice, 3 times. And Bradshaw gets through. McAndrew will try again. That got very close for comfort. But rubbing's racing, as they say. Here's the move from McAndrew. Dives on the inside, and he's going to leave the door wide open for his teammate as Harry Taylor will get through as well. No, he won't. Bradshaw holds the position. So McAndrew stays 7th in front of Bradshaw, then Taylor, then Ludiyi. And with 3.5 now to go, it's still stalemate in the battle for 7th place between these 4 brilliant young racers. Still they duel away here in the PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship final of the Micromax at round 2 at Larkhall. So still they contest this fabulous battle. 2.7 seconds behind Cian Bernard. Then Spencer and Murrow. Then 2 seconds back at Chalk and Oman. You just saw them go through your picture. Then it's McAndrew, Bradshaw, Taylor, Ludiyi. Lewis is in 11th place, Singh Pahal in 12th, and then it's Cleary from Cormac, Davidson, Goodson, Gallagher, Radcliffe, Sims and Kakoldi with Dax Farah 11 seconds back. But everybody's still circulating in this epic Micromax final. A bit of a run wide there from McAndrew. Is he going to lose the position as a result? Yes, he does. Bradshaw comes through. So McAndrew fights back into the right-hander. Taylor goes with him. And this time, Taylor is really going to struggle to hold him off. And again, Bradshaw is determined that Taylor is not going to get the overtake. So McAndrew saves the position. He runs very deep into the hairpin and uses plenty of curb on the exit. But it looks as though the rain has stayed consistent, although it's not heavy in the slightest. Up to the hairpin again. They go through the square left and then into that long flowing hairpin out of the turn. Harry Taylor trying his best to get one over on Bradshaw. Bradshaw's got a faster run off the corner, and that's going to be a tough one for McAndrew to fend off. Emerson McAndrew still holding fast, trying to make sure he doesn't lose the position, but as they come through to the right-hander, Bradshaw might just have the room here as Jensen Chalk continues in front of Austin Oman for 5th position, but they can't quite get close enough to Ollie Spencer and Riley Murrow for the liking of Jensen Chalk. And still they duel, no difference in the positions. Harry Taylor tries again, can't get through on the 44 of Theo Bradshaw. The closing stages of this race are now upon us as Theo Bradshaw still shakes off the attentions of Harry Taylor. Not a big difference between them in terms of 1 lap pace, that's for sure. So still they duel. It's going to be a very interesting situation for all of the contenders. Cian Bernard, 4 seconds clear now of Edward Haynes. This is going to be a tight one all the way to the line. And there's a bit of a tussle going on still as we watch the leader, Cian Bernard, having a smooth and solid run out in the lead here. This is a perfect run for Cian Bernard. He did a great job in the superheat this morning, and here he is in the final, just looking so smooth, so calm and composed. So Cian Bernard is your leader. Look back, there is going to be Ed Haynes in second. Well, I hope there's going to be Ed Haynes in second, because Cian Bernard is... Wait a minute, what's happened to Ed Haynes? I think Ed Haynes has dropped back a little bit. So Ollie Spencer and Riley Murrow, I think, have come through into 2nd and 3rd places. I think Ed Haynes has had an issue somewhere, which has cost him 2nd place. Indeed it has. So Spencer and Murrow is up to 2nd and 3rd. Oh, and there's 2 cars spinning off at the hairpin there at the end of the lap. So 2 cars recovering there in position. That was Radcliffe battling away with Soren Gallagher, I think. So those 2 have dropped back. So Radcliffe and Gallagher recovering. No, it was Radcliffe and Kakoldi. I do apologise. But Ed Haynes has dropped to 5th position now behind the O-plane of Jensen Chalk. As Spencer and Murrow are now 2nd and 3rd. Haynes has fallen into the clutches of Austin Oman. I'm not entirely sure what happened to Ed Haynes there, but he has suddenly slipped from 2nd place to 5th position. And that's very unfortunate in the final dying moments of this race. But Jensen Chalk has inherited 4th position as well, and now Spencer and Murrow are dueling for 2nd position. As on to the last lap will go Cian Bernard. He begins the final lap now. Spencer and Murrow having a great duel for 2nd position still. Murrow thinks he's got a shot here on Ollie Spencer, and to be fair to him, he certainly does. But what can he do on the final lap? He's got to get a little bit closer to Spencer. It's got to be a little bit brave as well, because Spencer is not going to be an easy driver to overtake. But Riley Murrow, who has come up from the world of Bambinos, works his way forward into Micromax. He's got a shot here on Ollie Spencer. They come off the hairpin and down the back straight again. This is where things could get very spicy. Cian Bernard has got the win on a silver plate up front. 9 seconds clear of Spencer and Murrow. And Jensen Chalk in the background might just steal something spectacular here. But the checkered flag is going to come the way of the 33 of Cian Bernard. He is now coming into the final couple of corners of the race. You'll see him in the background. There he goes. Cian Bernard having an excellent race to the line. And it is going to be the 33, Cian Bernard, that will come through. Cian Bernard gets the victory in the final here at Larkhall. A very happy chappie. A dominant victory in the end for Cian Bernard. And second place is going to go the way of Ollie Spencer, just in front of Riley Murrow. Jensen Chalk in fourth ahead of Ed Haynes. Austin Oman in sixth position ahead of Bradshaw McAndrew. Oh, Bradshaw and McAndrew have had a moment on the final lap by the look of it. So they have fallen down to 9th and 10th behind Harry Taylor and Sam Ludiyi. Wow, a great end to the race then, but for Cian Bernard in particular, that is a race win he will remember for a long, long time. And an excellent run from the number 33. Excellent work and a really solid performance from the contenders here. Still, the drivers have battled on in great style and great form. But what a superb battle it has been for the entirety of this race. So a terrific run from Cian Bernard just as he won in the Superheat this morning. He comes through to win the Super Final as well. Excellent job and a great result. And that is exactly what the doctor ordered. So a terrific display and a great performance so far, as a great run in the Micromax Super Final for Cian Bernard ahead of Ollie Spencer and Riley Murrow. A very tough race there. Jensen Chalk in the O-plate fighting his way back to fourth position. Kev is down in pit lane to greet our victor, Cian Bernard.
Well, there we go then. Cian Bernard, kart 33, puts himself on the #1 spot. What a great drive from this youngster. Very professionally done. It was fantastic from him in the super heat, wasn't it? But in the super final, he got daylight between himself and the rest of the pack. And then it was all said and done, wasn't it, really? He was so far down. I'd come put yourself in the spot, Cian. Well done, mate. Really well done. Great racing from him. When you got out in front there, you just had so much daylight between you and the rest of the field. Just tell us how it played out up front for you.
I mean, I just tried to keep on track. I mean, I saw that I pulled a gap, so I just tried my best to stay calm, not make any mistakes, and improve every lap, keep consistent. That's what I did, and I won.
You did all of that, and the smile says it all, and you won, because that's what it's all about. Well done. In that superheat, the battle was between yourself and Edward Haynes, but he didn't feature this time. A lot of pressure in that superheat, but none in the super final?
Yeah, well, I guess so. I pulled away, so yeah.
Really well done. Who would you like to thank this weekend? Who's been here supporting you?
I'd like to thank my brother. He's done everything. It's just amazing. And Force Engines, my parents, my grandparents, and everyone who's been helping me, all my sponsors, Infinity X Racing, Steve Cumbers, the owner.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So many people to thank, and great to see you here on the podium taking the win. Because it didn't quite play out for you at Wilton. We didn't see you on the podium at Wilton, but you've obviously just linked it all up right this weekend. What have you done different? Anything, do you know?
Well, that was my first time in the car at Wilton. This is my first time at this track, so, I mean, to come with a win is just amazing.
It really is. Huge congratulations. It has been a month of firsts for you, so huge congratulations. Let's welcome over the next man. Congratulations there to our winner, Cian Bernard, but let's welcome up Oliver Spencer. Here he is. Mr. Spencer, great to see you. You got a wry smile on your face there. You should be happy with second place, but are you not?
Yeah, we finished second on the last round at Wilton, so it's still good. We're still going to be leading the championship, so there's no downside. It's still good.
Exactly, mate. There's lots to be happy about. You got yourself up to second place on lap 11. It was Edward Haynes that seemed to drop down. He'd been running in second for ages, and then he dropped down to about 5th or 6th. So getting that overtake move done in the late closing stages was really important for you.
Yeah, it's good. Haynes drops off the track, so yeah.
Tricky out there in wet conditions today. If you dropped a wheel off the track, you were on the grass and you were gone, I imagine.
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank this weekend?
Synergy, Mike, Alex, Rob, and KR Engines and everyone else.
Huge congratulations to you. Well done. That is our man Oliver Spencer there in second place. Where's our man that came home in third? Riley Murrow. Come on in, Riley. Great to see you. You've had a really good weekend. Your super heat went well, and then your super final went well, finishing up in third.
Well, I spun out in every single heat yesterday, so I was just hoping to get the best super heat to qualify well for the final, and just from there try and go forwards.
That's exactly what you did. I was commentating your super heat alongside Jake Sanson, and he gave you special mention because you did so well in that super heat. And in that super heat, that's all you did. You just kept on going forwards. You obviously were linking it all up today. You were enjoying the conditions.
Yeah, I prefer the wet to the dry, so that was a bit of good. And the super heat, I had a bit of luck too, so it just helped me.
It really did, sir. Winning a race is all about talent and a little bit of luck, and you had that this weekend. Who would you like to thank?
My dad, HRS, and Sam Pollitt Racing.
Huge congratulations to all your family and your team there at Sam Pollitt Racing. Well done to you. Hopefully we're going to see you at the next round, round 3 at Warden Law. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm coming.
Brilliant. We'd love to see you there, Riley. Well done. Listen, we'll go and let you do your scrutineering business that you got to do. So huge congratulations. Off you go. Slide on off. There he goes. Well done to our 3 winners there. Kian Bernard, Oliver Spencer, and then the young man, Riley Morrow. What a great race from those youngsters. Commiserations, though, to Edward Haynes. Just getting a mention there, running in second for a lot of that and just dropped off the side of the track. And then we'll have to check the standings for where he finished. But lots of incident once again. Exciting racing. Let's relive a few moments with Jake.
Lot of good drivers coming up to the fore to come and race. As soon as Kian Bernard got his moment on Ed Haynes on the opening lap, he was absolutely determined that this race was going to be his, and he never really lost that ground. Good to see so many drivers battling away for the victory. A lot of candidates for the Circuit Watch of the Circuit Watch, if that makes sense. Because obviously at the end of the race day, I also have to determine who gets the Circuit Watch with my own Circuit Watch. Keeping an eye on what happens on the circuit. That's a brilliantly named little coup there. The driver of the day gets the fabulous brand new, all new Circuit Watch, and I've got to try and figure out who gets it. It's going to be very tricky indeed to try and pick out one driver over the entirety of the 6 categories racing this weekend, but certainly a few decent candidates in that one, none the least of whom were the drivers battling away all the way through the top 10. Some great racing from Emerson McAndrew and Theo Bradshaw throughout. They gave it as close as they possibly could get. Just a little bit of battling and banging of wheels there. But good to see that there was lots of great racing between them all. Kian Bernard coming through, though, for the victory in front of Oliver Spencer and Riley Murrow. A great charge forward from young Riley Murrow. And it'll be interesting to see what happens when we go to Warden Law. 2 to go, and we kick off with the Senior Rotax Super Final.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at passmefast.co.uk.
Just 2 races left here at Larkhall, and it's the Senior Rotax Super Final that kicks it off. Kai Hunter and Sean Butcher, mano a mano on the front row of the grid. Philip Rawson and Lucas Ellingham on the second. Tristan Rennie versus Jack Lilly on the third. James Lowther and Stephen Letts. Pearson Bullock Carter and John Knox rounding out the top 10. Scott Mackerel and Lorenzo Cordell from George Hunter and Charlie Pritchard. Angus Scrivener and Oakley Pryor from Stephen Duncan and Thomas Wood. Then Aaron Mackay and Leo Purchase from Matthew Lambert and Andrew Hughes. Stephen Napier and Zaki Hussain. Benny Chilton and Jack Bate, along with Oliver Duffel, Gary Bird, and then Jay Pearson and Alex Moody sharing the 15th row of the grid in front of James Tester, Gavin DeWart, and then filling up the grid is Nathan Guzzi and Romarian Ubi. 34 drivers contesting around the West of Scotland Karting Club, just 12 miles away from the beautiful city of Glasgow in Scotland. What a fantastic way to end the weekend. Senior Rotax and Junior Rotax Super Finals here on the Larkhall circuit. 25 years ago to the month, Lewis Hamilton came to this circuit as a 13-year-old and wiped the floor with everybody. 30 seconds clear in the pouring rain. Does anybody in Senior or Junior Rotax have what it takes to replicate that performance here in 2023? It really is going to be a sensational opportunity for these youngsters to showcase their skills. But again, it's that miserable of conditions out there on the circuit. It is not bone dry, it is not soaking wet, it is somewhere in between, and the drivers have just got to take their best shot in this final and hope that they are going to have a solid race of it as they continue on. So the battle is definitely going to be a tough one out there, but everybody is ready for a supremely competitive run here in the Senior Rotax final at Larkhall. And everybody is going to be talking about the ultimate battle for the victory too. Kai Hunter for the Dan Holland Racing Team in the Lando Norris chassis against the KR Sport Cosmic of Sean Butcher. Who is going to get the job done? So sure, the drivers are going to heavy push to their limits here at Larkhall, but they've already been pushing each other to the limits right from the outset. Could be very interesting to see how this race plays out then. The final Senior Rotax race of the weekend, the penultimate race of the weekend here at the Ultimate Karting Championship. Brought to you by PassMeFast, and the coverage, of course, brought to you on YouTube and Twitch here by the guys from Alpha Live. So as we gear up for another exciting showcase, could be very interesting to see how it all finishes up and how it plays out in fantastic fashion. Let's see how it all comes together. Lots of congratulations to drivers have come in over the wire. Fred Beck says, well done to my grandson, Jacob Jack, who won the Superheat on a thrilling fight with Ryan White and has fought his way up to second in the final. It was great to watch. Glad you enjoyed it, sir. And also, well done to Luca Holmes-Ballack. Great overtaking, cool, calm and controlled, says Debbie Newman. Too right. Can't disagree with any of that. And then Mark Cushley has been talking about doing club karting. No need to spend a massive amount of doing so. If you are interested, head to the UKC website, ukcglobal.com. Get in touch with the team and they can help you get started if you want to race at this level for the very first time. So now the drivers are gearing up, ready for the start, and it's going to be a very intriguing one with Kai Hunter on the inside line, Sean Butcher on the outside line. Time for these two powerhouses of Senior Rotax to go racing. Are we racing? We are indeed. Through they go. Sean Butcher down to third position. Kai Hunter has hit the front, and Sean Butcher's desperately trying not to lose too many places, but off the road goes Sean Butcher, I think that is. So the man from the front row of the grid has lost several places. Up to second has come Phil Rawson. Up to third has come Tristan Rennie, the hometown hero. So already some big scalps for Sean Butcher, the man who took such a brilliant victory last time out at Wilton Mill. He and his teammate Stephen Letts have already got massive progress to make up. So as the field works its way through, whoops, couple of drivers getting onto the grass. I think that was Lucas Ellingham getting a little bit wide. But now the drivers are tiptoeing their way through the hairpin. Everybody trying to stay out of trouble. And onto the grass goes the 70 of John Knox. So John Knox having a nightmare opening lap. That's really not helped him out at all. And several karts are trying to go 2-3 wide off the hairpins in the hope that they can knit their way through. But this is the worst possible racing condition for a driver. It's not bone dry, it's not soaking wet. And they are going to have absolutely zero grip out there on these wet tyres, because although there are patches of water on the circuit, there's certainly not enough water to go through the treads of the tyre. So this is really going to be tricky as you watch Butcher and Letts. They're in front of the 75 of Pearson Bullock Carter. Out in front is Kai Hunter. Philip Rawson and Tristan Rennie ahead of James Lowther, who had that disastrous end to his previous race in the superheat, dropping to the back of the field. But now Lowther finds himself in 4th position. Battles as they go down to the braking zone. Drivers waiting for the chance to go through. I thought we saw one of the KR Sport drivers going off the road, but they just got out wide. Whoops. Several drivers drifting wide as they go through the hairpins. And this is all because of the lack of grip on the circuit right now. It's not dry, it's not wet. So the tyre choice is open, so what do you do? Do you go slicks or do you go wets? It's very tough to know which is the right way to go, because the slicks won't grip in the early stages but might grip at the end of the race, as we nearly see the 80 of Lambert go into the wall. But the wets won't grip either, and they'll certainly burn up in the first 4 or 5 laps because there's not enough water to go through the treads. So it'll be fascinating to see what the drivers have decided to go with and whether they can hold on for the entirety of the race. So it looks as though the majority of the field have gone on wet tyres because there's very little alternative. You can still see massive puddles of water on the circuit, but there's not going to be a massive amount of grip from the tyres, even if they are wet. Oh, big moment there. As up on the inside, Jack Lilly died for the move, couldn't slow the car down and speared into the side pod of Pearson Bullock Carter. And now Lucas Ellingham is going to drift up the inside of Lorenzo Cordell. Jack Lilly is going to be the one to pick up the pieces on Cordell. And there's more contact. 2 cars locked together there. That is devastating for Stephen Napier and Zaki Hussein. The 2 carts are locked together. They managed to come apart, but both races are pretty much done with 11 minutes to go. So Kai Hunter running in the lead of this race. Rawson and Rennie 2nd and 3rd. Lowther in 4th from Letts, Butcher and Bullock Carter as Cordell tries again to get through on Jack Lilly. This is just on the outskirts of the top 10. There's Pearson Bullock Carter in front of Lucas Ellingham. They are 7th and 8th with Lilly, Cordell, Mackerel, Pritchard, Duncan, Scrivener and George Hunter giving chase behind them. So definitely a very solid situation. So a very tidy situation for all of the contenders as they continue to move their way through. But we're going to get to see some really intriguing situations for the contenders as they continue to battle forward. Now up the inside, Cordell still trying to get past Lilly. Lilly is not happy with that at all. Lorenzo Cordell gets through, 10 minutes on the clock. So Kai Hunter still leads the way here to Rawson. 1.8 seconds of deficit. Rennie in 3rd, Lowther in 4th, then Letts, Butcher, Ellingham, Bullock, Carter, Cordell, Lilly and Mackerel. Ahead of Charlie Pritchard and Stephen Duncan. Here's Tristan Rennie trying to get his move on Philip Rawson. This is the duel for 2nd place as Kai Hunter storms away up front. 1.8 seconds clear to really kick this championship fight into sharp focus. And there's the battle for 4th position behind Rawson and Rennie. What's happening behind Rawson and Rennie? Is Lowther holding on in front of Stephen Letts, or has Letts gone through? Letts and Butcher are trying to get through past Lowther. Letts has made it, Butcher has not. So the battle for the title really kicking off now because Kai Hunter looks like he's got a win on his pocket. And Butcher, the man who won last time out, finds himself in 6th position. So still they duel away. Butcher has now got past Lowther, up into 5th position, trying to chase after his teammate Stephen Letts. So Tristan Rennie still attacking Phil Rawson. Look at the sliding that these carts are giving us as they work their way through. Kai Hunter still your leader and sets a new fastest lap, but Lucas Ellingham goes quicker still. Stephen Letts head down, trying to make his bid ahead of Sean Butcher, James Lowther and Lucas Ellingham. Ellingham has left Bullock Carter to battle with Lorenzo Cordell. Cordell up the inside, gets in at 8th place. Bullock Carter on the resurgence, manages to get through, and that's Ellingham diving in on Lowther. So Ellingham gets the overtake and Cordell gets the move on Bullock Carter further back. Still great overtakes everywhere you look, and now Cordell drifts off the road, so does Lilly. And as they both drift out a little wide, Bullock Carter might get up the inside of Lorenzo Cordell. He can't quite overtake Lilly, but he does get past Lorenzo Cordell. Great racing here at Larkhall, everywhere you look. Off the turn comes Lily, still ahead of Pearson Bullock Carter. And then you've got Lorenzo Cordell and Charlie Pritchard. Just on the outside of the top 10, Duncan, Scrivener, Mackerel, Duffel, Hunter, Hughes and Lambert, with Oakley Pryor down to 19th. And Thomas Wood out of the race with Jack Bate by the look of it. And they're certainly a long way down if they're not out of the race, because they've lost a lot of time over the course of the race. They have continued 20th and 21st for those two. Tippy-toeing the way over the curves. Lorenzo Cordell tries again. Cordell having a look at Pearson Bullock Carter and dives in the hairpin. Makes the overtake. Meanwhile, further back, there's a little bit of wheel banging going on as Scrivener goes toe-to-toe with Stephen Duncan. Duncan's going to have the inside line. Ties it up in the exit. He needs to tidy it up on the exit a little bit cleaner than that, as drifting off the road nearly further back. That looked to me like Oakley Pryor, just getting a little bit sideways. So 7 minutes still remaining in this final, and the number 2, Lorenzo Cordell, has been given the warning flag for contact, while Kai Hunter continues out in the lead, setting fastest lap after fastest lap and going full guns blazing. Hopping and skipping over the curbs, that is the 41 of Angus Scrivener, now 13th. Trying to chase after Duncan and Pritchard in front of him in the hope that he can make the top 10 before this race is finished. So Kai Hunter, 2.8 seconds ahead of Phil Rawson and Tristan Rennie, who are still dueling over second place. A little bit of a look up the inside there, as the 36 of Oakley Pryor is trying to pick off some drivers and make some overtaking prowess. There's Lowther in 7th place ahead of Jack Lilly, then Cordell, Bullock Carter, Pritchard, Duncan and Scrivener. Several great talents in this race, still trying to make up some moves. It looks as though Sean Butcher has got past Stephen Letts. What happened to Letts? Letts has not come through. Where is Stephen Letts? The 259 has not come across the line. So I think Stephen Letts, or he has come across the line, but he's down to 16th. So Stephen Letts has lost a massive amount of time and a huge quantity of places. There is Stephen Letts, I think, behind the 23 of George Hunter and also behind Oliver Duffel. If we look back, we'll see Stephen Letts trying to get away from Oakley Pryor. But that has really caused a major problem for Stephen Letts' title bid. And that's Rennie in front of Rawson. Tristan Rennie has got past Philip Rawson. The Scottish driver now in second. Oh, that's a late bid there from Duncan to get through on the 26 of Charlie Pritchard. Angus Scrivener can't return the favour. Lots of drivers skating around the course, and this is what we're talking about. Not a lot of standing water on the circuit means that you are wrestling with baking hot tyres that cannot get cool. They cannot get down to temperature. And because there's no water going through the treads, you're essentially driving on ice skates the whole way round. So Hunter, 3.4 seconds now in front of Tristan Rennie, with Rawson in third from Ellingham, Butcher, Lowther, Lilly, Cordell, Bullock Carter and Stephen Duncan, as we watch Scott Mackerel. And there is Stephen Letts going wheel to wheel with Oliver Duffel. And Letts is going to get back through to get into 15th place. Very unfortunate for Stephen Letts. He made the podium last time. He was looking good for a top 5 this time, but now he has plummeted all the way to 15th. 4.5 minutes on the clock. Hunter from Rennie, Rawson and Ellingham. Looks like it's going to be a very different podium to what we saw last time out. But Sean Butcher will still be there in the top 5 to keep his title aspirations on track. He may not get the win this time. He may not even get the podium this time, but the top 5 will definitely help with his championship points. So Kai Hunter has 4 seconds now on Tristan Rennie, who has finally pulled a second clear of Rawson. Goodness me, bunny hopping over the curbs again there, Tristan Rennie, as he now holds second and is looking to get well clear of Philip Rawson. So some great battles as they continue, but still a very tough race in the offing. Tristan Rennie continues to lead this run ahead of Phil Rawson. Ellingham is next. Sean Butcher in 5th. Lowther, then Lilly, Cordell, Bullock Carter and Stephen Duncan ahead of Charlie Pritchard and Angus Scrivener. Hunter is 13th from Mackerel, Letts, Pryor, Duffel, Hughes, Lambert and Thomas Wood. Of the 34 drivers that started the race, despite the contact we saw earlier on between Stephen Napier and Zaki Hussain, everybody is still running this race. Determination from the senior Rotax brigade. But look, there's no spray coming off the carts at all. Whoops! As off the road goes one of the Coles racing carts. Now that didn't go very well at all. I think that might have been Oakley Pryor drifting off the road there. I could be wrong. Thomas Wood still dueling away as the drivers are squabbling away for position. But coming down to the braking zone, Caudle is all over the back of Pearson Bullock Carter, trying to get past the Jack's Motorsport driver, number 75, who is driving a very valiant race here in 8th position. Lorenzo Caudle running in 9th and Stephen Duncan running in 10th. But Lucas Ellingham having a solid race in 4th position ahead of Sean Butcher, and then James Lowther in front of Jack Lilly. There's Pearson Bullock Carter, very close there, indeed there, to running off the road and bidding it into the barriers. So Pearson Bullock Carter just giving it one final push to get away from Lorenzo Caudle as they run through on the far side. And you can see there that Charlie Pritchard is all over the back of Stephen Duncan, trying to get through. Letts ahead of Pryor, Duffel, Wood and Lambert. Whoa! That was Lambert just chopping across on John Knox, I think, as they were dueling away for position. But out in front, it is still Kai Hunter lapping fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap, having a really solid race of it. There's Ellingham, there is Sean Butcher, the championship leader, and then there is the 74 of Lowther, who now has pressure from Jack Lilly. So Lowther trying to hold on in front of Lilly. Lilly's got a good run though. James Lowther has got to be very patient, holding on to 6th position here, and there's the move from Lilly. Dives in on Lowther, not a lot that James Lowther can do about it. Jack Lilly has caught and passed him, and that is the move for P6. Lowther can try again, but I think the tyres are really starting to go off. This all comes down essentially now to tyre pressures, but it has started raining again. I can see that the rain has started to come down again. The problem is now you've got wet tyres that have been out there for a heck of a long time with no water running through the treads. They're almost burned off, and now it's started raining again. So effectively you're running on slicks now. There are going to be a few drivers that will gain some grip, but not many. This is all going to be about dancing in the rain on the final couple of laps as the track gets slipperier, and these burning hot wets are not going to get a decent amount of water running through the treads. But it might shapen things up for the Junior Rotax Super Final later. So Kai Hunter, 5.2 seconds clear of Rennie and Rawson. Ellingham in 4th from Butcher and Lilly. There is Lilly ahead of James Lowther. So James Lowther is going to try again. He tries a late bid on the inside of Jack Lilly and gets the overtake. Lovely job from James Lowther. Read the situation at the very last minute. He skates off the road. James Lowther skates off the road. Now that's going to be down to the lack of grip in these final couple of corners with the rain coming back. Lowther manages to get back through on Jack Lilly. There's no grip at all in the circuit. And off the road again, we've got several drivers coming up. That's why they're on wet tyres, but they are burnt wets, because they are super hot wet tyres. There's no tread in them left, and now we're on wet tyres. These are basically ice skates they're on now. Lilly trying to get back on the inside of Lowther. Lowther shutting the door. The rain is coming back heavily, but these wet tyres are not going to have any grip because they are almost burnt to intermediates. In some cases, they'll be burnt to slicks. The slippery flag is out on the circuit because there is absolutely no grip at all for any driver out there. Jack Lilly going wheel to wheel with James Lowther again. And still James Lowther hanging on by a thread in front of Jack Lilly, with Bullock Carter, Caudle and Stephen Duncan closing in. And off the road again goes James Lowther. This time Jack Lilly does get the overtake. There's absolutely no grip at all as we go into the final lap. And there's a warning gone out for contact for the 88 kart. That, I'm afraid, is a bit of a headache for Alex Moody. It was his birthday yesterday. He'll probably want to forget this race weekend, though. So, around the hairpin, Lowther tries again on Jack Lilly, but out in front it is going to be Kai Hunter, who tiptoes his way to the victory. There he is. And Kai Hunter has reignited the title battle in Senior Rotax in PassMeFast Ultimate Karting Championship 2023 with a very smooth drive indeed. He can barely keep the kart on the road, but it's been a superb run for the Dan Holland Racing Lando Norris. Kai Hunter reignites his title battle in 2023 with a perfect victory in front of Tristan Rennie and Philip Rawson. Great racing. Kai Hunter gets the job done. Rennie in second from Rawson and Ellingham. Butcher in the top 5. A very good run from the man who won at Wilton Mill. 6th place for Jack Lilly in front of James Lowther, Pearson Bullock Carter, Lorenzo Caudle and Stephen Duncan, as Pritchard and Scrivener get themselves into an incident in the final lap of the race. But what a crazy end to the race as the rain comes down with everybody on really used wet tyres. Hopefully the rain will continue to fall in time for the Junior Rotax final so that they can actually get some grip in their tyres. Kai Hunter struggling even to get the kart back to the pits again. Such is the lack of grip out there. But what a brilliant run from Kai Hunter. The Dan Holland Racing youngster on the Lando Norris chassis has now got himself back into the title fight. Tristan Rennie second, Philip Rawson third. It couldn't be a more different podium to what we saw last time out at Wilton Mill. And I'm sure Kev will be down there in the scrutineering bay to get all of the reactions from our drivers in the top three.
Well, Kai Hunter then pushing his car onto the #1 spot here in scrutineering. He's going to be a very happy man. And these karts looking very wet indeed. They had it in the dry, didn't they, for most of that race, but it started to get exciting with a lap or two to go. But it was no trouble for Kai Hunter, who put himself so far ahead. Behind him then, the #5 kart there of Tristan Rennie and Phil Rawson there in third. The 29 kart just coming off the scales now, but that Dan Holland Racing machine of Kai Hunter looking resplendent in the blue and the yellow. And just to get him over, Kai, fantastic stuff, mate. I think the key to this weekend, and certainly the key for you in that final there, was to stay out of trouble early, get ahead, and then just maintain it.
Yeah, that's all I did really. Had to defend the middle left because I think that's a prime overtaking place. So yeah, did that. Got a little bit of a gap and then just went strength by strength. Got a lovely little gap. Track started to dry up, so I could pull it even more. And yeah, just finished the meeting on a high, really.
Yeah, finished the meeting on a high, completely different to this time a month ago at Wilton Mill when it was a totally different picture. So kind of vindication for you this weekend. Yeah,
could go back to Wilton and say I should have or could have, but yeah, I can't really say that. Things happen, and I'm just glad I bounced back and on the top stop again.
Yeah, top stop again. It's where we like to see you. Next round then is at Warden Law, so now things are looking good for you heading in that direction. Who would you like to thank for this weekend?
Dan Holland Racing, my mechanic Alfie, all my family, and Time Racing Engines as well.
Yeah, brilliant. They got it tuned up well for you. We'll let you go and finish off the scrutiny, and then huge congratulations, Kai. First place on the weekend. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's get our second place man over. Here he is then, kart #5, Tristan Rennie. Tristan, really well done to you, mate. Kai got himself off and away down the road, and the gap was just a little bit too large to close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just too much of a gap to catch up to. We overtook second, and he was just gone. We just couldn't catch up. But
you did really well, and obviously this is a circuit you know well.
People say that, but we haven't been here since the last round, 2 years ago.
Really? Well, I apologise for my lack of knowledge. The accent was fooling me there. But getting the measure up this weekend, though, in the wet, the weather really played its hand this weekend, didn't it?
Yeah, we struggled with setup, and it was changing in every single session, different setup. So we were lucky to have a good one for this one, and really got us to second, so it was very good.
And what we saw in the Super and then again in the Super Final, I think the key to it this weekend was staying out of trouble off the start and in those opening couple of laps. And if you could do that, then you might find some clear road, and you did.
Yeah, we were lucky to be fifth, and we're on the inside of the start, so we were clean at the start and kind of got away with the front two. And just from there, it was us two, and that was the race, really.
Brilliant stuff. Who would you like to thank for the weekend? It's been a good one.
My dad for the spanners, Potenza Motors Racing for the engines, obviously, and Lewis Gilbert for the spanners. It was good.
Brilliant stuff. Well, huge congratulations to you. We'll let you go and finish off with the scrutineering. Let's bring our last man in then, Phil Rawlinson, third place. Come on in. Rawson, sorry. Sorry, Phil. Come on in. Huge congratulations. Third place on the day, but a tough race out there in tricky conditions.
Yeah, very tricky conditions. It's one of them type of conditions that I've always loved. Been at it long enough now, 18 years, so it's one of them when the experience counts, I think. You just have to keep your head and don't push too hard, and don't do anything stupid.
Yeah, and it would have been easy to do something stupid when it was wet today. And actually, as your race went on there, it was like the track was drying out, but with a couple of laps to go, suddenly the heavens opened again.
Yeah, it dried out midway through, so we started taking different lines, trying to find the grip, etc. And then it started to bail down last 3-4 laps, so it's just a gamble in them conditions with the pressures, the setup, everything, you know. So I'm happy with the result. It's good points for the championship, so that's the main thing.
Yeah, it really is. The bigger term, the longer term picture obviously is the next round at Warden Law, and now excited and looking forward to going there?
Yeah, really excited to go there because I've not been there since 2009, so it's been a long time, so nice to go back there.
Who would you like to thank for this weekend? Who's been supporting you?
I'd like to thank Guy Cunnington Racing for the opportunity, the help. Max, my mechanic, he's done a great job on the tools. My family for the support as always, and my missus for coming along as well. So thank you everyone. Oh, and also AAM Race Engines.
Brilliant, well done mate. I think you've thanked everyone there, and I'm sure they're really thrilled for you on the podium, and we'll see you for that podium celebration a little bit later on.
Thank you very much.
Lovely, there we go then. So Senior Rotax delivering the excitement once again. Your top three, all philosophical, and all seem to be quite happy with their positions where they ended up. But in the end, it was Kai Hunter who righted the wrongs of last time out at Wilton Mill. And along the way, well, there was a few replays worth looking at, weren't they? So let's go back to Jake.
And I think I'm right in suggesting that we had three completely different drivers on the podium compared to what we had last time out at Wilton Mill. So it really does tighten things up in terms of the title battle. After two races, we've got a real battle on our hands. This was what was so difficult about the race, though, because we started with the rain having stopped, and the track was essentially drying on wet tyres. And as you can see, grip was almost impossible to find for anybody because there were no puddles of water really on the circuit for drivers to drive through to cool the tyres down. And then the rain finally came back in the last couple of laps, and that meant that essentially you were struggling to find grip anywhere out on the circuit. As you could see, Saki Hussein and Stephen Napier coming a cropper in the early stages. They ended up dropping to the back. But it was basically try and get some grip, try and find some rhythm, and hope that you've got a kart that will turn into every apex and every corner. But there was not a lot of grip around the circuit to be found at all. And as the race played on, you know, the circuit was getting hotter, the circuit was drying out, but the rain wasn't really falling until the final couple of laps of the race. So all those drivers out there on wet tyres, you know, they were just burning them off, basically, burning off all the tread. And then when the rain did come back, there was no grip left to be had in the tyres at all. But I can tell you that the rain has definitely intensified now, and it's definitely getting wetter out there on the course. So the last race of the day is going to be the Junior Rotax, and I have a feeling that is going to be run with spray coming off the tyres. So in terms of the championship fight, it's certainly going to be an intriguing one for the battle, because Kai Hunter has now managed to pick up a victory after having problems last time out at Wilton Mill, of course. But Sean Butcher, the winner at Wilton Mill, remained in the top 5, even though he lost ground. So while there was some great battles in terms of the title fight, it really is game on in the championship reckoning. So we get to talk about that in full next time out in 3 weeks' time at Warden Law in Sunderland. But certainly some great and exciting racing. Kai Hunter, though, coming through for the race win.
Want to get on the road as quick as possible? Pass in as little as 3 months with PassMeFast, the UK's leading intensive driving course specialists. A PassMeFast course is the fast and hassle-free way of getting your licence. Plus, our 100% money-back guarantee means it's all risk-free. This isn't your average driving course. We've revolutionised how Britain learns to drive with our fast-track test system, modern learning methods and flexible monthly payment options. Plus, you can track your progress and manage your course anywhere, anytime with our industry-leading student portal. Take the faster route to driving. Book today at PassMeFast.co.uk.
And so, one more time with feeling as we go into the Junior Rotax Super Final. Archie Clark and Finn Leslie on the front row of the grid from Freddie Ingram and Gracie Mitchell. Jack Hobson and Ollie Stevens, Matthew Sayer and Leon Hasty from Alex Cull and Oliver Sander. Deacon Russell and Archie Buttle from Lewis Goff and Lizzie Mentia. Liam Hartley and Harrison Whitcomb from Matteo Palazzo and Will Antrobus. Adam Wooden and Lachlan Johnstone from Finley Buck and Timo Jungling. Ben Cordingley and Michael Dalton from Craig Stephen and Rachel Robertson. Stephen Barnes, Addison Smith, Jack Thompson and Tommy Harfield round out the top 30, but there are 4 more in behind. Jared Fox-Whiteley, Charlie Green, Josh Whitcomb and Zane Quaker. So as the competitors gear themselves up ready for another exciting duel out on the course here, it's always been very, very tight and very, very tough and grueling to see who makes it through. Just a couple of drivers worth picking up on and saying well done to, despite not quite making it through to the final, because obviously this is the biggest grid of them all in Junior Rotax. It was always going to be very tricky to figure out who was going to get through in the Ultimate Karting Championship, considering how things have progressed. There were several drivers who sadly were not able to make it through after such a tough battle out there on the course. A few drivers just missing out on their place in the grid. Arthur Thacker, Charlie Neve, Reg Hayward and Kasper Tobolewski not quite able to make it through after what has been such a competitive race weekend. Also tough to see the likes of Morgan Hudson-Brown and Dugas Pravalonis not quite make it there. Emily Cooper and Sky Parker were 2 of the ladies that did such a good job through the course of the heats. They didn't quite make it through, nor did Bella McConville, who acquitted herself well on home turf. And then the likes of Reese Bailey, who had the home advantage, didn't get any luck at all. Nor did Harry Gilbert, or Elliot Powell, or Oliver Smith. Logan Howes not making it this time. But there will still be plenty of opportunities for them later on in the season. That's the difficulty with having twice the number of drivers competing that can start a final. There are going to be so many names that don't make it through. However, what a Junior Rotax Super Final we are going to have. And for this man in pole position, Archie Clark, he really wants to get into the lead of this race early and disappear out front. With a bit more rain falling, it's definitely going to make things a little easier for his tyres to bite in and get some traction, because there'll be a little bit more standing water on the circuit compared to what we had in the Senior Rotax Final. But certainly, it'll be still very tricky indeed for the drivers as they try to get themselves up to speed on this Larkhall circuit. It really is going to come down to who has the common sense approach. It's really going to be very tricky as the drivers are gearing up ready for the starting procedure on this race. So out the drivers go. And now we are ready to have a fascinating battle and a great tussle out there on the course. A really exciting race for all of the contenders. So a really exciting run for all of the drivers. So we're going to get to see a really exciting run off the start. Goodness me, the number 30 of Matthew Sayer, very nearly going off the road as he tries to get the tyres up to speed and up to temperature. In fact, several drivers going off the racetrack in their bid to try and get the tyres and brakes up to temperature. You've got to be careful when you play this game. Around this circuit, you really can get spat out to the scenery on the formation lap. You've got to be really careful. And as you can see, the rain is coming down here at Larkhall for this last race of the weekend. The Junior Rotax final is about to get underway. And for the 34 drivers that are still in the mix here, this is definitely going to be a very tricky start. So let's see how it all plays out for this final battle out on the circuit. So we really will have a spectacular situation out on the course. Everybody gearing up for a great challenge and a great charge forward. So let's see who comes forward for a great tussle. We're going to be battling away for one last time. Archie Clark on the front row of the starting grid. But obviously it's going to be high pressure. Finn Leslie on the front row with Freddie Ingram versus Gracie Mitchell. And then Jack Hobson, Ollie Stevens, Matthew Sayer, Leon Hasty, Alex Carl and Oliver Sander in the top 10. Plenty of drivers will try and charge forward to get into the top 5. Deacon Russell could be worth a punt. The Welshman Archie Buttle looking very strong as well. And after what we saw last time out and here this weekend, Lizzie Mentia and Harrison Whitcomb could be two drivers worth a look. Will Antrobus could make up steady progress. Matteo Palazzo has been very quick here as well. So there's a lot of characters that could well charge their way forward for a great battle out there on the course in the Junior Rotax Super Final. So Archie Clark versus Finn Leslie on the front row. Watch for Freddie Ingram and Gracie Mitchell on the second. This could be a very interesting start to the race as they come off the final turn. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Into the first corner, and it's a perfect start for Archie Clark as the rest of the field tiptoes its way through on the first corner of the first lap. Archie Clark leads the battle, has already got pressure from his teammate Freddie Ingram, as through to third has come Finn Leslie, and fourth is Gracie Mitchell, tiptoeing their way through, trying to get in on the inside of Freddie Ingram. Finn Leslie goes wheel to wheel as Gracie Mitchell gets on the grass. A little bit of dueling there on the run down the straight as the 114 of Jack Hobson tries to edge forward. Now has Gracie Mitchell picked up the pace again after running on the grass? Everybody trying to skate through without drama. But Gracie Mitchell finds herself down in about 7th position as Archie Clark goes wheel to wheel with the race leaders. Battling away, and off the road goes the 53, and there's a spin. It's Whitcomb. Whitcomb has tangled in with Lizzie Mentia. Harrison Whitcomb and Lizzie Mentia collide on the way out of the hairpin. And they have both gone off the road. I think the 53 was in that as well. Deacon Russell losing places. Archie Clark in the lead of the race, but now going wheel to wheel. Hobson and Ingram for second place. Hobson trying to go round the outside. And is it going to be Freddie Ingram that holds second position? It looks like it at the moment. Archie Clark is your leader. Then it's Ingram. Then it's the 114 of Jack Hobson. Great battling already in the Junior Rotax final as they tiptoe the way through. Hobson trying again on Ingram. Ingram turns in on him, but Hobson comes through. And that's a big moment for Ingram as he gets on the grass. Archie Clarklow leads the race. Hobson in second place. And up to third position, that is Leon Hasty, trying to get some revenge for what happened in the Superheat earlier on when he ended up going off the road with Freddie Ingram. He dives in on Ingram, and it's going to be Ingram that holds the place. Hasty goes around. Leon Hasty spins it. And he's now facing the wrong way. Several drivers trying to take avoiding action. Hopefully nobody's going to hit Hasty's car. But certainly Leon Hasty's chances have gone exactly the same way as they did in the Superheat. So problems, and again, ironically, it was Ingram he was battling with then, and it's Ingram he was battling with now, as nearly into the wall. Goodness me, the 221 of Archie Buttle just scraping the barrier on the way out of the final corner. Well, the field has definitely been shuffling around. And now we've got Archie Clark leading the way from Jack Hobson, Finn Leslie behind Freddie Ingram, then Alex Cullin fifth, ahead of Gracie Mitchell and Ollie Stevens. A very tough race continuing on as the drivers continue to mince words on the circuit, having a truly sensational battle, but the number 9 of Archie Clark has lost the lead. Jack Hobson's got through. Jack Hobson has taken the lead here. So Archie Clark is down a second. Jack Hobson in the lead from Archie Clark. And then in third it is Freddie Ingram. Still a long way to go. 11 minutes and 15 seconds remain, plus the additional lap on top. A lot of racing still to be had in this final. And the Junior Rotax drivers are definitely giving as good as they've got. There's still rain in the air, but it isn't as heavy as it was at the start of the race. And this could be very tricky for all those who are wanting to have a decent run to the flag. So Jack Hobson out in front of Archie Clark and Freddie Ingram. Then Leslie, Cole, Mitchell, Stevens, Sayer, Youngling and Antrobus. So this is going to be a tough battle for Ingram to hang on to, with Leslie and Cole breathing down his neck. Gracie Mitchell is not far behind them either, and she's looking very strong in front of Ollie Stevens. Up the inside line, there goes Leslie, getting the move on Ingram. So Leslie gets into third position in front of Ingram, and then it's Alex Cole, the fastest lap of the race from the race leader, Jack Hobson. No major shocks there. But Ingram tries again to get back on terms with Finn Leslie, with Alex Cole in fifth position. And here comes Carl, trying to get through on the inside of Ingram to go with Finn Leslie. Gracie Mitchell thought she had the gap there as well. But coming off the turn, they're banging wheels. As back on the inside comes Freddie Ingram into fourth position. Alex Cole goes wheel to wheel with Ingram. Tries again. Cole is going to get through. Ingram comes from around the outside. Gets back on the throttle. Tries to skate up the inside of Alex Cole. They're going to be wheel to wheel. And Freddie Ingram has very little racetrack to play with there indeed. So Ingram still swarming around behind Alex Cole. Here comes the move up the inside from Stevens on Gracie Mitchell. Stevens gets through. Gracie Mitchell is still there battling away in the outskirts of the top six though. She has every chance to make up time. So Finn Leslie taps his helmet to Cole and Ingram. Let's go together. But here comes Gracie Mitchell. She makes a beautiful move on the inside of Ollie Stevens. Great overtake from Gracie Mitchell. She leaves a little bit of space for Ollie Stevens, but she should hold the inside line of the hairpin. Nicely done. Gracie Mitchell not only gets the move, but finishes it off in style as a big dive from Sander on the inside of Palazzo. Now Stevens goes for Mitchell, but Mitchell is straight back on the switcheroo, and Gracie Mitchell will hold the position again, I do believe. Yes, indeed she does, as off on the curb goes Ollie Stevens. Great recovery drive this from Gracie Mitchell. So the number 30 of Matthew Sayer now behind Mitchell and Stevens. Gracie Mitchell still hanging on by a thread here. But again, the rain has stopped, and this is not good news for anybody because they're on wet tyres. So they need more rain to go through the treads of the tyres to cool the tyres down. If there's no more rain, then those tyres are going to burn to a crisp, especially considering we've got 8.5 minutes of racing still to go. So Ollie Stevens tries again behind Gracie Mitchell, and the number 69 is under investigation. That is Freddie Ingram. So Freddie Ingram is under investigation there. Oh, and Ollie Stevens tries his best to get past Gracie Mitchell, but he makes the mistake, and unfortunately he taps Gracie Mitchell's bumper, and that's put him out of contention for the moment. So Gracie Mitchell trying to get after Freddie Ingram in the hunt for the top 5, but Ingram is currently under investigation, so Gracie Mitchell may be in the top 5 anyway. Here comes the move. Oh, that's gone terribly wrong as Timo Youngling goes for the move on Sayer, and Sayer spins around. So Timo Youngling, I think he got that one a little bit crossed up. So he's going to have a look at that again, I think, and redress the balance later, as round the outside comes Palazzo, trying to get his move on Oliver Sander. Palazzo is having a great weekend here at Larkhall. He's getting himself up the order in beautiful style. And Matteo Palazzo is currently running in 11th place, having started 17th. So Matteo Palazzo having a really strong race battle. He now goes wheel to wheel. Again with Sander. Sander dives up the inside. Palazzo goes wide, and past both of them nearly comes Buttle. But Palazzo still working hard here, trying to get himself into the top 10. He's got to be very patient again. So some really solid racecraft as the drivers battle away, hopping over the curbs once again. A real skate of positions as the drivers are still trying to find a little bit of extra pace. And further back, we've got a charge forward from Youngling again, I think. Trying to get the overtaking with, no, that's Deacon Russell, sorry, on Craig Stephen. So Deacon Russell making his bid on Craig Stephen. Dive through for a gap up the inside in the final bend. Bit of a slide around the bends here as the 39 of Oliver Sander tries to get some grip into these tyres. But there's absolutely no grip. Look, the spray has virtually disappeared now. So there's no water on these tyres at all now. And unless it comes back raining heavily again, everybody's going to be in dire straits. But then essentially you don't need that now. Palazzo back up the inside of Buttle. A beautiful overtake from Matteo Palazzo. Gets it a little bit crossed up on the exit, but he's going full guns blazing here. And Matteo Palazzo having to defend from Archie Buttle big time. So a really solid race battle here from Matteo Palazzo. Harrison Whittaker hanging on in front of the battle between Lewis Goff and Leon Hasty. But with 6 minutes still to remain, plus the additional bonus lap on top, it is going to be tricky out there. But Jack Hobson has got himself a 5-second cushion now on Archie Clark as the rain comes back. The rain has started to come down on the circuit again, but once more this is now going to be a bit of a problem, because now that the rain has picked up again, these tyres are going to be too hot. There's not going to be any grip in them, and when the rain comes back you've got a slippery surface with very hot tyres, and there's not going to be enough water in the treads to cool them down. So this is going to be a really tricky race now for the juniors, now that the rain has come back. So Stephen in behind Sayer. Russell is ahead of Thompson, Hartley, Goff, Hasty, Whittaker and Charlie Green. Some really big names down at the back of the field after a very tricky race battle over the course of the weekend. But Charles Green, who got the podium last time at Wilton Mill, is definitely not quite in a position to do that this time. So Hobson, Clark, Leslie, Cull, Ingram and Mitchell is the top 6 from Will Antrobus, Timo Jungling, then Ollie Stevens and Oliver Sander. So still they come through. This is the battle for third. Finn Leslie in front of Alex Cull. And the rain has intensified, so Alex Cull seems to look like he's got a good kart underneath him. And the rain really is kicking on a pace again now as it gets heavier. Finn Leslie hanging on to third. Alex Cull doing a good job here in 4th position, trying to close up. But Freddie Ingram looking good in 5th, and then Gracie Mitchell in 6th position. Will Antrobus in 7th place in front of Timo Jungling and Ollie Stevens. And then Oliver Sander having another decent race of it as well. So a very interesting... Oh! Problems there out of the final hairpin. Who is that that's gone off the road? Couple of drivers losing ground there. I think that might have been the number 65 of Jack Thompson, possibly. No, Thompson has got through in a fairly decent fashion, so I think it might be Matthew Sayer that has actually lost ground. So Matthew Sayer having problems as we go back to the front end. This is Jungling having worked his way past Gracie Mitchell. So Timo Jungling has now got through on Gracie Mitchell as Mitchell tries to hang on again in front of Ollie Stevens. So Jungling having a reasonable race here, up to 7th place. Antrobus has got past Mitchell, so too is Jungling. But Gracie Mitchell still trying to hold this together ahead of Ollie Stevens, and Matteo Palazzo now in the top 10 firmly. This is great racing and a stunning battle continuing on the charge here. So Matteo Palazzo definitely looking good to be a potential driver of the weekend. Definitely putting on a good show here at the Ultimate Karting Championship. And there goes Stevens up the inside of Gracie Mitchell to move up into 8th position. Mitchell has to give best for that moment, but hopefully she's got a chance to fight back. Having held off Ollie Stevens for so long, now she's got another chance. But there comes Jack Hobson in the race lead. So Jack Hobson has now checked out to the tune of 7.6 seconds in front of Archie Clark. That is monstrous. Absolutely terrific performance from Jack Hobson so far. Archie Clark in 2nd, Finn Leslie in 3rd, and then it is Alex Cull in front of Freddie Ingram, with Will Antrobus in P6 ahead of Timo Jungling, and then Ollie Stevens and Gracie Mitchell. Mitchell back at the inside, gets the place back on Ollie Stevens. Nice move from Gracie Mitchell in the hairpin. Lovely bit of racecraft from the Sam Pollock racing driver. So Jack Hobson, 7.6 clear of Archie Clark in the lead. That looks pretty tidy to me. Finn Leslie in 3rd. 4th place is Cull, Ingram, Antrobus, Jungling, Mitchell, Stevens and Matteo Palazzo. Palazzo going well in 10th position, trying to move up as drivers run deep and round the outside. Oh, very close indeed there for Jack Thompson, who almost went into the barriers. Now Gracie Mitchell hanging on here in front of Ollie Stevens. Stevens trying again, but Gracie Mitchell's got good purchase off the throttle. Looking very neat and tidy here. So Gracie Mitchell looks pretty calm and comfortable in 8th position. Trying to close back up to Timo Jungling in 7th place. But she has got pressure from Ollie Stevens. There's no two ways about that. Stevens will try again. As down to the braking zone, Stevens is not close enough to Mitchell to make the overtake, but Matteo Palazzo is gaining ground on both of them. And Jack Hobson is pulling away to the tune of nearly a second a lap on everybody else. His best lap is a 58.7 compared to Archie Clark and Finn Leslie on 59.5 and 59.3 respectfully. So Gracie Mitchell still running well out of the final turn and onto the home straight. There's a good chance that Jack Hobson may actually end up having 2 laps to go at the end of this one, not 1, as Archie Clark does his best in the KR Sport to run there in second place and get away from Finn Leslie. And Leslie's got pressure of his own here from Alex Cull. So Alex Cull is trying to stay with Finn Leslie, but a podium is looking less and less on the cards as the laps tick down. It's looking pretty good for Archie Clark to finish in second place. That will definitely do his title aspirations the world of good. But the man up front is now 9 seconds clear. Jack Hobson looks like he could win this race by 10 seconds flat. 15 seconds to go. And Jack Hobson is going to go into lap number 15. He does do so as Gracie Mitchell continues to duel away. That's Matteo Palazzo in front of her. So Matteo Palazzo has worked his way past Gracie Mitchell now as Jack Hobson tiptoes his way through with another fastest lap. So Jack Hobson is driving beautifully. Matteo Palazzo up to 9th position now in front of Mitchell, Sander, Russell, Hartley, Hasty, Buttle and Whitcomb. Amazing to see that the drivers who have continued on in this race and still put on a good show. Sadly, it looks like the race is over for Rachel Robertson, the driver who was battling in the top 5 in one of the heats yesterday. A real shame for her. I was very impressed indeed with Rachel Robertson yesterday. But unfortunately, she now finds herself a couple of laps down. In fact, she is still going, but she has now come through about 2 laps behind the rest of the field. Either that's a timing transgression or she's had a problem somewhere. But certainly Rachel Robertson is not going to be the winner of this one. It's going to be Jack Hobson out in front if he can keep it together on the final lap. But still a very inspiring run from Jack Hobson. Here he is. The final lap has finally come for the Ultimate R driver, and Jack Hobson has just been electric around this circuit. There is the second place man, Archie Clark. That's how far ahead of him he is. You've got to wait for a long time for second place, and we decide not to wait. Because here comes Jack Hobson. What a performance from the Ultimate R driver. This has been a masterclass in the most tricky, greasy and difficult of conditions. And Jack Hobson in the Ultimate R is going to come through for not just a victory, but a dominant run to the flag. What a performance from Jack Hobson. He comes through in fine style. He tiptoes his way through the final corners. And Jack Hobson will take the victory here at Larkhall in dominant fashion. Well done to Jack Hobson. Second place will go the way of Archie Clark in front of Finn Leslie and Alex Cull. Here they come through. Big points on the board for Clark, Leslie and Cull. Freddie Ingram is under investigation, but still comes through in 5th regardless, ahead of Youngling, Antrobus, then Ollie Stevens ahead of Matteo Palazzo, and Ollie Sander ahead of Gracie Mitchell. What a great bunch of races that was over the course of a very thrilling race day. But Jack Hobson absolutely dominant out there in position. So Jack Hobson dominant here at Larkhall in a fabulous end to an amazing day of racing. It really has been exceptional. We've seen some great victories from Jack Hobson, from Kai Hunter, from Ryan White, from Dan Kilpatrick, from, trying to remember everybody, from Jacob Ashcroft and from Cian Bernard. Some amazing races. I'm going to sign off here in the box and I'll hand you over to Kev Harris for the final words with our top 3. Finn Leslie, Archie Clark and Jack Hobson.
Well, an impressive drive then from the 114 of Jack Hobson, rolling his car into first place. I mean, it was like 2 different races were going on, wasn't it? As he congratulates the man that came home in second, Archie Clark, and just behind him in third, Kart 26. Finn Leslie putting himself onto the scales there, but a really impressive drive that we saw from our man Jack, who came home in first. Off go the gloves, off go the helmet, getting himself looking quite composed and quite relaxed after what's been a great Sunday. Coming up onto the spot, Jack, well done to you, sir. Huge congratulations, mate. Watching that race, it was like you were in a class of your own. Those tyres, that engine, it all just linked up.
Yeah, I mean, of the first lap I got a drop down, so it was kind of just got to get consistent, keep getting the laps and get a big enough gap to win. I'm not sure if I did it, but I think I did.
You absolutely did. Big enough gap it was. But, I mean, a great Sunday's work for you. You took the win in the pre-final. You've taken the win in the superheat and the super final. Everything obviously has gone right today. What do you think has happened this weekend that's made it all just fall into place for you?
I mean, yesterday was a tough day because my car kept bending, but the team worked hard and didn't come in to a hotel till 10 o'clock to get it sorted for today. And 2 wins, I think it was worth it.
Brilliant stuff, and it seemed this afternoon before your race the track was drying out a little bit, but then the rain started to fall again. Tricky conditions up here in Larkhall this weekend.
Yeah, we're tricky, but it's just like this every time we come to Scotland, so I'm used to it.
Well, you certainly are used to it, and you made the best of it. You made it look easy, sir. Well done. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Harry, my mechanic, for staying so late last night. Ben, Matty, KR for the engines, and my mum and dad.
Brilliant. Ticked all the boxes there. Full of excitement then and full of confidence. We now look for round 3 going towards Warden Law.
Yeah, I mean, the whole championship, I want to win it. So we're going to be there and we're going to be at the top, so yeah.
I love your confidence, Jack. Brilliant. Really looking forward to seeing this one play out. We'll let you continue with your scrutineering. Really well done. Let's welcome over KR Sport driver. Here he is then, the man that came home in second. It is, of course, Archie Clark. Well done to you, sir. Second place. Started in pole, but dropped down to second come the checkered flag.
Yeah, Jack was a lot quicker than everybody, and I couldn't keep up with him.
He was a lot quicker than everybody. Started a little bit further back, got himself up at the front, but then, like he said, he had to drop back, and he had to, drop back, and then he had to fight for it. But nonetheless, second place. You had daylight between yourself and the guys that were behind you, so you obviously felt confident this weekend as well.
Yeah, it was good, but I just wished I could keep up with Jack.
I love it. I'm loving your candour, and I'm loving the smile on your face, sir. Second place, you're a happy man. It's really good. What do you think then, just a quick one for you then, what do you think Jack was doing differently to you? Why was he that much quicker than you today?
I'm honestly not too sure, but he's been rapid all day, so.
Really good. He has been rapid all day. Great results, though, for KR Sport once again this weekend. Solid team to be part of. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mum and dad, all of KR, Ash, Martin, Ollie, my mechanic, my sponsors, Base Performance, Talk, RI, yeah.
Have you left anyone off? I mean, that was an exhaustive list. Well done to you. Listen, I just said to Jack there, he really wants to win this championship, but from our point of view, watching from the sidelines, this is going to be an exciting season to play out. You must be looking forward to the future rounds and the next one now at Warden Law.
Yeah, definitely. Looking forward to it.
Well, listen, best of luck. Well done to you, sir. Go and finish off your scrutineering that you do here. Let's welcome up our third place man then as they put their carts onto the 1, 2, 3 spots. Here he is, coming home in third place, Finn Leslie. Finn, well done to you, mate. Third place, but as the other 2 drivers in 1 and 2 said, it really did seem that, well, as Archie just said, the driver in the number 1 spot, Jack, seemed to be in a class of his own this weekend.
Yeah, well, we've struggled a bit especially in the superheat, finishing 7th, which we went back, we talked about it, but we starting second on the outside. It's always difficult round here because it's into a left-hander. So I dropped back to 3rd. So I had to kind of make my way through, and I was catching Archie, maybe a 10th or 2 each lap, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, you did really well, and obviously the conditions were tricky this weekend, so when you do drop back, it's hard to pull up, isn't it? Because I imagine there's a sort of idea that you want to be pushing hard, but at the same time, if you overcook it, it's easy to go off.
Yeah, it's very easy round here because it's quite, you think it's a lot slippier than it is, but sometimes you have more grips. It's a bit like you don't know what's going to happen.
Looking ahead to the rest of the season, though, how are you thinking now? As we've 2 rounds down, the next one's Warden Law. What are you thinking ahead of that one?
Well, at Wilton, we were starting 3rd for the final, but we had an issue on the rolling up lap, which obviously DNF, which put us in 10th in the championship. But this weekend we've had a really strong weekend, just being consistent, getting the points in, and we've made us way back up to 5th. I'm not sure what it's going to be like after the final, but I don't want to drop round, so we're definitely up there in the fight. Yeah,
definitely up there in the fight. What a fight it's going to be. Some great racing for you guys in Junior Road Tax, a really fierce class. Who would you like to thank?
Kato Motorsport, KR Racing Engines, all my family for coming to support me this weekend, Kato, Ricky, and my sponsors, Send Safely and Raceway Motorsport.
Listen, well done to you, Finn. Huge congratulations. It was a great race. Thanks for entertaining us, and safe journey home.
Thank you.
Right, so there we go then. That is the end of the live coverage here from Larkhall for today. What a great one to finish on there. Really strong performance from young Mr. Hobson in junior road tax. One of the most competitive classes, the most stacked field, I think, out of all of them this year in the UKC. So well done to everyone who made it through to that super final there for junior road tax. And thanks to you for watching wherever you are right now. The next round then is round 3. That will be coming from Warden Law up in the northeast. We're going to be there in about another 4 weeks' time, I think it is. Huge thanks to Jake Sanson on comms, keeping us entertained on the live commentary, on the live feed this afternoon. Don't forget you can follow him on social media. And thanks to our sponsors as well, PassMeFast. If you're in the business of needing to get your driving test done and you want to get it done well and done quickly, then PassMeFast are the people that you need to speak to. From myself, though, Kev Harris down here in Scrutineering and Trackside, and from all of the team at Larkhall, wherever you're watching, thanks ever so much and see ya.